he did transition into that in-game leader role for this team, and I do think that his slays, they lack because of it, because his mentality is going to be completely different. He's going to be focusing on directing the team, on his movement, on how the team's playing, and maybe that takes a little bit away from how well he's been performing as an individual. But if he can start to find those performances once more and, you know, go hand in hand by being an in-game leader and getting the slays, this team is going to be so terrifying. Quadrant looked so good in Rally, and they were just upset, of course, by Na'Vi in the end. They finished top 12, but they had some amazing performances against some of the best North American teams. But Recharge Strongholds is where we start things off, just as we did last week between these two teams. Quadrant started really well, Shyway, so I'm hoping they'll find that same starting strategy. It's something that Ascend have been lacking, is quick, fast-paced starts. Ascend's starting strategies don't seem to be the same as the rest of Europe.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly. Quadrant, they come together, they could be terrifying. So I hope they frighten me. Let's get into this. We got Shady to kick things off. A couple shots into Fragger cross map here. Look at all the bodies bottom mid to contest that camo. I think Quadrant had the advantage on it. We'll see if somebody's walked away with it. Either way, we've got a B-side cap and pressure on the Seattle SLG, who's already pulling out the tech. What did I say? At a SLG, I wanted to see some of the nerdy plays, the tech out of him. You'll hit the curb, slide straight to C for the rotation.
But it's the same again. It's the starting strategy for Quadrant here. Ascend, they just weren't able to get the camouflage. They lost out to Quadrant. And because of that, the early kind of domination and control went inside of the blue team, which is going to be Quadrant. I know there's not that many points on the board just yet, but it's about map control. It's about where they're able to position themselves now. You can see they keep flipping between A and C, waiting to see where Ascend spawn, and then they transition to the other one, get them on the slays, and then they'll go back. And there's trip cap for Quadrant. So once more, just like last week, they're dominating right from the get-go.
Early on, under pressure, but like you said, we've seen this before. When does Ascend wake up, and can Quadrant shut them down if they do? Either way, still up to SLG here. Teammates already pushing up on A. He will go down. That's Shady and Legend with 2 on the feed there. Legend with an opportunity for A. He's got his teammate Snipe Drone in B as well, so they will look to turn the captures. And the first points on the board going to be on Ascend, finally, at 48 already for a Quadrant. So nice to see some control out of them, but this is it. They're starting to pick up. I can see the teamwork coming in. We got 3 dead on the feed, 1 more left to pick up.
It's not something you see very often as well. You get a trip cap on the other team. Usually it's the other kind of team who's struggling. They'll scramble to A, they'll scramble to C, they'll just stop the bleeding. Ascend, they just killed all of Quadrant and got a trip cap of their own. They said, no, we're not going to allow this to happen again. We're not going to fall too far behind. And just like that, they are pretty much on even score now, going for another trip cap. Ascend being relentless, and Quadrant would have probably been feeling so confident after their start. But if this camouflage now goes into the hand of Ascend, this is starting to look scary. This is starting to just be a repeat process of what happened before.
If anything, a little bit worse, right? Because Quadrant held on to dominance for a while in that first game last week. But now things are looking a little different. Camo still on board with Sika, assuming the main survives with it. Got the Mangler combo to work with as well, but can't stay up. Nice little pinch coming in from SLG. That's Nurix with a kill too. So shut down temporarily there for Quadrant, and they'll stop Ascend in their tracks and try to get some progress onto B here as well. SLG will take a clean kill for it. It looks like he will stay up for that, but such a rough spot to be in. Look how he plays the corner here too. Just peeking his way in and out of fights to stay up. Great play here.
Shows great confidence there from SLG. A lot of people would just kind of hide behind those batteries and hope that they don't get hit by a grenade. But he knew that if he just allowed the player to throw that grenade, he was going to be vulnerable. So instead, he showed a little bit of presence. He had a little bit of a dance behind the pillar. And instead, he put down those shots. He helped his teammates. He provided those call-outs. And that's the kind of aggression and confidence you need from players. Otherwise, you are just going to be rolling over, showing your belly, and the other team is going to take full advantage of that. But this does seem like it's going to be quite the game. This is what we wanted, right? We wanted a close, contested game between these two teams. We don't want it to just be an easy 2-0 for Ascend. Quadrant, they need to show up at some point and try and take down this mammoth roster that is Ascend.
Can't complain about a brawl, game 1, that's for sure. On board with Fragger. He's just pestering them from the corners here. Does spot 1, does not want to commit to it just yet. Can he help out his teammate, though? We got Camo coming up 20 seconds. Still out from bottom mid here. Snipe Drone spots him. There's a little drop combo coming in, but if you're caught in the middle of the map like that, not too much you can do. It's a nice little pinch here for Ascend. They continue to hold on to 2 caps, 107 and counting. And Chick knows to back down here. You can see the pinch coming in, though. Ascend, they're so quick with the rotation, and the timing is perfect as well. We got Camo coming up shortly.
And something that Shorzy brought up just before we got into this game was how Ascend are very good at mopping up kills, and you can see that now for Shady. He's got no assists, but he's got 12 kills. on the board. And you know full well that the rest of the team are putting damage in for him. They're calling it out, and Shady has just been running around the map like the lunatic that he is, and he's been picking up kill after kill after kill, as yet again, a trip cap is here for Ascend. Quadrant are going to try and match it by taking A with their spawn. But what worries me, Shyway, is last week we saw 133 points go unmatched for Ascend, and knowing that they can do that, I think Quadrant have to try and stay on top of this roster. They can't allow these trip caps to come through.
Yeah, I can try to play devil's advocate with you just a little bit and say that if you are dominating in the early game and then all of a sudden the switch flips and you start getting dominated, it can really affect the mental. In Quadrant's position, actually, you know what? They're all dead in their position. That's a triple out of Sika. Here I am trying to boost up Quadrant's confidence here, but just fighting from the back foot, if anything, you know, from the beginning of the game, I think you've got maybe more potential to pick up confidence as you go rather than losing the momentum you had early on. Either way, it's, you know, Ascend, they're doing work.
Well, SLG confidently taking that challenge, and elsewhere, Snipe Drone just picked up an overkill as well with the sword onto SLG for his final kill. So after an almost overkill from Ascend in one situation, on the other side of the map, it happens again, and it's Snipe Drone who actually picks it up this time. So that's back-to-back, all four dead. Quadrant on the back foot. It's trip cap still, and the points are starting to rack up. This is starting to look a little bit ugly for Quadrant.
Yeah, I take back everything I said. This is looking brutal. Ascend are completely on top of game one here. Quadrant, they need an answer. And Shady, you can just tell from his movement, the man's feeling confident. Has those nades in cross map, couple shots up top to red. Snipe Drone picks it up. Trip cap in session as they try to get to C, but Shady's already on top of it. Nice sneaky flank from below here. Looks like he's going to take the long route. And they've got time to do it. 2:37 and counting here. Shady can take all the time he wants to get back into C. Quadrant, if they don't have an answer immediately, it's a GG.
Well, I spoke about the 133 points that went unmatched. Quadrant have got to do something similar on the flip side here to even get back into this game, let alone win it. Whereas if we see Ascend get control one more time, you'd have to imagine that's going to be all she wrote. B's being taken. C, though, is being contested, so Quadrant keeping in it for now. But this is so close to being game over. Quadrant have to play perfect Halo. I know it's a cliche, we say it all the time, but literally they can't afford any mistakes now.
What can Shake do? Unfortunately, they're just... Actually, you know what I think he did is just burned out the repulsor before he picked it up. Either way, gonna have to do a lot more than that. Just trying to hold on to B here. Contention coming in. They probably know he's here. Can he sneak up and take one he can? Almost killing himself with the nade, but unfortunately he will drop. 241 at this point, though. Two caps. A and B on board. 6 seconds to close it. They got to jump into a hill. Can they get there in time? This doesn't look likely at this point. 250 will hit. And Ascend will go through in game one with a dominant performance I don't think we could have expected, Gaskin.
I mean, we were saying that maybe Quadrant are going to improve from last week, but actually it's a worse off scoreline for them, and it is very much even more one-sided. It was a great start. Again, for Quadrant, they've got a good starting strategy. They were able to get the trip cap, but I think sometimes when you poke the bear, and the bear is going to be Ascend, they come back with their claws and they start swiping at you, and it's... You know what? We almost had back-to-back overkills from Ascend. It was a triple kill, then a cleanup, and then Snipe Drone picked up an overkill himself. When that happens, when there's that much domination on the map that you're not even able to get one kill on the other team, you just give away so many points. You give up so much control. Ascend had everything, and Quadrant, unfortunately, they just crumbled.
It's funny because I spent all that time saying, watch out for Legend. Turns out it's Sika who gets the triple kill. Snipe Drone's popping off. You got Shady, you know, doing work the whole game with the sword as well. And then I put all that focus onto SLG, picking up Slays. Look what he did. He listened to me. 18 kills. Look what his team did. His entire team couldn't go positive. So I'm not sure if I don't know if I created this, Gaskin. Maybe it's my fault, but
this is the thing. Like, I mean, obviously we can only speculate, right? But SLG's Slays pick up, but the rest of the team as a whole, they start to show some flaws, some weaknesses. Is SLG putting more of his mental into getting those slays and being individually good rather than focusing on controlling the team and getting the team to play in a way? Of course, I'm only speculating. We can't see what's necessarily happening from every POV, but it is weird, isn't it? That, you know, when SLG starts to perform a little bit better, the rest of the team just seem to fall off. And that's a surprise for me. You'd expect them to all just mold around him, but it didn't really work out in that game. And I think part of it comes down to Ascend doing Ascend things, right? You've got Seeker getting the triple. Elsewhere, you had the overkill from Snipe Drone. If they're individually that talented, if they are picking up multi-kills like that, you know they're confident and you know they're hitting the shots.
And then on the flip side, there's got to be some sort of a lack of chemistry on Quadrant right now early on. Unfortunately for them, they don't have a lot of time to figure out what that is and get it together. We're jumping right into Bizarre Slayer next, and just based off of what we saw last week, it was closely contested. But when you got a map full of all these power weapons in the center with the rockets, the shotgun, the dynamo nades, the OS, there's just so much to control. If you can't grab that stuff when it counts, curtains once again, especially off the confidence we saw from Ascend in game 1 here. So Quadrant, they got to somehow regain, come out hot off the rip, but also be coordinated in those key timings when these weapons spawn.
I think what's worrying here is that Quadrant are looking like the 4th seed, right? Usually Quadrant have been the 2nd seed, and this has been our grand final. This has been our winners bracket final for weeks upon weeks, and then it changed after Rally because Quadrant, they dropped the 4th seed because of who was seeded elsewhere, to 3rd seed, and they played Ascend, who was 2nd seed as Na'Vi had overtaken them after their Rally performance. But now Ascend back at number 1 seed, Quadrant dropped to number 4, and with the difference that we've just seen between those two teams, it looks like 1st versus 4th. It has to be said. It doesn't look like 1st versus 2nd. So something's got to change. It has to change now here in Bizarre Slayer.
We'll kick things off with Sika once again. I mean, who else but him? Actually, it's Shady. I take it back, and I can't complain about it. We got the rockets up still on the map here, but Shady wants the kill first, assuming he can get it. Snipe Drone grabs it, and an opportunity for Ascend and early power weapon control. And this is the worry. I mean, you look at the scoreboard, 4-1. Rockets in the hands of Shady here. Legends got the shoddy. They're already getting kills on the feet here. They haven't stopped. Gaskin, they're taking the momentum directly into game 2.
Crazy, really. Especially when I said that Ascend usually are quite slow to start and their starting strategies aren't always there. And that is one of their downfalls. It seems like they've picked it up here on Bizarre Slayer, and arguably one of the most important maps to have a good starting strategy because of how much you can control from the get-go. But a few kills do go in favor of Quadrant. They managed to make it at least 9-5. But you've got to be careful here. You can't allow Ascend to have too much map control, too much presence. And we know full well, Snipe Drone is going to be sitting somewhere just railing damage from a distance.
Picking up a couple trades at that deficit, considering the fact that Ascend, they had rockets, shoddy. I mean, not the worst case scenario for them, but still 10-5 on the board here. And I mean, Sika doing everything he can to just stay up with the shotgun and be a nuisance here in BR. Every nade seems to tag the man, but still gonna make it work. All while that happens, Legend with the kill on the feed as well. 13-5 now at this point. Legend center map. You got Snipe Drone up in the locker. Nice little opportunity for map control here. As you can see, all the boys spawning up on one side. They're going to be pinched from multiple angles. I think there's a flank coming through from below as well. So you can see Ascend starting to put it all together. And I only imagine it's a matter of time till this pops up on the feed.
Yeah, there's a great difference between the two teams at the moment. Quadrant kind of turtled up, trying to hold angles, trying to just shoot from a distance and deal damage, whereas Ascend are looking to pinch, they're looking to push in, they're looking to try and get those slays. Now, it has benefited Quadrant. Their Quadrant stuck as a 3. They waited for the Ascend push, and they were able to get a couple of kills on board, but trades aren't going to do them any good here. They're 17-8 down, and Overshield's just gone into the favor of Ascend once more, and this is going to start to get out of control.
A little bit tragic. He was so close to picking it up, but the positioning out of his teammates here just to ensure Sika can walk away with a couple kills. He's got a double. He'll take another on the Fragger. And back to spawn, the boys on Quadrant go. Now 21 points to their name. I mean, what do you do? This looks oppressive. They need to find an opportunity to jump in and pick up the next round of weapons. Yeah, and if they can't do it, I think it might be impossible.
They're being so aggressive as well, aren't they? Like, Sika, they got 4 down there, and Sika straight away into the palm trees. He's looking for those spawns. He's trying to provide as much information as possible, even listening to audio cues. And okay, he's going to go down here, but, you know, is the damage already done? They're up by 14 kills. Quadrant 3 members down once more, and it could be all 4 dead again here if Shady gets the kill. But Quadrant, they need to slow it down, but they can't slow it down, because as soon as they take angles, Ascend are just pushing in, they're flanking, they're communicating, and everything's looking... Well, if you're a Quadrant fan, I mean, you might want to turn your screens off soon.
Shady's so aware of timing there. He actually skipped the grapple to rotate underneath just to make sure he was in a good position to flank on time. And all while that happens, Legend, of course, putting in work with the Rockets, going to dive up in on the Nurix, clean up onto him. I mean, we've said it multiple times here, but with 30-12 on the board, I mean, it's looking rough. It's looking gross at this point for Ascend. If this is how they're playing today, like, what do? You know, the Quadrant's a top 2 team, top 3 at the least, I would say. And they're just being obliterated.
Someone needs to match the pace of which Ascend play. How often do we see Bizarre Slayer be a standoff? 2 teams either side, dealing damage from a distance, then trying to get the advantage of a player being down, and then you push. It's not the case for Ascend. They're running around like this is a matchmaking game. Like they're playing some guys who are still in Diamond, and they're all high Onyx ranks. Because right now, Quadrant do not look like they can even compete with Ascend. And I don't think I would ever say those words, considering how these 2 teams have been the best 2 teams in Europe in online performances, as another Overshield goes to Ascend.
Every single week I witness these boys, they look better. They just look better and better every time. I don't know what else to say about it. All the movement they're hitting right here, Shady just he's hitting it all so clean. He can't be stopped. He'll take the trade there, but 39 at this point, 40. Like you said, it's the confidence. They're playing it like it's a matchmaking game. They've got full confidence coming in here, and no worry whatsoever that they'll be countered. And it's just so blatantly obvious at this point that the only way to stop it is to shut them down at their own game, to out 1v1 them, and it just seems impossible.
I mean, at this point, it's stopped. They're already dead. This is just one of those things where it's painful to watch. You just want it to be over. You want the 50 kill mark to arrive so that Quadrant can move to the lower bracket, rethink their strategy, and worry about Ascend at a later time and just focus on other matchups, because they have been outclassed here by a massive difference. And that's not good news, because they were the closest competitors to Ascend for quite some time in online competition, but maybe the gap is starting to be even bigger between these two.
Starting to look that way, and it starts to make me think, where does Navi sit in this? Where do the lads sit in this? Some of these teams that we're still kind of waiting on that still have potential. And not to say it's over for Quadrant, they could definitely come back, but I mean, at this point with this scoreline, it's no, not in this game. I mean, they could come back later in the tournament. This is over. There is no comeback here. 48-23. I mean, this is definitely a stake. Well done. But, I'm still holding out hope that Quadrant can reset and regain once they drop in the lower bracket. And maybe think about don't think about what just happened. Just focus on the next match, because, man, you don't want to look back at that one.
I mean, that is nightmare fuel, isn't it, really, for Quadrant?
What the heck?
What have I just witnessed? Right, I'm an analyst, right? I'm a color commentator. I love to look at how a team's won, how a team could get back into that. That was just one team punishing the other team for every little movement they made. It just seemed like Quadrant were constantly restricted off spawn. They weren't able to make any sort of advance across the map because Ascend controlled every single portion of it. There was a player in every area, but at the same time, they were within the vicinity of each other that they could assist, that they could get the damage to help one another. And I mean, it shows in the assist for the likes of Snipe Drone. Again, from a distance, probably is putting in the damage from bar, from tree, but he was also getting into those positions where he could be close by to get the trades if he needed to as well. Just an amazing performance from Ascend. Like, what else can you say apart from they really just showed up and showed why they're the #1 team in Europe? Yeah.
I do love that you pointed out the assists at a Snipe Drone, though, right? Playing his game, putting in shots, putting in damage, keeping them back, too, just off of spawn, making sure they're under pressure. But then the positioning of Shady and Sika and Legend, the way that they move on the map to get into the perfect position at the perfect time. There were a couple moments in there where I just think they're so intimately aware of timing. And at one moment where Shady, I think he had the grapple right out front of him, but instead of sprinting over to the grapple and wasting that time, he just went straight up underneath the bar, underneath Treehouse, knowing that it was better for him to just get in a good position to continue to hammer him rather than waste that time to kind of run out and rotate, pick up something that, could have, resulted in, I guess, a slower rotation. Either way, it's just the confidence. I said it, I've said it multiple times now. It's blatantly obvious. They're playing it like it's matchmaking. They're so free in their gameplay, and until somebody shuts them up, I think it's just going to continue to be this way.
Well, last week it was 250 to 179 and 50 to 45, and it seems like Ascend have got better, and I thought it was going to be the other way around. I thought the Quadrant would have improved on their weaker game types, maybe worked on those, but it just seems like Ascend are saying, nah, we're not going to let anyone touch us. We want to be the #1 seed. We have a point to prove after Rally because they were technically the second team coming out of that, Na'Vi toppling them in theory with their placements. But Lottie, Jersey, I mean, you didn't get much of a break there. You're watching in the wings, and I'm not really surprised at what we've seen. But at the same time, that was a scoreline which is going to be difficult for Quadrant to take.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, this might be TMI, but this just tells the story perfectly. I literally went to the toilet for like 2 seconds.
To the toilet?
And I came back.
It was over.
I was like, oh my gosh, I need to turn my lights on. I was like, I think this is about 10. I've never seen a Slayer go that fast in my entire life. And honestly, just the story throughout the entirety of that series was just domination. It was pure domination from Ascend. I really thought Quadrant were going to come back fighting fit. I really thought that they would give them a pretty decent challenge, a pretty decent series, but I was very, very wrong. Jersey, what are your thoughts and feelings about that?
So to sum it up, there was a soundbite, something that Dan said, and the sort of the mid stage of that Slayer game. Dan said, "And Ascend get another overshield," and he said it in a tone where he was almost defeated. If Dan was defeated, thinking the game was over, thinking of how Quadrant might feel, Squadron are owned by Formula One's Lando Norris. I think if you were to compare the two, sort of, it's Mercedes up against Williams at times. That's what it looks like. There's such a gulf in class, certainly online right now, that Ascend just can't be caught.
Yeah, I think they honestly Ascend right now have a real swagger about them. They, like, quite clearly in that Slayer just had a bit of fun. You know, the way that they were slaying out, the way that they were going about the maps, the way that they were kind of rotating around it was just a bit of fun. Like you said, it kind of looked like matchmaking to them. I want to really understand the skill gap here. Gaskin, you know, what is it about Ascend that our teams here in Europe find so hard to compete against? You know, where is that skill gap? Is it to do with the fact that they are just slaying out? They get their 1v1s. Is it about where they're placing themselves on the map? I mean, how does that kind of get measured for you?
They are winning their 1v1s, but it's the fact that they're not always in 1v1s. Like, it's often 2v1s, 3v1s. It's the speed of which they play, the speed of which they transition from spawn to one another. They very rarely will push out on their own off spawn. I mean, to be fair, very rarely are they in spawn because they're the ones doing the killing rather than the ones dying. But the pace of which they play, it is far more like the North American scene that we've seen a European team ever perform. They're always as a unit, they're always pushing together, like just wolf packing. It's old school Halo stuff, right? Just stick together and the result will come. But it's then how they get the objective work done alongside that. Very impressive. They were also controlling the power-ups, the power weapons. They were flawless in that series.
Yeah, they really were flawless. I'm talking about flaws, though. I want to quickly shy away because I know that you do so many incredible breakdowns of so many different plays and moments in Halo Infinite to help viewers understand. Is there any kind of weakness that you can spot based on the way that we've seen Ascend play recently that maybe other teams can capitalize on?
Well, you said what flaws, or you said talking about flaws, and in my mind, I'm like, what flaws? There are none.
Yeah.
I'm consistently surprised by their movement. That's my biggest takeaway. Is they're on top of the curb slides. I know I'm kind of a broken record saying it, but they're hitting every single one at the perfect time in the perfect way. And if you understand the mechanic, you would know that some of them are very difficult to hit, especially in certain situations. But they've got it down to this level of consistency where it just seems effortless, and then they're hitting all their shots at the same time as well. So if you're on top of your movement, on top of your slides in this game, you're always going to be moving faster. You're always going to be a step ahead timing wise. And I think that's the biggest thing. These boys, they come off of Halo 5. They come off of being, you know, insanely cracked and hitting their thrust slides, hitting their spring jumps. I think this is just a natural progression for their gameplay. And I'm starting to see it, or not starting to, I've been seeing it. And now I'm learning, watching essentially.
Yeah. Honestly, they're taking it to another level, aren't they?
I think speaking of, you know, what their flaws might be, I think their only enemy that's going to be certainly on paper is going to be complacency at this point. We're waiting for them to rest in the laurels, but they get a fresh 4 dead, and you could be in matchmaking. I'm certainly happy enough just to stand still and wait for the team to come to me, but they don't do that. They keep putting pressure on spawn points, and teams just can't handle the pressure. They buckle every time.
They need to go up against a team that doesn't let them get away with it, because they're getting away with it over and over again. They're hitting all the tech and it's working, so they're hitting it more confidently and it's just continuing to work. If they go up against, let's say, like an Optic or a Sentinels or something, and they get shut down for it, then you rethink your game plan. Everything starts to change. So somebody needs to shut them down. Maybe it's Na'Vi. You know, the tournament's not over yet, but holy, what a start.
Yeah, I guess that's like another angle to it entirely, isn't it, Gaskin? I mean, you know, these guys haven't learned how to really come back from anything. And I think that's a big part of being a competitor is, yes, to know how to win maps and to know how to win series, but also you're going to come, you know, against teams that are going to be better than you, and you have to try and beat them, and not knowing how to kind of reorganize yourself, readjust, try and come back from a deficit. You know, how do you reckon that's going to affect Ascend going forward with obviously our other events happening in our lands?
I think it was important for them in Rally to get those losses. Like, I think it was important that they got the experience. We knew it was going to be probably the worst Ascend would ever looked. I think Scherzier said that before, that the good news is it's going to be the worst Ascend have ever looked at any event, because a couple of the players, they'd never played on LAN before. They don't know what the pressure was like. They don't know what it's like to be behind. They've never lost a series in some situations. Now they've got that experience. Now they know what that feeling is like to lose. And it seems like that feeling has now provoked them to become an even better side here in this online competition. So hopefully that adds to their strengths. But you are right that there is always going to be situations when they're behind that they say, oh crap, what do we do now? Because we're not used to being in this spot. So they need to scrim more teams, hopefully NA teams. I would love to see them get a boot camp situation. Snipe Drone mentioned about them going out prior to the competition in Anaheim and maybe getting some scrims. Yeah, sure, they wouldn't be able to play in Anaheim, but they can certainly boot camp against other teams, and that would be huge for Europe. That would be huge for this team.
It would indeed. Now, they will continue on their journey in the winners bracket. We'll see who is going to be facing them next. We're actually going to take a quick break right now, but when we come back, we will have another match up and ready to go as the bracket tells us the story right after this.
Built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans. To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello and welcome back to the EU Pro Series. Before the break, we saw Ascend really assert their dominance this week here in the Pro Series. They are not stepping off the gas whatsoever. They take their series against Quadrant 2-0. And not only did they beat them, but they beat them in a very dominant fashion. They were able to completely seal the deal very, very easily in this Bizarre Slayer just to seal out the series here. But even in Recharge Strongholds, these guys were just all over Quadrant. They couldn't breathe. Ascend really just, going in stride after stride. And right now, I don't know what their ceiling is. I think their ceiling really is North America, and that's honestly just because they need some reps. But really excited about Ascend and this roster and how they're going to grow and continue to grow throughout the Pro Series week in, week out. But gentlemen, we're back because we have to also take a look at the elimination bracket and talk about a game that we have coming up very shortly. So we are actually going to be seeing HMCA versus the lads. Gaskin, talk to me about HMCA right now. I actually did manage to see them scrimming against Na'Vi the other day, and obviously Na'Vi looking pretty good, but HMCA also holding up their own there as well. So what do you make of this roster at the moment and where they're at in terms of their Halo Infinite kind of skill gap?
I think this is a strange roster for me because it's got some absolute powerhouse names, and historically in Halo they've achieved so much, but after a top 6 finish last week and a pretty average performance in Rally, losing to Mocket on LAN, they're looking at themselves saying, are we what we used to be? Is this roster going to be what we want to move forward with? I've heard rumors of team changes, of scrims with different players replacing, I think it was Ramirez who was potentially on the chopping board here, and I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to say that's not happening because I know it's happening. I've seen it happening and scrims are there. So Rami maybe even playing for his spot on the team right now, and I want to see this roster succeed because there's some amazing players that are there. I know Lunny was the newest member, replacing Clonely after his performance in Raleigh, but this HMCA roster should be at least minimum top 4, and they didn't achieve that last week. They also didn't beat Mocket in Raleigh, so they have been underachieving. So now they need to kind of turn something up here, hit a different level, turn up the volume a little bit, because otherwise, I think another top 6 performance, if they were to lose to the lads, which I think is their opponent here, maybe we will see a change, and maybe it would be Rami. I don't know. Maybe someone else will be on the chopping board, but certainly I could see changes being made on this roster.
Yeah, I think honestly, Lunny coming on board was such a great addition. You kind of pointed out last week, Gaskin, that he really does change the dynamic of firepower. Like, he adds something to this team that they really needed. And I think looking at the way that they played Quadrant last week as well, Quadrant were always one step ahead of them. HMCA just couldn't fight back because they were always kind of on the back foot. And with that being said, though, Jersey, what do you make of HMCA in terms of their composition of the team and the way that they're looking? Do you think that they do need a change?
Well, they certainly improved from Rally. Cloney got, he unfortunately lost his spot. Lunny came in, he did add that extra bit of firepower, but naturally what happens then is you lose one member, Cloney, and then the attention and the spotlight very quickly turns to maybe the next weakest link, and these boys have turned their attention to Ramirez as possibly being that player. They've scrimmed with the likes of DreamHack. We're hearing whispers and murmurs that maybe Snaky is the next player to do that, maybe will run with them this week. So there's definitely options there for them. Whether they make that change, Ramirez, of course, will keep his spot right here and now. But, you have to think that those rumors, they don't go away. If he plays well here, is it next week that he loses his spot, or the week after that? So he's never really going to be comfortable with his team. So the writing's on the wall for him here, Lottie.
Yeah, I think it's a tough thing because also you're still kind of working things out, and I think obviously the Pro Series kind of allows you to really deep dive into your team and the composition and how you guys are working every single week by putting that competition basically in place for you. So I think that's something to definitely look out for, and I'm very excited to see how they perform this time around. But on the flip side of things, we have another team, the lads, and Shyway, last time we were here at the Pro Series for EU, the lads took down Quadrant, which was quite surprising. So they pushed them out of the competition, went on to play Na'Vi. Yes, they did lose. It was a best of 5, but they did manage to kind of slip away with an Aquarius Slayer win as well, 50-42. How did you think about their performance against Na'Vi last week and how they're going to be coming into this Pro Series?
They definitely played incredibly well, considering the fact that they just kind of recently formed, and it seemed like they came out of nowhere that last week, taking out Quadrant, almost taking Na'Vi as well, right? It wasn't just the Slayer, it was a nail-biter Strongholds that they were just rocking the whole game until I think Na'Vi finally got it together. They came back, managed to clutch up, but a ton of potential. And it actually makes me look forward to this series with HMCA, because I think this is a perfect example for HMCA. If they can't take Lads, then maybe it is time to change. Maybe it is time to switch things up, because originally, back when they were HMDA, I think this was a team with a lot of potential. They were kind of holding on to that, I want to say, top 4 placing, trading blows, and then things seem to have kind of lost steam since, to the point where new teams are starting to come into the fold. And I think Lads is a perfect example of one of those new teams. If Lads comes in and then knocks them down a peg again, then, maybe HMCA does really need to make a change. On the flip side, Lads, as well as they played last week, they did get upset a little bit early on this week. They got knocked out right in the beginning of the winner's bracket, so they've been fighting through lower bracket. Of course, still plenty of potential there, but I wonder, are they shaky as well? So it should be a fun one.
Yeah, I think it will be a fun one. And I don't know if you guys managed to notice, but was the first map Live Fire Strongholds?
It was.
So
Yes,
I noticed. Well, actually, the Lads last week performed pretty damn well on Live Fire Strongholds against Na'Vi. Yes, they didn't manage to close it out, but we saw pretty good rotation, pretty good control. They had literally a handful of trip caps as well to try and manage that control and keep that kind of score pumping. But I was pretty impressed with what I saw about their objective efficiency there. So I'm excited to see how they perform against HMCA and put that into practice once again. And if they could give Na'Vi a bit of a run for their money, I'm excited to see what they can do against HMCA as well. But gentlemen, I've just been told the game is ready to go, and I'm ready to get back into this one. So please, fellas, take it away.
Losers round 4, then Dan, it's going to be you and I doing the merry dance. Like you spoke about it, Live Fire Strongholds. They looked very good last week. The issue is they played against Team Twisted and they lost this game type already in the tournament. So is that something that we can touch upon here?
Yeah, I think potentially that could be a weakness for them, but it could also be kind of a kick up the backside. They might have needed that just to wake up a little bit. I don't think that the Lads were firing at the start of this tournament. I watched them compete against Team Twisted. They didn't look like their normal selves, and it just seems like they like an elimination bracket run. So I'd be worried if I was HMCA in the way that we're currently seeing the Lads perform in previous tournaments. We'll shout out the Lads as well. They made a team logo. I saw a team logo there. I know I was saying on Twitter that teams need to start making logos, they need to start marketing themselves, and quite a lot of logos did get made because of that as well. So I'm glad that people are starting to put themselves out as a team, because you're not going to get picked up by like a big organization if you're just a no-name brand who's not going to be putting themselves in that shop window. So it is good that the Lads have made that effort, and hopefully, they can carry on with the success from last week. But this HMCA roster is certainly going to be looking to try and topple that.
Yeah, shout out to Kalen of Halo, who's actually been making quite a lot of logos for all the different teams towards the Open Series, the ones that haven't got picked up by org. So I think that he was one that made the one for the Lads, and a few other ones I think I've seen Scandi Vikings as well. He was doing it on his lunch break from work. So great work from him. He's always, as you do, when you're bored at work, you start making some logos for some teams. But so our attentions now do turn to Live Fire Strongholds. You mentioned how the Lads had a bit of a slow start to the tournament, a slow burn. They have started to make this loser bracket run here, and will there be a little bit of a hangover, do you think, from the games previous and how they started off? Maybe that's in the back of the minds?
I think that's always the worry. I think when I look at this Lads roster, there are certainly players on there that I think crumble under pressure. And I think that I'm not going to avoid that. I don't think I'm going to try and sugarcoat it. I think that if they, in their heads, think, we've lost this game type, or we're close to losing this game type, what happens if we lose? What are other people going to be thinking? Forget all that. You need to focus on yourselves as a team, what you've already achieved, and why you achieved it. Because you played incredibly well last week, because you had that kind of honeymoon period of you all getting together, the chemistry's there, you're all feeling good. You've got to find that same kind of rhythm. And sometimes, game types won't go your way, but you've got to understand it's a best of 3. Sure, you don't have as much time as a best of 5, but there are things you can do to get back into a game. And Live Fire Strongholds is a difficult one sometimes if you're on the back foot and the other team's got a trip cap and they're constantly flipping the spawns and they're making you rotate. It can be tough, but it's just about having that level head, being calm and assessing the situation, doing the right thing about it. I will say that this is a strong game type for both of these teams, so I think this should be a closely contested one, and a lot of it's going to come down to who's getting that power up at the right times, who's controlling those spawns and ensuring that not easy points are picked up in these strongholds.
Something we did see earlier on in the game as well was the Lads starting to sacrifice a few points in order to pick up that power up. But here we are, underway, early engagements. Riot's picking up a double kill. That's going to do his confidence the world of good. 2 dead now for the Lads, and a great start for HMCA.
Yeah, quite the starting strategy. Just pummeling themselves right towards B, get some early points on board, ensure they get the slays alongside it. And elsewhere, another 2 have just been picked up, and one player, unfortunately, some internet issues perhaps has dropped out. So instead, we will get a restart. A shame for HMCA. They did have a A really good start there, but I don't know if the fourth player didn't load in. I didn't actually see what happened there, but certainly we know now how both teams are going to be approaching this one from the get-go. It does seem like HMCA like to prioritize getting the B stronghold nice and early, which makes sense. You want to get points, you want to at least start putting that pressure on, and especially when I've said, there are players on the lads who maybe crumble a little bit under that pressure. What better way to do it right from the start?
Well, something we also seen, you spoke about how HMCA like to push that B stronghold. When the lads came up against Team Twisted earlier on, listen to their team comms, they spoke about, okay, that's 4-man push B, like you said there with HMCA. So we could see that be an early point of contention. And then like what they also said was, once we get the fights, we win the fights, we'll start to anchor C. So they're not going to try and push that triple cap very early doors here. So we're going to see them, both teams here, push for B, and it's going to be a blow for blow Royal Rumble scramble for that B stronghold.
Yeah, we don't often see teams always pushing for trip cap unless you look at Ascend and the mentalists that they are. They just always want to be moving. They don't like to stay still unless it's Snipe Drone, who's kind of just being like, guys, what's going on? And he's just waiting and seeing what the French do, and the French just kill things. But that did sound it was a good impression.
Hang on.
But I think that, on this map in particular, you've got so many different avenues that you can watch from quite comfortable areas, whether it be head glitch areas or whether it could just be vantage points. You can see where they're coming from, whether it be the lower garage door, whether they're coming through sandbags, whether they're going out towards the power up, or sometimes I guess they could go through bottom middle. That's the only hidden path to try and break a setup. But if you're going bottom middle, you're leaving your teammates very vulnerable and exposed to be taking 2 versus 1. So if you are making that flank, you have to make sure you get a kill once you get to a situation where you can actually get in a 1 versus 1. Or you send a few people down bottom middle, but as soon as the jig's up, you're then vulnerable to grenades. So it's not the easiest map to try and break out of any sort of setup when the other team does have control, and that's why we see C and B often prioritized as the 2 strongholds.
So if you're trying to break out of a setup and you want to try and control as much of the sandbox as you possibly can, weapons like the Heatwave and indeed the Mangler are going to be pivotal for trying to break those early game setups.
Yeah, and that's why it's good that, Mangler does spawn on that A side as well. So sometimes when you're on the back foot, if you can try to push out a little bit, get that sandbags control, the Mangler's there as a reward, and then you push up a little bit more and maybe you get the Heatwave. The Sniper is also there in the middle of the map, but usually you're not going to be able to get that without being pummeled by people on tower. But once you've got Mangler, once you've got a Heatwave, that's when you can flank. That's when you can get someone who can get down, get in the faces of the other team by flanking around. And as soon as you've got that 1 kill, that's when the rest of the team, they need to push, whether it be through top mid, open field, or down towards camo. It doesn't matter where, as long as you're doing it as a unit. But you can't afford to be flooding out 1 by 1 and just getting constantly hit off spawn and drilled by the other team who are set up. It sounds simple when the setups are actually there, but it's difficult to set up because it's not often you get all 4 down at once and then you have the chance that all 4 of you are up to get in those positions to watch every angle. Instead, a lot of Halo gameplay is reacting to what's currently unfolding in front of you and positioning yourselves in those areas that can get you the most kills or get you the most time. And in a game where it's 2 closely contested teams who will be winning individual fights on both sides, you're not always going to have that perfect setup.
Well, no doubt, that's exactly what we're going to have. 2 closely contested sides as the early engagements go, this time in favor of the lads. 3 dead, Riot's the last man up over towards this sandbags area. Gets a couple of shots traded back and forth between him and Quadios. Ultimately has to escape with his life. Camouflage is going to be up in 10 seconds or so. So although they lose the early engagements and indeed the sniper rifle, which is transferred over towards Septic, let's see what he can do with it. Set up over towards green.
I want to take an angle to see if we can hit a shot from the B area. Decent points scored in the early stages by the lads, so they're the ones who are applying the pressure. That again shows how powerful a starting strategy can be for giving you a significant lead. I mean, 20 points could be quite a lot when it comes to the grand scheme of things, as Septic's been a real nuisance at the moment. They need to try and avoid this sniper rifle, but at the same time, they can't allow to give up too much control, as unfortunately someone from HMCA has dropped as well. So we're going to get another restart, and we'll see what happens there, Shirley.
Well, what we did see is the fight did go down towards B, and this time the lads came out on top, so perhaps something for us to talk about. You do now have that information if you are HMCA, that maybe you can play things a little bit differently if the early engagements didn't go your way.
Yeah, I think that the funny thing is with restarts, and I know it's annoying when it does happen, is you start to learn the starting strategies of the other team, and it becomes a bluff scenario. Are you going to go for the same starting strategy? Are you going to try something a little bit different? You've just learned what they've done in Restart 1, now in Restart 2. Do you go for the trifecta? Do you try and do it and double down on your bluffs, or instead are you going to go for a different strategy? Because it's something that I think we learned a lot, well, back when I used to play in Halo 3, that you can't just have one starting strategy, because then teams start to learn them, if they do their research, which they should, coaches also, they have their job, that's their point to do that research and learn what other teams are going to do. If your starting strategy gets worked out, then you are going to be punished. There'll be some sort of counter for it, and you lose map control, and maybe you could even lose the game because of it as well. So you need to have several different starting strategies. Your in-game leader's got to be there to say, hey, we're going to do starting strategy X, Y, or Z now at this point. Blah, blah, you go here. Dave, you go over there, and let's get the job done. You need to have more than one. Otherwise, you are going to leave yourself a little bit vulnerable to counters.
So series score 0 apiece, but starting strats 1 apiece, it would seem.
Yep.
Off the very start, Dan. So definitely they'll be downloading information all the while. But something we can talk about, touch on a little bit more now, is Rami and his place in this team. Is he now going to be playing for his life here every single series, every single tournament?
Yeah, so I mean, what Jersey's talking about, if you've only just joined us as well, as I said earlier, that I think Rami is potentially on the chopping block from what I've seen in scrims and that tryouts from other players potentially. I mean, it could have just been fill-ins, right? Maybe Rami wasn't available, and maybe I am speculating, and maybe I'm doing the wrong thing here, but it's always going to be talking points about potential team changes when you see that other teams are playing with certain players. Rami is going to be that player who would be next if this team were to make changes, just because he's naturally the kind of weakest when it comes to the slaying department. I've always said that I think he's a pretty good objective player and he's a fantastic in-game leader, but maybe that's not what they need on this roster, or maybe that's not what they feel they need right now. And today, if they were to finish top 6 again, then I'm sure that questions would be asked and maybe some fingers would be pointed. And it might not just be a case of them wanting to get rid of Rami. Rami maybe thinks that he's not right for this team either, and maybe he would like to build a different roster. There's all the different stories that could happen, but right now they need to focus on the fact that they are still a 4. They still need to achieve better than what happened last week, which would be at least minimum top 4. And first of all, it's going to be the lads in their path. And when you look at these 8 players, I mean, these are 8 players who have competed alongside and against each other for years. They know each other inside out when it comes to both in-game things, but also when it comes to their personal life as well. Like they are good friends here or there. So it always does change the dynamic a little bit. And who knows, maybe they're thinking about, oh, maybe that player might be good on our team, or maybe I'd like to team with that. There's been a lot of changes in Europe, Jersey, and yeah, I'm all for sticking with a team, but sometimes, you know, you've tried it, you've tested it, and it just doesn't work.
Yep, everybody's certainly in Europe, early stages here, are doing quite a lot of window shopping, it would seem. Teams are changing all the while. Certainly in the open bracket, it seems to be a bit of a mess, a scramble down there at times. But on the other side of things, a team that did make the change last week was the lads. They've seen instant success, honeymoon period. They finished top 3. So that, you know, goes to maybe show that making team changes can be the right decision at times, Dan.
And they have to do the same thing this week, even though, yeah, okay, they fell to Team Twisted in the winners bracket, which we were like, oh God, maybe, you know, the honeymoon period is over. They went on the losers bracket run last week and they were able to beat teams like Mocket, they were able to beat teams like Quadrant, and then they suddenly were in, you know, top 3 and they were facing up against Na'Vi. So now the next person or next team in their path is HMCA. They didn't play them last week. So maybe HMCA were looking at that bracket saying, oh, I wish we'd got a chance to play the lads. Well, here you are. Here's your opportunity to take them down and regain that top 4 spot and say, you know, you are still here. You are still a team that should be spoke about and should be worried about as we get going for a 3rd time, and we'll see who wins this starting strategy.
No signs of a false start this time, and seems like Act 3 is going to be the one where we're up and running for the good this time. And actually, we're seeing starting strats completely mixed up by both teams, but it's gone the way of HMCA. They're all 4 up and 2 members down for the lads.
Well, HMCA take the lead in this one. Let's hope that every player of the lads stays in the lobby, because otherwise we'll be going to number 4. But it's certainly the points going in favor of HMCA as well as the slays. Camouflage also in the hands of Flux here, as well as the sniper rifle, so he is in a position to do some damage. Just has to be careful. He doesn't want to give up a sniper rifle to the other team.
I like that from him. Gets the initial damage, pops that player down to no shields, realizes his position will be compromised as a result of that. He's going to pop this player's shields. Morgan positioned over towards that open field area. That's going to be a kill for him on the board. Still a little bit of camouflage left to play with as well. Left to try and contend this C. Stronghold ultimately decides not to because it's popped down to no shields. Going to drop the sniper rifle and the camouflage will be burnt out in the meantime. Now A and B in control. Only momentarily though for the lads. This fight goes down towards green.
The 2 Qs moving like a unit. Quadios and Cristola do prioritize B, but C is taken elsewhere. Oh, and somehow Quad doesn't get that kill. I was thinking that was a guaranteed one onto Riots there, but just not quite able to find the head. But this is what the lads consist of, right? 2 separate duos who have come together to see whether it works. You've got Quadios and Cristola, you've got Morga and Septic, and you've got previous teammates as well. I mean, Cristola's teamed with Septic in the past, so it's not like they're not knowing how one another will go when it comes to strategy. So it does seem like they found a really nice blend in this team, but certainly in this game right now, HMCA seem to have their number.
Scoring then, 50 points to 7 in favor of the lads. They're definitely on the back foot here as they do finally take control of A. Lunny's going to lose that fight to Morgan. That could be a big one just to push the lads out now, start to express themselves on the map. Going to see another camouflage now, but Morgan has been caught with his pants down. Ramirez is going to pick that one up, scoop it into his chest, and see what he can do with it now. Attention's turned to C.
Camouflage and assault rifle. This is about as disgusting as it gets. If I'm on the opposition team, I lose respect for my teammate, but Ramirez has been spotted out. A snake in the grass, gets taken down and gets chopped apart, so it didn't quite work out for him, but he did give a lot of information to the rest of the team at the very least.
You can see what he was trying to do, just contest that. Just enough for his teammates to get touch tight with him. Unfortunately, timing would not allow that. Assault rifle, though, this time picked up by Flux. They're seeing that their HMCA are certainly starting to prioritize scavenging some of those weapons on the map. He drops down towards back tower, now being contested just a little bit, opting to prioritize staying alive, whilst this triple cap is still in this fullest effect, and they're getting maximum points here against the lads.
The lads on a spawn cycle as well. Cristola, you saw there, just spawning on his own. Finally, all 4 of them are up because Cristola was able to take that fight, but now he's going to be vulnerable to top middle. You've got to be really careful about where you position yourselves in Garage because you are always exposed to certain angles. Morga's going to get taken down. Flux doing really well at moving around the map to get those frags and join his team at the moment. And HMCA, they're really dominating. The lads just can't keep up with the pace, and this is something we saw what happened earlier in the tournament. Lads were struggling against Team Twisted. They were struggling with the pace. They were struggling at actually sticking as a 3 or a 4. Because of that, they weren't able to get the points on the board.
It's so difficult mentally, Dan, right? You're losing so many points. You're in a triple cap. Naturally, you want to jump in the quickest stronghold you can and try and claw back some of those points, stop the bleeding. We say it time and time again. But ultimately, what that means is the other team knows exactly where you're going to be standing while you're trying to transition that into your favor.
And you've got to not desperate it as well. I mean, it's all well and good saying, yes, okay, I need to get in the stronghold, but you have to wait for your team to spawn. And if you as an individual see that 3 of your teammates are down, but you're up, and you still go and stand in a stronghold, you're giving all away that information. As you say, you're going to be dead. You're going to be leaving your team in a 3 versus 4 then. It just takes a little bit of patience and a thought process of how am I actually going to get back into this game with my team? And sometimes you need an IGL. You need someone who is going to step up, give that information, and at least give some direction to a team.
Morga then expertly baited by the lads on HMCA just to secure that camouflage in their favor. They did lose 2 members in the process of trying to pick it up, and they might lose furthermore as Flux and Lunny are in the respawn screen waiting to join back up. Body shots coming all the while. A still in control of HMCA, but the lads have control of B and C for now. Seeing the collapse come through, Lunny's caught back A, and he's got to just about be able to play his life with Morgan being the man to fall this time around. Quadios then in a scrap here for this A stronghold. He comes out on top. That could be big for them to make sure that they maintain this triple cap. B starting to transition now over towards HMCA, but we're starting to see the lads score some points and show signs of life.
Flux with his back against the wall, just him in a heat wave on his own, but will eventually get flanked by Morga, and the lads putting some good points on the board, as you say, and that's going to then ask questions of HMCA. How do they react when they're suddenly pinned back and they're stuck in this spawn cycle? And it looks like at the moment, not so well. Another triple cap going to go in favor of the lads. C is going to be the priority for HMCA, but are they going to leave themselves vulnerable to this spawn cycle where the lads can just consistently pin them at one side, kill them, take the stronghold back off of them, and then transition, go to the other side, do the same again?
Morgan playing patiently then. They've only got 1 member in. Is he going to be able to get this kill? Yes, he will. Manages to just about secure another with the help of a teammate. A 2v2 split, but now 3 dead. Riot's the last man alive, but he has been able to control B, and now it turns his attention towards A. They're starting to rotate and trying to take control. Interesting to see 3 members go down for HMCA, but they might just yet get themselves 2 strongholds.
Well, they split there. They sent, of course, 3 members were in C, and then 1 went towards B, and they did take B. You do leave yourself in a situation where if your whole team goes down at C, then you could be pinched and be flooded, but Ramirez has held himself really well over towards the B stronghold. He's been able to take down a couple of players over there, which was extremely important. If he had gone down, that could have been, you know, the lads right back into this game, confidence flowing through their veins, and they maybe could have taken the lead. But instead, HMCA are now scoring once more. And because of the advantage they were able to gain in the early stages, this is still quite a big deficit.
Speaking of confidence flowing through the veins, we're seeing Flux more than one occasion now with using that sniper rifle and being really effective for his team in terms of slays. Dan, 14 kills to 7. He's having a good game, his Hams. And we're seeing Strongholds get changed back and forth all the while. 2 in favor momentarily, though. It's being contested now over towards A, and they will lose that, and Flux will, of course, also lose his life. 2 Strongholds now in favor of the lads. 173 to 132 in favor of HMCA, but this game's back and forth.
All it takes is just one more period of control, though, you feel, for HMCA. If they get triple caps again, then maybe the lads will just be too far behind to get back into it. But it's never over till it's over. And that's what I love about Strongholds in Halo Infinite, is that you can have those crazy comebacks, even if one team's on 249. And remember, it's first to 250. HMCA were still scoring, but now the lads are starting to put some points on the board themselves. And look at C and A both being fought for here. Huge 1v1s or 2v1s that are happening. A hasn't quite been taken by HMCA. If they don't win that and they allow this trip cap to go in favor of the lads here and still be held, there's going to be a lot of points they're going to be losing.
This game mode between these two teams right now is very scrambly, very hectic. Neither team really able to dictate the pace of the game for any extended periods of time. They get control for a little while and then flip back and forth. We've seen this kill now. Septic picking up that one onto Ramirez. Flux answers back in the kill feed onto Cristola. That's going to leave him vulnerable over towards Nest, which Septic says thank you very much and secures that kill for his team. 2 members down apiece. Make that remaining 2, but Camouflage in control of Quadios. He's got the Mangler as well. Not going to be able to get close to get that beat down, but he will be able to do just enough to be a distraction. They're going to turn that straight back into their attention now. B and C will be in control of the lads, but for how long as the collapse starts to come through? 2 members down for HMCA. They're spawning towards A. If they can keep them here and start to pinch.
It's the first time we've seen the lads ahead as well. They've been behind the whole game. They were behind by a significant amount, but now they've had a decent amount of control where they've been able to really pin HMCA back. There's so many letters in that name, I get confused. I might as well just say the whole alphabet next time. With A and C in control, at least HMCA have stopped this bleeding ever so slightly. My worry is that the lads just seem to have heated up a little bit here. They're winning their individual fights. They're moving in packs and running really well as a 2. It's quite often Cristola with Quadios and Morgan with Septic, as to be expected. And now with the sniper rifle also going in their hands, is there enough goodies for them to maybe close out this game?
Let's take a look then at what Septic can do with one of those goodies. Sniper rifle in his back pocket as he pulls it out now and starts to try and wobble some wigs. He takes that player down to no shield. It's going to be Riot, who ultimately gets taken down by the duo in Morgan. 2 members dead momentarily, then Ramirez and Riot. Another player popped down to no shield. Septic not quite finding the face, but he's doing enough to hit the bodies. C-spawns come through again. Ramirez going to lose his shields. Also, it's going to be Riot's 2 members go down. Septic is popping off at the end of this game to secure game 1 in the lads' favor.
Septic has just gone massive with the sniper rifle. I said it could change things, and if you want anyone on this roster to have the sniper, it's going to be Septic. He changed his name back from Robson. He's back to Septic again, and maybe that's why he's hitting his shots. Just, as you say, only body shots, but that's all you need. As long as you've got someone to clean them up, or you're in a position to clean them up as well, and you're going to be in such a decent spot. I mean, he shouldn't have been able to get that double at the end, even with both of the shots of the sniper connecting. You'd imagine those 2 players would have been able to combine, but he was being a sneaky little beaver, able to just be able to maneuver his way around the box. But you look at the slays, I mean, when it's the slay department, I think actually maybe we saw HMCA ever so slightly get the advantage on that one. I mean, Flux went, what, +4, right? It's gone +5, Lunny's gone -2, Andy, unfortunately, Ramirez has gone -7 there. On the other side, when you look at what's happening for the lads roster, Morgan's gone neg, Septic's gone negative, Cristola's even, and Quadios is the only player who's gone positive. So you'd say the slays have maybe gone in favor of the HMCA roster, but just not able to hold on to those strongholds. A little bit more control for the side of the lads.
Damage painting a very clear picture as well. Septic, the only player in the lobby to push over that 5k damage mark, and Ramirez also going -7, but also being the least person to be able to output damage with just over 3k. So definitely struggling in game 1. They had a big lead, did HMCA, but towards the end of the game, Septic popping off along with Morgan as well. We didn't expect to see such a disparity towards the end game, but they ended up winning by over 50 points. And did you see that coming, the way the early exchanges were panning out that?
No, I mean, HMCA were up by 120, and usually in Strongholds, like, that is a significant difference where it's very difficult for a team that's coming back from. I was thinking that the lads would crumble. I said that, you know, historically, there are players who I do think crumble under that pressure, but maybe it seems like that is going to be a thing of the past, which is good. That's what you've got to do as a team, is you've got to trust one another. You've got to be confident in your teammates that you're not just going to fall apart and lose a series or lose a game. And it's going to be the lads going 1-0 up. Remember, it's a best of 3. So we move into Aquarius Slayer. Now, this is typically another strong game type for HMCA. They won it twice last week in the broadcast, and the lads, they won it twice as well. So again, I think it's going to be closely contested. It's going to be about the power-up. It's going to be about the camouflage going in favor of one of the teams, who can prioritize it, who's going to be able to anchor that little bit better and emit that damage, output that damage to help the rest of the team. You mentioned Ramirez struggling a little bit when he compared to his team in terms of damage and slaying departments, but then you look at his playstyle and what he tried to achieve. When he had camouflage and assault rifle, for example, many players would have just gone for a kill or gone for a couple of kills. He instead tried to make a play to survive, contest, and allow the team to get to him. And it's great being a team player, and that can really pay off in certain instances, but how many times can you do that without being punished, right? It just seemed like it went in favor of the other team because he wasn't able to get any damage. Instead, he tried to turn away, tried to survive, died, and did nothing with the camouflage apart from just bide a little bit of time. And yeah, okay, his team got there, but they were in a 3 versus 4 when they arrived. Anyway, Aquarius Slayer is going to be game number 2. Excited for this one.
And here it is, rocking and rolling. There's no time for respite. We're going straight back into this thing. Our 3rd seed and the lads up against our 6th in HMCA. They're already up by 1 game. If they manage to do it here, they will punch their ticket to round 5. And unfortunately, that'll be the end of HMCA's tournament. But it definitely showed signs of life, did HMCA, in that Strongholds game. They did turn it now into actual wins on the board. This engagement's going to go down. Lunny with the camouflage, make sure he gets the better of Septic, who had a really impressive end game. Cristola picks up 2 in the feed, though, and it's 3 members positioned of the lads over towards its fridge area. It's going to be a 4-man push, it would seem, towards P-side.
The lads really sticking together, and I think maybe they're taking a page out of the Book of Ascend, just moving as a unit, being there just as a firing squad and ready for anyone, whereas HMCA at the moment, a couple of individuals caught on their own and caught by this wolf pack that the lads have been able to achieve, but it's still only 7-6, so it's not like the lads have got a massive advantage here. It's only a 1 kill difference between the 2 teams, and I think this is going to go back and forth. I think you've got to be careful. You've got to make sure every death counts here, and what I mean by that is if you are getting shot and you don't think you can win that fight, stay alive. Get to a position where your teammate can really help you.
First deaths then going to go the way of the lads, as Quadios and Morga unfortunately are eliminated. They will be back very shortly. Septic will join them, but Lux and Lunny on the other side also faded to the black. Double kill for Riots. He's starting to heat up here. Can he get this big kill? Yes, he can! To turn it into a triple kill. And Big Daddy Riots is starting to show up big.
Just spinning in circles as well, hoping that he can dodge the bullets that were coming his way. Didn't really know where the player was shooting him from, but in the end, a teammate came to his rescue, and you need big plays like that from a player like Riot. I've always said he has got a fantastic BR. He can win those individual fights, but he can also do this. He can position himself as an anchor. He can do a little bit of everything, this player. Has to try and make sure, though, that he's communicating to the rest of the team to say where the spawns are going to be, because they've got a 3-kill advantage now. This is where you really want to pin the lads back and make them work. Make them work to get back into the game.
Can you work it then? Flux, unfortunately, is going to fall, and that's going to open the door now for Septic with the camouflage position towards bottom middle to start getting ideas of grandeur. Turns his attentions over towards Fridge. Gonna ping Lunny in the front base. Wait until he's all the way exposed. Unfortunately, 2 members of HMCA on hand to bail Lunny out of a jam. It's gonna be that man once again. Riot turning 1 into 2.
He's always looking for more as well. Just spotting out, venturing. He's the scout at the moment, but he's also the assassin. And I'd be really worried if I started to see Riots heating up on the other side. And the lads eventually do shut him down, but they're 5 kills behind now, and this deficit is slowly growing more and more. Ramirez does pile himself onto Cristola, hoping that Lunny would be there to clean up the pieces, but Lunny actually getting taken out by Septic. So even though HMCA trying to move it as a 2 there, the lads got their number.
Not quite checkmate, though. 18 kills to 21 in favor of HMCA. Just seeing a little bit of turtle action here, though. It's not going to be of the Teenage Mutant Ninja variety. Quadios and Morg are going to fall during this push. Chris, though, makes sure He can secure at least one more kill for his team as he puts pressure on this base. Gonna come face to face though with Riot's and Flux, and that's not gonna be a recipe for success. Running straight into his death, as has Septic. Might be one more here in the shape of Morgan, and is expertly playing his life was Riot's for a moment, as he does ultimately fall, but the damage done in their favor. 26-23 now, a 3-kill lead.
One of the signs and one of the examples of why you can't always rush and push for a kill, because you never really know what's round the corner. Of course, you can be confident in your own ability, but if he had just waited there a little bit, Cristola, maybe waited for some information, backed off, might have been able to play his life a little bit better. Of course, hindsight is always going to be a thing. I'm sure looking back at that one, he would love to have it back and love to try and make sure one of these kills went in his favor rather than HMCA's, who have made this a 6-kill advantage. And this has been a frantic game. There's not been too much structure from either team, it has to be said. It's kind of been a little bit of a free-for-all. Teams just running around, getting the kills. Hasn't been maybe spawn traps as such, or at least it doesn't look that way from the flipped POVs that we've had.
Camouflage then in the chest of Riots. Can he do more than his counterpart in Septic did last time around? Gonna be face to face with a fight here, and somehow he's gotten behind to get a back smack in this one life alone. Riots has gotten another 3 kills. He's on 15 kills for the game already, Dan. Someone put a stop to this man.
Plus 10. This is what you want. You need someone on the roster to step up and get the Slays in these game types. Slayers are difficult to play, but when you've got someone perfect in time and time again and they're on fire, then it is even more difficult to play against a team that have a player that possesses this kind of ability. Very impressed with what Riot's has done. If this is a way to answer back to kind of going 1-0 down, then I'm very excited for what could come in game number 3 if we get there. And at the moment, it looks like we might.
A 9-kill advantage then in favor of HMCA. Riot's leading the charge here with 16 kills and only 4 deaths to his name. Make that another one, 17. I would not put it past this man to push 20 kills plus, and a big fight goes down with Morgan. I almost seen a reversal come through there with 2 members of the lads trying to turn their attentions towards him, and that's ultimately what it took, 2 to take him down.
He's making every life count, isn't he, Riot? He's doing as much damage as he can, even though he knew he was going to die then from behind. He was like, well, if I'm going to go down, I want to try and take someone with me. And really is prioritizing his rescue very successfully. Morgan, though, does get a double kill and maybe a chance for the lads to get back into this game. 36-40, so a 4-kill gap between the two. And the speed of which the lads are moving around this map, they really want to find these remaining players. Ramirez is one of them. 41-38, this game's not over.
Morgan's killing spree finally put to an end after the 6th kill. And the 6th time of asking. Quadios has this camouflage. He's behind this player positioned over towards Engine as well, and that's going to mean he takes down Lunny. Riot's answers back in the kill feed once more, though. Pushes his total to 18 for the game. Quadios all out of camouflage now, but definitely in a position to help his teammates positioned over towards front base, but kills go back and forth. 3 dead apiece. Riot and Cristola, the last 2 men left alive on the map. They'll live to back down now. They're going to fight another day. 3 kills, the difference now between these 2 teams, but we're seeing HMCA just turtling up a small bit.
And that's because the lads have got back into this game, right? They were down by 10, now they're only down by 2, and because of that, HMCA are panicking a little bit. They did turtle up, but now they're pushing out. But if they don't make these kills count, if they don't finish off these frags, then suddenly the lads are back into this game, 46-45, and HMCA, are they going to let this one and this series slip through their fingers? 46-46 now, it's all tied up.
All tied up then. What can Septic do to mount this comeback, as they've already gotten themselves back level now and momentum definitely in their favor. Positioned over towards this closet area. And a standoff now, it would seem, for the first time in the series between both these teams, knowing how important this next kill is going to be. How important this next camouflage could be, Dan. The way this game shapes out. 2 kills, though. Quadio, Sam Morgan picking up 2. They only need another 2. Both members of HMCA positioned over towards this lockers area. They're going to lose 1 more. Make that 2. And somehow, someway, the lads come back to make this a 2-0 sweep. 50-46 in their favor. But what a game despite Riot's actions.
HMCA top 6 again. The lads move on to top 4. Riot had 19 kills but still couldn't win the game. And I think that spells trouble for this roster. I don't want to encourage changes. I want them to stick together. I just want to make that known, but I know full well that they're not going to be happy with 2 back-to-back top 6s regardless of whether it's online The lads, after dropping out from winners bracket in winners bracket round 1, find themselves now at top 4, where they potentially get another matchup with Quadrant, who they beat last week. But what a comeback. I mean, Jesus Christ, they were 10 down. It looked like it was game over. I was thinking about a game 3 already. Riots was popping, he was flowing, he was feeling everything he could. It was like an R&B song at one point. But unfortunately, the rest of the lads just seemed to pin the entire HMCA roster back into a base time and time again. They turtled up, they started to get nervous, they recognized the lads were coming back. And because of that, it just handed them a ticket back into the game. And then that one opening kill that they got at 46-46, the way that the lads all flooded to ensure they picked up the second, then the third, then the fourth, they capitalized on their advantages. And I'm very impressed with how they just came back into that game. Especially, Jersey, considering I said they're a team who crumble under the pressure, they very much demonstrated that that is a thing of the past now.
Yeah, definitely showing some signs of improvement there, the lads. But the Riots is a big man. He's got Giant's blood, I would wager. But not enough. His back's not big enough to fit 3 people in his backpack. This time, they're going to fall by the wayside despite his best efforts. But let's talk about the lads and showing resilience and mental fortitude there, Dan. Just to clutch up at the right times and knowing that that never say die attitude came to the fore here. 50-46, confirmation of that Slayer. 2-0 sweep, but it wasn't comfortable at times.
I was thinking the honeymoon phase was over earlier for the lads when they lost to Team Twisted in the winners bracket round 1, and the comms were a little bit deflated. I was watching their streams, and I think it was Quadios who was like, I'm going to watch back the game, see what I did wrong. And it was Morga's brother, the coach, Morga 2. He said, forget about it. Don't watch it back. We don't want to focus on what we've done wrong so far. Like, watching back that game is not going to help us for the rest of this tournament. Let's think about positives. Let's focus on what we were able to achieve last week. And certainly last week, they got the top 3. They were feeling it, and it looks like maybe they're going to have a chance to do it again here in this week as they potentially go up against either Quadrant or Mocket in the next round. But Lottie and Shyway were watching in the wings, and what a comeback that was, Lottie. I was very impressed, and I'm sure you were as well.
I was indeed. I've got to say, I didn't actually expect it to go that way whatsoever. I think watching Riots kind of pop off like that, and I think we all know that when you have a player who is feeling themselves and they're popping off and they're not looking like they're slowing down, you know, it's kind of a little bit of a danger zone for the opposition. But like you kind of explained, Gaskin and Jersey, you know, they kind of turtled up a little bit. They actually had themselves in a corner, and the lads fed into that. They were able to push back on them and get all of their 1v1s. And at certain points, I actually saw them kind of couple up a little bit and push around the map. And that's where we saw kind of those double kills coming in to finish off the game. You know, we weren't on POVs where we were seeing the winning kills happening because they were happening in unison. Overall, Shyway, what did you make of the end of that game? And what was the turning point, the swing point for you in that Slayer?
Well, let me just say the whole series, first of all, tragedy. What a tragedy that series was, because HMCA, they were dominating both game 1 and game 2, and the lads turned it around and won both times. Game 1, to begin, Septic started 2-10. Not sure if you guys saw that, but he was super negative the whole game. He was, I think he was 8-16 at one point, trying to pick it up, and then towards the end, he started to slow down. He was controlling C Tower, picked up a couple kills, and then he grabbed the snipe. Next thing you know, the dude has 16 kills. So I think Septic was a big part of the reason why they managed to come back in that game. He picked it up, he got his slays. And the same type of thing happened in game 2, where Riots is popping off. The dude on top of, I don't know if he's Irish. He's probably not Irish, but he's got the luck of the Irish, because the man was making big plays, but he was also getting lucky as hell. Did you see him with the camo back up? And then I think it was Septic who whiffed the melee. He got a free backspec, so everything was just going in his favor. And I think they got complacent at the end is what happened, because they let Quad walk away with a heat wave and a camo combination, and he used that to start to disrupt things on top of the end setup we had. That two, how do I even describe it? I think it was really just a flank that came in, right? Both teams were kind of positioned on each side of the map, and someone flanked from underneath and pinched, and it's a risky play, but if you pull it off, everything kind of breaks and disrupts. So I mean, tragic series is all I can say.
Yeah, it was a tragedy for sure.
I think what we've seen was a bit of a standoff, both teams knowing how big this next game, that game was going to be. And what we've seen was, you know, the HMCA boys turtling up in their base. And what that does is hands the impotence over to the lads. They can pick and choose their moments now. The whole map is theirs, and they can choose when to go and when to stay. And ultimately, they turned the screw, and the Slayers kept going in their favor.
You take the risk at bad positioning for a better angle and hope it works, right? Because that's kind of the gamble they played, right? I think it was a bottom mid play that opened things up for lads at the end.
Yeah, I honestly, it really did. And I think at one point as well, in the kind of final moments there, I saw somebody from HMCA kind of push up towards the closet and actually would have had a pretty decent angle for a 1v1 there against the lads. But it just kind of, they backed off. I guess they were kind of nervous about numbers wise and who they were fighting. But maybe if they went in twos and kind of battled duos there, they might have had a better rotation through and potentially a better angle to maybe even get a flank off at some point, which might have aided in numbers. But honestly, you could probably roll that tape 100 times, look at it at different angles, where at the end of the day the lads were just playing better Halo Infinite there, and unfortunately it just didn't happen this time around for HMCA. Gaskin, really quickly before we head to break, where do you see things going now for HMCA? Top 6 twice, they're not going to be happy. You kind of mentioned the fact that they might be thinking about a team change. What do they need to do at this point? What are they missing?
Confidence. I think that at the end of that game spoke volumes. You had two teams at 46-46. One team, HMCA, who sat back and they waited, and the other team, the lads, who were in the ascendancy, who were feeling confident, they got top 3 last week, said, let's make a play. They made a play and they were rewarded for it. Yeah, okay, it's risk and reward. It could have gone wrong, but it didn't. They took the initiative. They took the game to HMCA, and because of that, they find themselves in top 4, whereas HMCA are in top 6. Where do HMCA go from here? Well, they're still an unsigned roster. They've already made one change. There's potential for another change, certainly on the horizon. I don't want to see it. I'm always an advocate for sticking together and working through the hard times, but you've got to accept that sometimes those hard times just get too difficult, and maybe it does need to be a different player to try and shake things up, because that's now 2 weeks in a row top 6, and these are not top 6 players. I mean, you saw that performance from Riot. Like, he's not a top 6 European player, in my opinion. He's top 3 material, if not higher. His ceiling is so big. I mean, he touches the ceiling quite literally as well in every room, because he's about 6'9". But it's a shame to see any team, but some teams have got to lose, right? And I'm also very happy for the lads, because they had a difficult start to this tournament, but it seems like they've been able to come back into things. They've got top 4 and they've got another chance for top 3.
They definitely do. Well, it's a phenomenal performance from the lads, an unfortunate situation for HMCA. We'll have to find out exactly what happens to this roster, where they go from here. But we're heading to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we do have our winners finals ready to go. It's going to be Ascend versus Na'Vi. This is a big match, people. You don't want to miss this. So we'll see you right after this.
this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans.
To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster luck. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the EU Pro Series. We're into week 2 here at the HCS, and just before the break, the lads managed to 2-0 HMCA, knocking them out at another top 6 finish. They're not going to be too happy about that one. But an incredible performance from the lads overall. First of all, live fire Strongholds taking the map by charge here. And it was pretty back and forth, keeping it fairly close here. But unfortunately, the control was way too much for HMCA, to make sure that they could keep this one on lockdown. And then heading into Aquarius Slayer as well. A very close game. And actually a huge comeback from the lads, even though Riots was really popping off here, getting a bunch of kills for his team. The lads just seemed to be able to have them in a corner, taking them out one by one. And look, that was all she wrote. 2-0 knocked out. And look, it's going to happen. You're in the elimination bracket. There's no more safety net there. So HMCA, some changes being made, whether that's roster or whether that's just internally in terms of their gameplay. They're going to definitely be going back to the board and working things out as a team. But we do have a match coming up, and it's our women's final. Gaskin, Ascend versus Na'Vi. Really, it was our grand finals last week. A huge game, but Na'Vi just really couldn't touch the sides of Ascend whatsoever. They really couldn't rock the boat. I kind of mentioned it last week. It wasn't exactly a stomp, but it wasn't close either. Talk to me about Na'Vi. We've talked a lot about Ascend recently, but Na'Vi, where are they at right now in terms of a team, in terms of their progress? Are you happy with how they're kind of growing within Halo Infinite?
They're in this weird spot where they were the best placing team in Rally from Europe, so they're going to be on a high. They were first seed coming into the Pro Series, but then lost to Ascend again, as they have done. Well, I guess they've never lost to Ascend prior to last week. They were always losing to Quadrant, but then they get to their first ever grand final, and because of their seeding, they faced Ascend in the winners bracket finals. They lost that one 3-0, and then they lose the grand finals 3-0 as well. They didn't even take one game off of Ascend last week. So what I want to see from them today is closing that gap a little bit, managing to get a couple of maps here or there. Maybe they won't win the series, maybe they will, but certainly this Na'Vi roster, they know how they want to play the game. I think they play it a very different way to Ascend. I think they are far more structured. They like to play more traditional Halo, kind of old school classic Halo with their positioning, taking angles, waiting for the other team to come to them. Whereas Ascend are very fast paced, as we've spoken about, will kind of fly at you. And these two playstyles can sometimes clash, and usually it's the quicker playstyle that comes out on top. So maybe Na'Vi, they need a response. Maybe they need some pace of their own. look towards players like Respectful, for example, to be getting in the face of Ascend, just as Ascend are going to try to do to them.
Yeah, I think you make a really, really great point there in terms of the playstyle and clashing. And you're right about the classic Halo playstyle coming in from Na'Vi and the slower pace there. And Shurzy, looking at that and that playstyle, we kind of saw an Ascend roster that really had their number last time. They were reading Na'Vi like a book. They were one step ahead of them, if not 3 steps ahead of them at times, and really just took over control of the map because of that pacing problem. Na'Vi right now, do you see them being able to adjust to that, being able to become a bit more unpredictable, make these mid-game adjustments so that, Ascend really don't know what they're going to be doing?
I think last week what we've seen was very much a curb stomp by Ascend, putting down a real stamp of saying, listen, you might have been top seed at Rally, but we're going to show you exactly why you're not the best team in Europe. And that's what we've seen. I think Na'Vi are making improvements, but they're very, very slow week on week. Is it quick enough for them and their high standards? I'm not so sure. They'll be definitely very frustrated with how these games are going, but in the back of their minds, they'll always know that, okay, this is online, but it only really matters when it comes to Kansas, when it comes to Valencia.
Yeah, indeed. And look, Shai, I'm going to ask you some realness over here and be real with me, because, I'm kind of almost talking about Ascend last week, right, against Na'Vi, and they were just all over them. Ascend is different this week. Ascend are way more confident this week. I mean, unbelievably so. So really, Na'Vi right now are going to have to step up in not just a big way to meet the Ascend that they met last week, but to meet the Ascend of this week. The confidence, the pace, the speed that they're coming at them, it's just unbelievable amounts. So Na'Vi right now for you, what are their chances? How do you see this kind of going, especially with potentially the series layout, which we'll see in a moment?
Well, they got to step up huge, and not only for themselves, for the sake of all of our entertainment, because what we just saw with Quadrant was the fastest series I think I've seen in the last 4 weeks. It was insane, and I only expect it to continue. That's my worry. Is I feel like Ascend is the perfect counter to Na'Vi in their playstyle. Na'Vi are an objective, efficient team first, and Slayer second. Ascend, they slay like crazy. They just slay everything, and they happen to be objective efficient because they killed everything on the map. There's nothing to worry about after that, right? You can control it easily. So that's my worry. Is I think they're so fast, they're so confident that Na'Vi just doesn't know how to deal with it. And even if you're objective efficient, if you're not getting your kills, if you can't keep up in the slays, it's not going to matter. So I mean, I'm looking to see Jimbo and Respectful pop off as kind of the front runners, but Kimbo as well. Kimbo is generally a slower paced, more classic Halo kind of oriented player. He's got a great shot, great at positioning, but he's going to have to find a way to fight toe and toe, right? Because Legend's going to be in your face. Shady, they're going to be curb sliding right up at you. So, give us a show. We'll see.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, just talking about that pacing, because I think this is really what the series comes down to, is kind of how both teams work it out and duke it out with each other in terms of their playstyles and pacing. And Gaskin, Na'Vi, what kind of thing do you want to see coming out of the gates, with the starting strats? Do they need to really get ahead here of Ascend so that Ascend are constantly working for that control once again?
I mean, it would be great if we could throw the series layout up again. I can talk over what they need to do in the early stages of each maps, but certainly starting strategies have been a weakness for Ascend, and if we're going to be kicking things off on oddball streets here, clearly you need to be prioritizing rockets. We know that every starting strategy is going to be about getting those rockets, maybe getting that shotgun as well, getting the Bulldog online, and that can be done in one of 2 ways. You can either go for the mad dash for the rockets, kind of pushing yourself through tires or through L and saying, I'm just going to send it onto tires and hope that the rest of my team is there to cover me, or you can go for the height advantage play of controlling the map, hope to slay the other team out whilst they try and grab rockets, and then you just pick up all the pieces once you've gone for the kill. Ascend, they have been slow out of the blocks in certain game types, and if Na'Vi can get control of the rockets, get this oddball and a position early, get that towards tower, then I think they can win this game type. They definitely have what it takes to beat Ascend in maps. I don't think that's going to be out of reach for them. What I worry is if this ball transitions over towards the station side, where it becomes a little bit more scrappy and it's far more fast-paced, and off spawn you're constantly flying to the other side of the map, I think that would benefit Ascend. So if I'm Na'Vi, I want them to prioritize tower side for their ball setups and try and keep that ball away from station.
Yeah, indeed. And we also do have Bizarre CTF once again that we saw in the grand finals on that series late at the moment. Shurzy, again, Ascend just kind of taking over here, but we did see a cap come through here from Na'Vi as well. Talk to me about what you saw last week from Na'Vi and their side of their objective efficiency. Oh, actually, do you know what, Shurzy? I have just been told the game is ready, and I am so sorry, but I am going to come back to you.
Give it to me.
I'm going to take it, man. Just take it.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Shy away, something that Lottie brought up there was actually a really interesting point. Is that she said,
I was going to say, just continue.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually going to she made a point earlier on by saying, Navi are improving, but so are Ascend, and you're trying to match the pace, but the problem is Ascend keep moving the goalpost, because as much as Navi keep on improving, Ascend are doing it too.
Yeah, it's in the team name. I mean, I can't.
Yeah,
dude, why would I even go there? They're ascending.
We're here now.
We're here now. So here's my worry, Scherzi, is the first map in this layout is streets. What happened last time we had streets in the layout? It was 50-23 in Slayers. Not only was it a stake, it was oppressive. It was, for some reason, Ascend went out of their way to, do we say teabag on broadcast, or we say body?
You've done it. You've done it now.
I've done it now.
They
were bagging. They were bagging. They had no shame whatsoever. The whole team, they were shooting logos. They were like, it was mean. It was ruthless, right? So It wasn't just a beatdown. It was a slaughter. And that was Streets last time. Well, welcome back to Streets this week. What's going to change? That's my worry.
Well, they were bagging and fragging last week, shooting team logos as well. Will we see a similar story here? Only time will tell, as Shady positions himself over towards palm trees. Opening engagements going in favor. 3 members down for Navi. 2 Foxy left alive under tires, but he's also going to fall. Shady picking up ball as well as a kill. Time in favor of Ascend.
Slim Shady coming in here. Please stand up. I don't know where I wanted to go with that, Jersey, but the man's making plays, and maybe there'll be another opportunity for me to bring that one up. Either way, looks like he will get shut down early on by Jimbo with 2. Jimbo with 3. Ooh. That's what you want to see out of Jimbo to kick it off, just to counter them immediately. He's got to put a lot more of that together, though. Of course, only just getting started.
Jimbo telling the real Shady to sit back down. Triple kill, locked and loaded. 2 Foxy picks up the ball. He's going to start scoring points. Shady in the respawn screen as well, waiting to rejoin his team, as is Jimbo. But they've got to set up now back station. I'm going to see a little bit of help coming through, but unfortunately he has fumbled the ball out towards that front station area. That's going to be a little bit difficult to scoop up and retrieve.
I think Gaskin warned against setting up in station, so we'll see if they can rotate the ball out. They do still have it here. So far, so good, though. 10 seconds and counting until, out of nowhere, Shady slips in and picks up a couple kills. Where did this man come from? He's going to... almost takes a triple. He'll get that ball back, and well-earned. Look at the combo this man has, too. I think he's got both the stalker and the shotgun. Does he share? I don't even think he wants to share it.
Nope. Shady, far too greedy to split some of those resources. He wants it all for himself. Bulldog in the back pocket if it gets a little bit hairy, and if he has to let it off the leash. 2 Foxy's going to try and be the furthest man to advance. He's going to take down Snipe Drone, positioned over towards ATM. Kimbo also coming through with the collapse. But Shady's going to recognize that immediately. Backstab, Bulldog. 2 barks and a double kill. Legend still has the ball. They're still scoring.
This man is decked out, by the way. 4 thrusts. He's got the stalker, the shotgun. He's got everything he could ever need, and they have to come to him. This is beautiful. I mean, just hold on to position. Sika already with 1 in the feet. Just going to continue to be elusive, take full advantage of the thrust here, and that's the beauty of all these weapons on the map. I mean, what do? Ideally hit your shots, but still advantage in trades, 50 points in counting. Navi, they need an answer. They need it quick.
The issue is the kills are coming through. We're going to see Legend take down 2 Foxy. He's also going to donate rocket launcher. In the meantime, over towards that station area, have we seen somebody pick it up? Balls being dropped. I think we've seen a rocket get fired as well. Slay is going in favor of Ascend once more. There is that rocket launcher in the chamber. 1 to play with here, and Jim immediately backs down, recognizing rockets are pushing over towards him. 2 Foxy's going to take down Snipe Drone, but ultimately loses life in a trade for trade. 2 members up now for Ascend, and here comes the Navi push.
I mean, all I can say is, could you have predicted any other result? Thankfully, they stopped the bleeding just a little bit here, but 71 points, what a blow to the confidence early on. They need weapons, is really just the story that we've seen so far. They got to control rockets, control that next shotgun spawn, and things seem to be cooking, though, at the very least. You got 2 Foxy with 1 on the feet, a little bit of pressure, coordination, but a pinch, and pressure coming up through that driveway. They better watch out. You can see Respectful under trouble here. So what can Jimbo do to get in between it? He'll take a huge piv. Ooh. And there's the answer you like to see. Perfect shot set at him. He's got to do that a little more.
Jimbo starting to hit his shots. Unfortunately, teammates falling around him. Respectful going to be the victim of a back whack there. Unaware of his surroundings, and the Frenchman lurking in the wings just to catch him unawares. Jimbo on the beast stairs once more. Got 2 Foxy in tow, and those 2 going to combine.
my, Shady. Just looking for the weapons, right? He will drop that out front. Opportunity for someone to pick it up, but bit scrappy at this point. Trades going out left and right here. Ball in hand, and maybe an opportunity for Na'Vi. You can see they look to rotate the ball up to the top of the map, a more ideal position. And with the rockets, you could bait it pretty effectively as well. Foxy just going to wait patiently. And I think Ascend is aware of it too. They don't want to get too close. They know something's up. What's up is the ceiling. The man just killed himself with... Oh, man, there's still one in the chamber too. What a blunder. This is brutal. They don't see it, though, thankfully. At least Na'Vi can maybe go back.
Foxy trying to make a few renovations on the map as he's really angry with that wall. Tries to kill it with the rockets. Unfortunately, loses his life in the process, and like Shyway alludes to, they're not going to be aware of where those rockets are positioned. 2 members down, though, and 4 seconds required here to close out round 1 of our winners round 4 finals here. Only needing 4 more seconds to close out round 1. They've looked very, very good, despite Na'Vi in patches playing very well.
Jersey, I gotta say, Halo's floaty jump has to be like simultaneously the coolest and most hilarious mechanic in this game, right? Because it leads to absolute tragedy. And is it a tragedy they can even recover from at this point? 99 and counting, they'll close out that first round, so Ascend will walk away. And the one opportunity I think Na'Vi had was just, on the back of that rocket launcher that just didn't pull through. So Na'Vi, hopefully they can regain. They still got a chance.
Na'Vi's history against Ascend can all be pointed to. The perfect picture was Foxy firing that rocket against the wall. That's what Ascend has been like sometimes, unbeatable. Between a rock and a hard place have Na'Vi been against this Ascend roster time after time. They're going to get control of this ball only momentarily, though, as Legend picks it up and gets into a fight with Respectful, and Brandon Stones comes out on top this time. But still 3 Frenchmen on the map here with Seagas. Shady's going to fall, though, at the hands of Jimbo. He hasn't missed a step and hasn't lost too many 1v1s, has Jimmy Brad Brook. Unfortunately, though, I need to start turning some of these slays into points on the board, and Foxy looking to do just that, rotating ball towards station.
So finally, Na'Vi, they break away. They've got a little setup here. It was scrappy. But man, just watching Shady's POV there, he goes down in the feed. They got to keep shutting them down. You watch him play, there's just so much confidence, so much speed. There's a nice pick on the Legend, a double too. So efficient at a Foxy. He gets ball time and cheeky angles as well from this position. Almost tags Snipe Drone. Snipe Drone going to break free. And at this point, Foxy in trouble. He might play that ball out center. And you can tell he's about to be pinched, so he'll drop it out to a baitable spot, but pressure's on here for Ascend.
Worth noting as well, the communications on point for Na'Vi there is Foxy showing his wealth of experience, dropping the ball, listening to those call-outs, those 2 players that were one-shot positioned towards bottom middle. He gets those 2 kills, results in a 22-second to 1-point lead advantage in Na'Vi's favor, although the slays have gone against them in the last 30 seconds or so. Engagement goes down, then ball positioned over towards station. Legend going to get that kill onto Foxy. Jimbo, last man alive here for Na'Vi. But ball starting to rotate and they're bringing it towards tower. And that's exactly where they want it, Shyway.
Yep, Ascend going to try for that top map hold. Ideal setup here. Respectful going to do what he can to slow it down, but can't quite get the kill. Spins on the Snipe Drone, though. Nice shots out of him. Foxy going to pick up a kill in the feed. That's multiple dead. Snipe Drone now last up. And they know where he is, too, so no chance for this man in Red Room. This is the opportunity Na'Vi was looking for. They got the ball where they need it. They got the rockets as well. Just don't die with it right away. Jimbo got to play carefully here. Does not want to throw away his life or these rockets. And can he at least get something with it? He'll take the double. All while that happens, what's going on with the ball here? Why is it just sitting in B? Shurzy, am I tripping? Why are they not getting ball time here?
Ball dropped, unfortunately. It was Snipe Drone and Kimbo, the last 2 members left on the map, and Kimbo ultimately not putting hands on the ball, and that's going to be a fresh reset as well. So they had control of the rockets shy away, but they haven't been able to turn that into any sort of score, and they're actually after losing the lead. 1 second advantage now to Ascend.
Seems like a bit of a missed opportunity. Ball still a bit of a hot potato here. Can they get to it? Kimbo going to do what he can just to defend it for now, and they going to bank it right off into safety though, so that might actually help. Once again, Na'Vi in position to set something up, but they want the slays first. They don't want to give up their opportunity, especially with Legend and team knocking on the front doors here. Shady going to pick up one as well, so that ball just still kind of sitting out uncontested. Bit of a game of Slayer here so far, Shurzy, unless Ascend change that.
Game of Slayer indeed. Looking at the clock, only 2 minutes and 34 seconds of playable time once the ball is dropped. And maybe that is something that Ascend will start to look at then. Just play Slayer when they get a significant point advantage and force Na'Vi to come to them. Of course, only needing one more round to Ascend secure game 1. Drop shield going to come down along with the Sentinel beam, just microwaving Respectful to dust particles. The snap of a finger, we're seeing Jimbo soar in towards PD, get behind the desk and starting to clock in.
It was a steady beam out of Sika, that's for sure. That gun can be so powerful and so difficult at the same time, but if you master it, man, the potential. You got the shotgun to work with as well here for Jimbo. Jimbo going to drop the ball and slay. That's a nice perfect for him. Come back and collect it. Still slowly trying to crawl back and score here. Kimbo can ensure they get that a little more, or they extend it a little further here with the Rockets. And what else can he do? They're going to try to push up through center, but Kimbo got a great line of defense here.
Rockets thus far in this game have been a bit of a gift and a curse at times. Kimbo does ultimately get the job done the second time of asking. Keeps himself nice and alive here as well, over towards Garbage. Snipe Drone's going to make sure he puts an end to that quick, fast. I'm going to score more points again for Ascend. Kimbo waiting to come and get touch tight with his team, and they're ultimately going to have to wait for him before they make a full man for push. Ascend are going to use that time to their advantage and score points. But they'll really crank the pressure on Na'Vi. 3 members go down. Respectful last man live over towards back tower, and Ascend know exactly where he's positioned, and he's scrambling for his life and taken down. That's going to make a staggered spawn once more. Now they're going to have to wait, and Ascend are going to score more points.
Rough spot for Na'Vi here. They've had control of 2 Rockets back-to-back, and they just can't seem to break through with it. Still only 34 points to their name. Shady going to be a nuisance back A. And the pinch is coming in here through PD. Shady will pick up Jimbo. Somehow the man still lives. And look at the finally they kill him. You should not have that kind of confidence back A. That's the confidence of somebody who never loses, right? That he'll slide Chow out with no health. And Na'Vi will make him pay for now. But can Na'Vi finally collect time here? Legend on the prowl with the shotty. We'll see what he can do.
Na'Vi trying to spring traps for moves like Shady, forcing himself out into that 1v1 engagement. Legend gonna escape with the ball here, just about barely with his life. Getting tagged up all the while, but still scoring points, much to the frustration of Na'Vi, and somehow turns that kill onto Jim while it's being no shields. That can't happen if you're gonna get yourself back into this game.
Legend just putting it together. How is this man surviving? Shady, he'll narrowly escape with that one. Kill assist goes in. Rockets now down. Big opportunity for Na'Vi to collect him. Jimbo will circle for it, but all while that happens, 75 and counting, so they got to pick up the pace here. Jimbo, what can he do? Ball sitting in PD, but look at the line of defense. He didn't spot that player on his right. Thankfully, the Rockets will deal with it. Are they playing the ball out there, Shurzy? I think they are. I think that's the second time I've seen it. And I don't know the ruling on those ball plays, Shurzy, but there's a couple spots in this map where you can toss that ball. It sits there till it despawns, and it will slow down the pace of this game. So interesting decision-making here.
Certainly a very good strategy if it is a legal spot for Ascend. It eats into the clock. They don't need to keep scoring. Matter of fact, they just need to keep Na'Vi off the ball, and this is a tactic that Dan Gaskin loves. Just play Slayer from here on out. That's exactly what Ascend look to do. Ball is ultimately finally going to reset, but only 15 seconds left on the clock, and we can see exactly what Ascend want to do. No interest putting it up, picking it up into their hands. They're looking to close out game 1 in their favor, and they're about to do so.
Ascend going to do what they do best, just slay. Pick up all the kills and delay the situation down to the final second. And man, Na'Vi almost got their hands on it, but I mean, at what cost? Let's say you pick it up. How much more control would you have? At this point, Ascend is just so oppressive. And I think the biggest takeaway I had coming out of that jersey was Na'Vi had opportunities. They had several opportunities. I think they had more rocket control than Ascend ever did. But for whatever reason, they can't seem to convert those rockets into actual playmaking, into setups. And then, of course, there was the tragedy with 2Foxy as well, which that's just unlucky. But man, there were opportunities. They didn't lead to anything substantial.
There was definitely opportunities that did present themselves. Like you say, they had control of the Rockets time after time, ultimately unable to put down a string of slays that meant that they had scoring for any significant chunk to really put the pressure and apply any sort of pressure onto Ascend. But looking at that and our next game type being Recharge Slayer, looking at the stats, is there anything you see there that maybe, I definitely see Respectful needs to have a better game in this. There is a lot of damage for both sides as well, it must be said, but Respectful having a bit of a slow game by his standards.
Definitely considering the fact that Respectful you'd look to as a main Slayer on the team. He's one of the more aggressive players. So also I think his game plan is a little bit more of a 50-50 because he is flying in there a lot. Sometimes you can just kind of have that unfortunate scenario. So I guess didn't quite work out for him. We'll see what Na'Vi can do to regain. They still got an opportunity, but a bit of a rough game one. On top of that, I'm going to be curious to hear the ruling on those ball plays, Jersey, because I do think that was a big part of the strategy there out of Ascend to not only control top map, but if you're in trouble, to be able to play that ball is a huge advantage. So very curious to see what that means, if anything changes for them, or if we just kind of move on.
Also, getting word, a big upset in the lower bracket as Mocket have taken down Quadrant for top 4. We heard Batchford tweeting out, seen Batchford tweeting out, excuse me, he's having a little bit of a stomach issue. Well, I'll tell you something. It means it's his best ever placement in these online tournaments. So whatever you've caught, Batchford, make sure you keep it again for next week because it's meaning positive results for your team. So keep a hold of it if you can. You've taken down Quadrant. That's going to see SLG and co take another backward step, much to their frustrations.
Whatever kind of combination of foods he ate, he's going to have to do it to himself one more time. But we'll see Mock It maybe a little bit later because of that. In the meantime, we'll focus on what's next. Of course, we got Slayer on Recharge. It's a best of 5 series. So, unfortunate game 1 for Na'Vi. They got 2 more chances to show us something. And I hope they do, because so far it's been the Ascend show. Jersey, I'd like some surprises. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I definitely, just for the spirit of it, I want to see Ascend drop a couple of games, maybe get a game 5 series. I want to see them
just
looking
on
a little
purpose,
bit off. I just want to see them maybe start a game slowly, give us a little bit of hope that we're going to see, not just another clean sweep, just for the spirit of things. Yeah, exactly. But what we're going to see is Recharge Slayer, and how do Na'Vi bounce back here? Can they maintain and maybe just put a leash on some of these Ascend players? I have to say, historically, it hasn't gone their way.
I mean, like any Halo map, it's going to come down to power weapon control, right? You got the camo out bottom center. There's a grapple to fight over. Grapple and repulsor on the same map. No other map has that type of combination, I believe, in competitive. So something to definitely take advantage of. On top of that, you got the shock rifle. Some of the biggest plays I think we see in HCS come from that shock rifle. So you're going to want it. And the Mangler as well, which has turned out to be the most popular power weapon, I think, in Halo Sandbox. So you can't doubt a weapon like the Mangler.
Yeah, something I've actually been doing. I've been doing my best as I'm nerfing the weapon myself. I'm actually on this map in particular. I bring it over towards sword and I just drop it off the map. Yeah, I say that's the only way to do it. I'm taking matters into my own hands and making sure nobody can use it. I'm not using it. Nobody is. I'm dropping it off into the water. That's how strong it is.
It's actually that is actually what they don't drop it in the water, but they play it, so to speak. So if you do have a good combination of weapons and you don't need the Mangler, what they'll do is just pick it up and just toss it, because that at least it just kind of sets it on the spawn cycle, or somebody might not see it. Remember to use AI scan, by the way. You can AI scan, find any weapons that you don't see, which is actually very useful. But that's typically what they do. They grab the weapon, they play it off so that it's off the rack, because it's there so frequently. You want it out of their hands.
Exactly. That just as well. And listen, if anything here has gotten you getting that competitive itch and you want to maybe start to look to compete, head over to faceit.com. And if you're maybe looking at some of these storylines, you want to keep up to date of what's going on, head over to YouTube and search in Halo Esports. And that's exactly where you'll find every single bit of competitive Halo that we have all season long and going forward as well. So make sure you hit that subscribe button and maybe the bell as well if you want to keep up to date.
Only just getting started, right? We got so much more competition coming up with Anaheim and beyond. I mean, I can't wait to see it. Jersey, if we zero back in on this game, come back to Na'Vi, back to Ascend, looking bad for Na'Vi. Is there any kind of a key to success that you would say for Na'Vi in this upcoming game? And Mocket apparently, what? Sorry, I just got an update. They beat Quadrant. Apparently, Mocket just beat Quadrant as well. So, Batchford, the stomach issue, man, like, figure it out. Just make it happen again. I don't know, Jersey, what do we say?
Yeah, definitely a really impressive result from Mocket. And like I said, that meant that Quadrant take another backward step. So definitely reaction from that. It's going to be really, really impressive from Mocket, showing that, staying as a team of 4 can show signs of success. That's exactly what they've done. They've been a team together since the very start, and they're showing huge signs of improvement. Just a team of basically friends all living together in the same place and really starting to show some good results. But like you say, turning our attentions back over here, and what do the likes of 2Foxy and Na'Vi need to do? Well, it's match the aggression that Ascend are throwing at you, and maybe even set some traps if you possibly can.
Set some traps. We'll see what they can do. Of course, like we said, we talked about the power weapons and just map control and the top positions on the map as well, right? Top A, top red as well. You got the commando, so many different areas where you can kind of outlook and lock them down. Ideally, lock them down over in long haul, where they've got very limited options to escape. And a map setup would be kind of ideal from there. But we'll see. We're still getting ready with the match. As soon as it's ready, we will jump in, of course, and we'll finally see how it takes place. But so far, Ascend, there's no weakness for Ascend. So I just don't know what to expect other than another slaughter at this rate.
Yeah, but what we want to see is Navi do a much better job of controlling the sandbox. What they done was, in the last game, they made sure they got the rocket launchers, but it's now starting to put them to use, putting them into effect, and start turning the tide, and certainly put some more pressure onto Ascend. Likes the camouflage, and indeed, like you talked about how good the Mangler can be. You get those two in your hands, particularly in the Slayer, you can really start to put some good results together, and that's exactly what we need to see Navi do. When they get the goodies, start putting them to use.
It all comes off the opening strat, right? You get that good opening strat, the free camo and all the weapons, you can turn that into a hell of a snowball to begin with. And I would just take notes on how these players play it, right? There's some exceptional pre-nades you can throw off that opening. I think Sentinels is the team that I look to for that. Frosty and team have this excellent strategy coming off of the long haul side, where they'll bounce pre-nades off the center bridge that land perfectly on the staircase coming out of elevator, and you just get your shields ripped off the instant you spawn up. So we'll see what they can do off the opening strat. Looks like we're finally about ready to jump into this. Navi and Ascend, of course, a best of 5. So Navi, they still got a chance here. Let's see what they do with it.
In our winners finals then, game 2. It's all to play for now for Navi. Can they bounce back here? Slayer is definitely their best chance of doing just that. And Slays, though, going in favor of Ascend. The first one to fall is going to be Jimbo at the hands of Sika. Camouflage, though, a nice trade-off. And Mangler now in the hands of Kimbo. And you can see immediately they're trying to spot him out. He gets one. Can he turn this one into 2? No, he can't. They shut down the camouflage player. 3 kills to 2 in favor of Ascend.
Such an immaculate attempt at a Kimbo that didn't quite work. Like, that timing was beautiful. The fact that he managed to grab camo, rotate to Mangler, and get out just long enough to live there, just couldn't quite turn 2. All of that happens. Jimbo on the feed with 2. Sika going to trade out with Jimbo. Keep things close to start, just 6 to 5. I think a grapple was down on the floor there. Not sure. Yeah, Respectful grabbed it, so we'll see if he gets to take advantage of it, because he's got a bit of a pinch the moment he tries to rotate here. So Ascend already kind of spread out, just finding ways to pick him off.
This is good then from Navi. The opening starting strats haven't gone to the point where you're massively down in slays. Only down by 1, having momentarily taken the lead. Jimbo and Ko all have 2 kills apiece, so definitely spreading things evenly across the board as members trade back and forth, and 9 kills to 9 all tied up in this early stages. 30 seconds or so before we do see that next camouflage, but Shady's got the sword, and if he can get his hands on the camouflage to go with it, that's going to be a combo that nobody wants to be on the end of.
Oh, definitely don't want to be the end of this repulsor as well. That was almost brutal, by the way. Kimbo almost got outplayed.
Let's not talk about it. Kimbo got the kill. Let's move on. Let's not talk about it.
Okay, right. It didn't happen, so we're okay. Kimbo going to walk away. And the fact that he survived is big, because we got the camo coming up here shortly. 2 Foxy in position as well. Kimbo going to try to get to high ground. And he might want to do that quickly. Snipe down there to chase. Look at the timing of the slays. That's what's so beautiful, right? Navi, they seem like they have the advantage. They're ready for camo, but Ascend, they jump in last second. They get all the kills they need to, and they walk away with all the advantages because of it. Kimbo, what are you doing off a spawn? Your man's in a rough spot as he jumps out the bottom center, gets deleted.
Kimbo, a bit like a deer in the headlights there, it would seem. A little bit lost. Maybe trying to find that camouflage player, and ultimately unable to do so. And Shady's starting to go to town now. Picks up another one onto Jim with the help of a teammate. Lovely team shot coming through. 2 Foxy going to be screaming for that player on stairs. Shady is going to die. And along with that does the camouflage. And shock rifle now in the hands of Snipe Joan. And we know he can get cooking with that. 2 Foxy and the boys making sure that he can't get up ahead of steam, and he's going to have to be forced to drop into pit. Ultimately, that information will get passed along, and it is. Jimbo putting some shots in. Going to call out that player as well, and trying to get the trade. Ultimately is traded out. Kimbo down to no shield. Now has the shock rifle, and he's got a Frenchman to contend with over towards this turbine area. Tries to find Shady positioned over towards glass. Ultimately, he escapes with his life, and although doing quite a lot of damage, 20 kills here to 22. Navi are right in things.
Navi doing what they can just to keep it close here and ensure that Ascend don't walk away with any big advantages, right? Shutting down Snipe Drone with that shock rifle before he gets away with it. Jimbo going to do what he can from the ledge, but just can't quite get a trade out of it. Ascend moving together here. Look at this rotation as they go up through to A. That's 2 dead on the feet as well. 2 Foxy up out front, and this 2-man challenge, I mean, you got to back up from it. Jimbo going to do what he can just to get out and take a trade, but they just can't find any dice in this situation. 28-20. Kimbo respectful, 2 Foxy all spawning together on C. Look at this. They've got him locked on spawn. And a perfect little U setup for Ascend as they look to pinch. Big breakthrough at a respectful, though. And that knockdown onto the first member of Ascend was huge, but is it enough to take an even trade here? They're still down by 8.
We went from a 22 kill to 20 game to very quickly a 30 kill to 22 swing in favor of Ascend. Mangler as well with camouflage in the Frenchman Shady's chest as he tiptoes his way in towards control, but gonna go face to face with the ultimate counterplay. The sword. Respectful gets a huge kill.
It's 32-25. Still an opportunity here for Navi to make something of this. You got Respectful just trying to get a couple nades all the way across map to pick up something. Trade comes up through B. Still on board with Respectful and a sword in hand. Unfortunately for him, the entire team opposite side of the map here. Needs someone to get close. Does he go for the chase out bottom mid? He will. Gotta be quick with it. Shady will die. Looks like he can back out too. So 28 on board as they still sit behind. But an opportunity for a comeback in session here. Respectful. Gonna play it slow. All of Ascend opposite side map. It's about to be a brawl here up in the hallway. And the perfect weapon for the job here. Respectful puts together 2. What an opening he just capitalized on. Can he get any more?
Respectful then extends his kill tally for this life to 5. It's going to mean a killing spree comes his way. 14 kills and only 4 deaths in the game. Make that 15 as the sword is completely out of juice. He's going to have to drop that. No more AA batteries to fit that. And that means now the game within 4 kills. But this is exactly what they need.
I mean, you said it, Jersey. It's what they need to make a comeback here. On top of that, they got some resources too. Respectful with the grapple. Can launch in if he needs to. Couple scrappy trades on the feed, though. He will play it safe. Got positioning on the Sika here too, but Sika just rips him a new one. Takes that fight from down low. He'll take the grapple as well. And the opportunity he's just presented for himself is huge as well. 41-36 here. Great positioning to tear one out of Jimbo too. 43. And in the end zone of this game, Navi, they need to find an answer.
So frustrating it must be for Navi. Every single time they get themselves back within touching distance, the next subsequent slays go against them, and time again they open the door but unable to pass through it. Very much Ascend acting like Gandalf, saying you shall not pass. And 47 now to 40 in favor of Ascend, and within touching distance of doubling their lead in this series.
Looks like Ascend just seemed to find a way to hold on to an advantage the whole way through, right? Just keeping it in their court. That's 50-41 to close out game 2. And Navi, I mean, signs of life throughout the game, but just not enough to close the gap. It just seemed comfortable for Ascend the whole way through. You know, despite it being close at points, there was never a moment where I was worried that Ascend would lose that lead.
I tell you what Ascend reminds me of is when you have 2 siblings, an older and a younger brother, and the older brother just places his hand on the top of the younger brother's head and says, right, hit me. And you just swing and swing and swing, but nothing ever lands. That seems to be what happens time and time again. Every time there's a semblance of hope, a sliver there that Navi are going to get the job done, somehow Ascend just find an extra gear.
It's hard to look at it any other way, but I think that's a good way to break it down. Is really just they're a cut above. They're in a different league at the moment until we see something wild. And I mean, Respectful did his job though. 17-7 on the board there, so the man popped off. We saw incredible plays out of him throughout the game. The sword really, putting it together, but it's just not enough when you look at it in the grand scheme of things. Unfortunately for Jimbo, 2 Foxy, very negative game for them. Relatively even on the damage side, but then you look at Sika with 5K. The dude popped off.
You look at it there, and Respectful having 17 or 18 or so kills, 3,500 damage. And then the other side of things, 2 Foxy only trailing his teammate who's top fragging by 500 damage, but he only has 6 kills. So it means 2 Foxy's doing quite a lot of damage, able to match his teammates, but unfortunately, either the kills aren't getting cleaned up, but the damage he's starting to open up with or the pacing's off just a little touch, but there's definitely signs of life there from Na'Vi. But again, Ascend clutch up when they need to most, and now our attention's turning towards Bazaar CTF, and with the way it's going, I think they fancy themselves a clean sweep here.
There was a beautiful moment in that game, though, with that spawn trap, right? We had A side control on the elevator and a player in red blocking the spawn over in long haul. So the players all spawned up. The entire team of Na'Vi spawned up in C. And probably the worst place you could spawn on the map there. Very limited options. Respectful did break through. I think he took a couple trades. But ultimately, when that's your situation, if you're down as a full team and caught on spawn, it becomes so easy for Ascend to pick you off and to continue to press their advantage. So just a perfect example of map control in Halo and how it all kind of lays out. There's one more chance here for Na'Vi to show us that they can fight back. And hopefully this is it. This is the chance, Jersey. I want a full series. I don't know about you.
Well, what we've seen in game 2 was certainly enough that, they were able to fight during the most important times of the map. They were able to get themselves in and around the camouflage, actually got their hands on it a couple of times, but it was about maybe turning that control into, again, scores on the board, and something that Ascend will do time and time again. Certainly here on Bazaar, around the times of the power-ups and the rockets, certainly at the 6-minute point, they'll make sure they're alive at the best possible times to secure the goodies, and I want to see Na'Vi contest for that.
They're going to have to outslay to do it, though, right? On a map like this, with so much open space and center, of course, all the weapons to control as well, it's very difficult to get a nice, clean flag run if you don't get that round of slays, if you're not on top of the overextenders coming out through alley. So that's my worry with Na'Vi is as objective efficient as they are, they don't tend to excel in the Slayer category against Ascend. Ascend, they continue to find ways to kind of break through. If Na'Vi can't fight toe-to-toe, and I mean, Respectful managed to do it in the last game, if his teammates can follow suit and start to pull out those trades, get those kills, maybe they can come away with a flag. But Bazaar, out of all the CTF maps, you really need to be coordinated to get that one clean run. So we'll see.
Yeah, we've also seen beautiful movements out of the likes of Shady when running flags on Bazaar. I think last week we seen him run a flag completely across top middle without the flag touching the ground. It was some beautiful stuff out of him. Probably the cleanest flag run I've seen somebody do in the game thus far. And I think little things like that, when you're Na'Vi and you see the flag getting moved so quickly against you that you've no chance to even try and counter it or get a stop to it. It's little moments like that where you start to doubt yourself, and I'm really hoping that Na'Vi can touch up here as we do see this beautiful fly through. Get your hands on the rocket launcher, get your hands on the overshield, and start to dictate the pace of play here.
I like that you said that, right? Dictate the pace of play, find your opportunity, but then can you capitalize on it without hesitation, which can be so difficult with these teams. They might have that chance, they pull the flag, but which way do you take it, right? And any stall, any brief moment of hesitation in these runs is curtains for the run. It just, it won't come through because of it. So we'll see. Off the opening strat here on board with Snipe Drone, who immediately goes for those dynamos. He'll toss them both out, pick up Jimbo. And it just seems like he got here for free. Jersey, there's no contention. The man picks up the nades, kills, and everything. On top of Legend having rockets. Where was Na'Vi for this?
Yep, exactly what I didn't want to see was all the goodies go in favor of Ascend. Certainly, if you want to get yourself another game in this particular series, but Overshield just about out. It's going to be completely depleted now. Respectful doing a huge job of shutting down any sort of possibility of a flag run. With Shady on hand, grapple hooks him from behind, almost like Scorpion, and hits him with the back whack.
I mean, you talked about Shady in the movement. He's just putting it together. Only getting started as well. He'll use that grapple, but just going to hold things down in BR. Contention out of Respectful here. Can Respectful take the trade, though? And I like that. He does drop down, picks it up. Ends up trading out, though. 2 Foxy will take one as well. Flag in the hands of Legend, who's still making strides with it. He knows he's alone, though, and doesn't want to get compromised. I like this play, playing it slow instead. Na'Vi with a chance to return it because of it, though. We'll see. Respectful's on it. And Legend trying to figure out where to play. He's got his team playing defense at the same time. Respectful, that's huge. That's what they needed. Now it's up to Na'Vi to see if they can win their fight on the opposite side of the map.
What we've seen there from Legend was actually something you spoke about. A little moment of hesitation, unsure of where to push. And what we need to see Na'Vi do a lot more of that. Just put a little bit of semblance of doubt. Plant the seed that your next decision that Ascend is going to make is not going to be the right one. Because that's exactly what's happening. Every time Ascend make a decision, they end up coming away with the goods or coming away with some sort of score and an advantage on the map. And we're seeing it. Slay shots go down, but Snipe Drone shuts down Jimbo first time of asking.
Unfortunate timing for Jimbo there, right? There was a spawn that popped in last second right as he challenged. So he had the right idea, but the moment that spawn came in, he was in a 2v1. Not much he could do. All well, it happens, though, to Foxy, still with an opening. Tries to get the flag as far as he can, but unfortunately not too far. That spawned at a Legend, going to knock him down a peg. That flag will sit out front. So will the thruster. Opportunity for Kimbo to pick it up. Instead, he's going to go through alley. We'll see if he can get a sneak attack onto Snipe Drone, who waits above. Snipe Drone with an answer, though. He's got a shotgun, and Kimbo's just going to bounce out of that fight.
Snipe Drone comes diving out of bar with a bulldog off the leash.
Yep.
Fortunately, though, it was muzzled up just a little touch. The trade's going to come through, and you have to say, Respectful will be the happier of the two that those kills have gone his way. I've seen him just wait here now just a little bit, put a backward step, a little bit of a pause, waiting for this grapple to pop back up. This is an interesting strat from 2 Foxy. Ultimately does pop up for him, so that timing, although off a fraction, not going to hurt too much in the grand scheme of things. Rocket launcher now in his hands. Fires to Y. And that nade shot comes through. The Rockets cut very well and do go in control of Ascend. Snipe Drone with the man, one left in the chamber.
This seems to happen every single time, Shurzy, where Na'Vi are set up, they're playing patient, they're waiting for the weapons, it looks like it's good, and then last second, Descent comes in and just takes it all from them. You know, just steals any kind of thunder they would have had. That's a spree for Snipe Drone as he looks to get to the flag. Don't tell me he's got more in the tank. The man will take the double. Late double, if anything, but that's a flag still out. And a chance for Kimbo to get the return, but man, do they feel the hurt off of these plays. Ascend just finding ways to take advantage of little opportunities you think Na'Vi should have had.
Ascend at times playing with Na'Vi like a matador. And Na'Vi, a bull, trying to chase after the color red, desperately trying to get that win. One time, any time. And Ascend know they can play on the emotions. All the momentum in this series going the way of Ascend. A couple of engagements go down. Jim's going to lose his life to Legend this time. 2 Foxy in the world of hurt. Bottom middle scramble. Over shield once more. He's just picked it up off the ground. Fortuitously over shield in the chest of Legend as he starts this next push.
Shurzy, Legend was one shot that whole time. The man, he won the fight with Jimbo, was one shot, challenged the player up out front of Treehouse and put enough shots in to back him down while still one shot, and then slid out, picked up the OS, slid back and put it on his body. I mean, what the heck was that play at a Legend? He had no business surviving. And I think because of that, it gave this team an opportunity. He got Shady, my God, with the flag out center, who's doing the same thing. You see how they bob and weave with that slide. They're so quick. This slide, turn back, cancel it, and slide back in. Unfortunately for Ascend, this one does not work out. Na'Vi, they still fend it off.
You see, Shady was going for semblance of the past with that flag run once more, trying to do, like I spoke about, that top middle run across the buildings. Unfortunately, the rooftop's not going to provide the cover that he needed, and he loses his life as a result. Flag, though, now on the move for Na'Vi. This is what we want to see, though. He's getting shot in the back, is Respectful. Desperately tries to stay alive. Backs down towards bottom middle, picks himself up a couple of sizzle sticks to go along with it. That's going to provide a little bit of cover and a little bit of distance between him and the chasing pack.
Beautiful.
Putting down some fire as well, Respectful, but ultimately there's another player left over towards this bottom middle area. No members of his team able to help him out to continue this flag run. That's going to be honors even. Both flags at home.
Respectful did everything he could have done there. That was a high IQ play, dropping the flag, diving on the Dynamos, using them to keep the players off the flag and do damage, and still picking up kills. It still wasn't enough. And that's the difficulty of his RCTF. I mean, Legend. Yeah, what can he do around that tree? Especially with the thrust set of 2 Foxy, he'll take the fight. Na'Vi going to continue to fend off the pressure on the gates here, but Snipe Drone sick up with 2. Jimbo got to play slow. He will pick up the thrust. And Ascend looking to mount the challenge once again. I do believe the Rockets are coming up, or may have just come up. And on top of that, I mean, yeah, the cavalry's here. Almost getting back smacked, but they'll walk away with the OS and Sika with the Rockets and a couple kills. I mean, this is the opportunity they've been waiting for.
This is that 6-minute mark I spoke about. Rockets and Overshield once more, like they did at the start of the game, going in favor of Ascend. And up until this point, Na'Vi have done such a fantastic job of matching the pace and making sure they stay in the game against Ascend. But unfortunately, they've died at the worst possible times. Map control in favor of Ascend when the goodies did pop up. Kimbo's behind enemy line, stops the flag. 4 dead, make that 3 dead. Seek a last man alive. Kimbo gonna send his flag back home. Big plays from the German.
Beautiful work out of Na'Vi. They're finding ways to counter despite the advantages Ascend have. They overextended off their spawn in alley, and they stayed alive long enough to stop the flag. So Na'Vi doing everything they can. I mean, Kimbo respectful. They take 2. That's trades in. And what is this movement out of 2 Foxy as he flies by and thrusts back? That's Jimbo.
Dead.
I take it back. Jimbo with the moves and the thrust. And a flag out because of it. Spawner's now up in alley. You can see Legend now overextending to do the same thing. But can Na'Vi break away with the flag this time?
Oh,
beautiful pre-nates. My God, Jimbo's on top of it. He's on top of it. How far can he take this flag, though? Na'Vi here to collect it and escort him through.
Huge plays out of Jimbo. Massive IQ, realizing that next player is going to spawn up over towards that thruster pack. And it's going to be Na'Vi who's draw blood first here. 1-0 up on our bizarre CTF game and looking to try and get themselves back into this series.
Battle of attrition, and Na'Vi, it paid off, right? The patience and doing everything they could to just counter every attack out of this Ascend roster. And man, it's still going. Kimbo, beautiful shots. Gonna drop a nade, try to stay up here, doing what he can just to slow it down. But Shady doing the exact opposite. Man will speed through, picks up Kimbo. Flag in hand. Na'Vi already in position to try to counter it. And look at this, Shady. He's already under pressure, so difficult position for him. I wonder if Shady ran that flag through alley, if he would have had a better chance. Because at this point, it's looking chalked.
Right now, Stand looking to find the nearest chimney. Maybe say diagonally. That's exactly what they're looking for. A little bit of magic here. Maybe magic will come in the signs in the shape of Legend. Position towards bottom middle, respectful, try as he might. Put a little bit of damage down on the flag carrier. We can see Legend just not comfortable knowing there's a player within his grasp. We're going to see a grapple come through though over towards the double doors.
No
That
way.
snipe drone, indeed it was. Somehow, some way, got his hands on that flag. We're going to be all tied up here 1-1.
Cheeky play at a snipe drone. Why go to bottom mid when you can wait in the double doors and grapple the flag to you? That was beautiful. And he tied up the game because of it. Little plays like that will just take that inch, I guess, bring it a mile here, Scherzi. We got a game because of it. We're at 1-1 here. Snipe drone just going to play defense and slow it down for a bit. But now it's Navi's turn to answer back.
Will that just take the wind out of the sails of Na'Vi? That they've been looking so good in this game. Gonna trade 1 for 1 here, but 2 go in favor now. 2 Foxy looking to go big for his team, but Sika shuts down respectful, but 2 Foxy turns 1 more. 3 dead momentarily now. Na'Vi have got another flag on the move. Can they get it all the way home? 2 minutes 20 left on the clock.
Here we go. Opportunity for Na'Vi. Flag out center. Bit of a double dilemma, though. OS popping up shortly. They got to do what they can to defend the flag and keep it in play. You still got Kimbo up in that locker. Kimbo in a massive position here if he stays alive. He's going to do what he can to hold on. Teammates will push up and apply pressure at the same time, and Snipe Drone will rip straight through center. The timing of that kill was huge. I think the OS is up. And I'm not sure if it's burned. 2 Foxy with a massive trade. 2 Foxy can't get out with the grapple. Flag still sits out. Jimbo on top of it. And Jimbo going to do what he can to stay alive. He's got a teammate with a massive pickup from Kimbo. Flag still in play. They'll take it through the doors. And they might have this.
They've got the touch. They've also got the overshield. Jimbo just picked it up and he's kept himself alive. Gonna relay this flag home. 2-1 Na'Vi with 1 minute and 30 left on the clock.
Na'Vi heard our cries, Scherzi. They're giving us a show. They're here. They're back and letting us know they're not going down 2 or 3-0. That's a double kill out of 2 Foxy. And it just looks like the momentum is not stopping for these boys. Can they keep it up? Sika going to try to hold down the double doors. But look at the bait and switch out of Na'Vi. 2 players will push up together. Respectful. 2 Foxy will brawl their way through. And what a way to knock.
2 Foxy laying the smackdown then. Happy to get his hands dirty on double doors. Shady desperately trying to stay alive. Those attempts will be futile when you're faced with 2 Foxy playing like this. The spirit he's in with 24 kills and really helping his team. Dragging them over the line here in our game 3 to keep this series alive. Flag going to be out on the move once more, and he knows this is going to be enough of a distraction to pull Ascend members back his way.
Smart out of Na'Vi here. It's 2-1, but sudden death could still take effect, right? We've got 30 seconds and counting, so time, an issue for Ascend, but as long as they keep this flag in play, and like you said, 2 dead out of Ascend, maybe an opportunity for a return. If they get that flag return in and pick this up, they can still tie this game and bring us to an overtime. And it looks like we might be getting there. The flag still sits out bottom mid. Kimbo on top of it. He'll collect it. Sika going to come back to put shots in, but respectful there to deny him. And here we go. Down to a sudden death situation. Scherzi, if Na'Vi get that return, that's game over. If Ascend do it, we're going to overtime.
Listen to me now. Overshield and rockets have come the way of Na'Vi at the best possible time. All of Ascend turtled up in their base. All the ingredients that they need. Jimbo gets the kill. 2Foxy's gonna lose his life in the process. Kimbo gets one more. 2 dead. Seek and Shady trying to do what they can. They're double men on the Re. It's double stack. Flag all the way home. That's gonna be game 3 going in favor of Na'Vi. What a performance. They're in this series. They're here to play.
Na'Vi held it down. Let's go. Jersey, we got a series. I mean, I love to see it. We've had Ascend dominating all day today, and finally Na'Vi, they give us an answer. They give us a show. But what a scrappy close to that game. My God, right? Ascend got the return. Somebody pushed through and got the return on that flag. I don't know if Na'Vi pulled their goalie or something and just sent all 4 out to get the re on their side. But had Na'Vi died there, that would have they would have picked it up. They would have capped it. It would have tied up the game. So I mean, sheesh. Glad we're still in this.
Na'Vi, like you said, it was a game of poker. They put all their chips into the middle and they were ready to ride or die on that one flag push alone. And listen, they had everything they needed. Overshield in their hands, rockets in their control. The slays went in their favor. Big plays coming out of the boys on Na'Vi to keep their series alive here. They go down, they're still down 2-1, so it's still they have it all to do. And live fire Strongholds is going to be our next game type. But having a look at the damage across the board, we're seeing Snipe Drone being an absolute turret, but this time it's not going to be enough. Jimbo and the boys get the job done in our game number 3.
Very interesting scoreline, right? Snipe Drone, we know he holds it down. He's kind of like the main anchor, I'd say, on the team in terms of his positioning. He'll cross-map players and kind of just let Legend, Sika, and Shady do their thing. Let them fly up, let the dogs off the leash, so to speak. But it looks like they couldn't pull that off this time. A lot of the plays out of Legend, Shady, Sika didn't quite come to fruition. Snipe Drone did his job. He did it well, but the rest of the team couldn't quite follow suit this time. And I think Na'Vi did a great job of kind of prioritizing those situations where Shady and Legend were trying to take advantage and shutting them down. Na'Vi have needed to do this all series, is just find ways to shut down these boys who are being so ruthless, so aggressive, and ego challenging everything. I mean, if Na'Vi can shut it down, they shut down their game plan.
Well, is that exactly what happened there? We talked about the only enemy of Ascend is really going to be complacency, and that's exactly what we've seen there. Their movement's on point, they're sliding around the place. Looks as though they're having fun and almost treating it like a matchmaking game at times there. But Na'Vi make sure, listen, if you're not going to respect us, we're going to make you.
We're going to make it a series, Jersey. We got 2-1 overall in this series. It is not over yet. Strongholds live fire up next. Still a lot of work for Na'Vi to do, right? Ascend, I mean, we can't forget about the obliteration we saw in game 1, game 2 as well. Just, despite the fact it was 50-41, it wasn't, particularly lopsided. It didn't look like there was any point in the game where, Na'Vi could come back and turn it around. So still Ascend heavily favored in this series. Do you think there's anything in Strongholds live fire or any signs of hope, I guess, for Na'Vi jumping into this one?
I will say here's a massive concern that I have for Na'Vi, and that is that we've seen some of the NA pros coming out during the week, the likes of Formal, saying how good, how cracked Ascend are at Strongholds. That's going to be our game 4. It's the bread and butter of Ascend's makeup. So Na'Vi have to go into the lion's den here and shut the jaws in order to come out with this win. And they can manage to do that, well, it's going to be a hell of a series. We're going to get ourselves a game 5. But all to do here and now, Respectful is going to be the man to kick us off. What can he do here in our finals? 2 members go down then.
3.
Great job. Legend last man alive. Not going to be in a position to do anything really. Jim's got the snipe right. Banes of Na'Vi. That player Snipe Drone's going to get his shields cracked. Bit of respect put on the name of Jimbo and the boys here. And a triple cap, although in effect momentarily, they're still scoring 20 points lead to Na'Vi.
Love to see the confidence out of Jimbo in that opening strat. The unfortunate situation there, though, he dies. He gives the sniper over to Snipe Drone. And I think that heat wave was passed on to Ascend as well. They got the camo on Legend. And a snap onto Jimbo for the opening kill here. Snipe Drone not done. Kimbo waiting on B, but they found them, and Shady there to pinch. You could see Ascend starting to work together to pick him off. They now got B and C, so points not collected on their side. Na'Vi with a quick rotation to C just to counter it for now. 37 for Na'Vi. Ascend going to do what they can to try to close the gap here, but it's up to Snipe Drone to try to hit something. Instead, he'll take a melee from behind that's Respectful, who takes it, but now it's Legend's turn to see what he can do.
That play is huge from Respectful. On the outside looking in, it looks as though he's just gotten a trade, but what he's actually done is reset the stronghold as well to make sure Na'Vi keep control of this game. They're going to hit the 50-point threshold before Ascend have even scored a single solitary point.
Na'Vi, all of a sudden, they picked up momentum here, just finding ways to crumble the setup of Ascend. Like you said, jumping into those caps last second. It's a perfect way to slow things down. And here's the team fire coming in too. Jimbo going to work together with, I believe, 2 Foxy. Snipe Drone will take full advantage, though. He'll take a double as well, dive into A, and Snipe Drone says it's not over yet for this opening. They're going to try to pull it back here. We got Camo coming up shortly as well here. So what can Snipe Drone and team do? Right now, a little bit oppressive for them, right? 82 points, 83 counting here.
Hello, Na'Vi. I've been waiting for you to show up in one of these series, and here you are, and you're showing you're here to play. Not just trying to take part, like Conor McGregor says, trying to take over. And for the first time in the game, Ascend are going to take some semblance of control, but Na'Vi answering back and taking A once more. Now we're going to see a real scramble for B. Can Na'Vi play defense here? Shady's got camouflage. He's behind enemy lines. He's getting in the mixer. He's going to lose his life. Somehow Jimbo comes out on top, but Legend manages to turn 1 into 2. 3 dead now for Na'Vi. Now the tide's starting to change. Ascend have a triple cap.
I want to say that was a bit of a favorable trade, though, for Na'Vi. Like you said, though, trip cap in session and a perfect kill coming out of the boys on Ascend here. Snipe Drone with the snipe, so things could change very quickly. They definitely are. I mean, Snipe Drone going to put it together on the 2 Foxy. Snaps onto Kimbo. Got to watch out for Respectful. He will dive in, take the snipe. And Na'Vi going to do what they can to close this spout of momentum here. But a trip cap still on board for Ascend. They're climbing back here, and they're doing it quickly. Shurzy.
Here's the issue that we've seen, particularly in Strongholds before. We've seen Quadrant look really, really good against Ascend, certainly in patches. But what happens is, once Ascend start to find that gear, once all the things start to click, they don't let their foot off the gas. And that's exactly what we're seeing here as Respectful loses his life to Sika.
Na'Vi collects C. Can't quite get into B just yet. They will walk away with it. 2 Foxy going to do it again just to stay alive under pressure here. And Ascend definitely picking things up. They've closed the gap immediately. All of a sudden, we're looking at a tie game. Snipe Drone can't take the fight on the 2 Foxy. He'll land the melee before he drops some great damage. Shady going to do what he can on the other side of the map to keep the damage on his side. We've got A and B capped. C under contention. Look at the positioning. At a Shady as he takes Brain. What else can he put together? Oh my God. Oh, keep it up.
Shady, camouflage, heat wave, sniper rifle, anything else in the map. If he got an extra pocket, maybe he can put the Mangler in there too. As he surveys the land out towards dummies now. Still a lot of camouflage left to play with as he wobbles the wig of 2 Foxy and tries to find Kimbo to make it 2. Doesn't need to. Teammates on hand. Sika and Legend pick up the pieces. 2 Foxy, last man alive, but only just after touching ground on the map.
Shady woke up, and what a time to do so. Look at the man hit the slides, too, connecting it all together. Snipe, heat wave to work with. Couldn't have asked for a better combo. Can Na'Vi do anything to stop him, though? He'll sneak his way up into A. Who does he pick? He'll snap on the body for 1. There's the double. You know it's coming. Shady putting it together here. Na'Vi, they got to answer. They got to do it quick.
Shady turning his team's fortunes right around here. Heat wave in his hand, about to get hot and heavy now. Inside A, gets the reset once more. No, he doesn't. Didn't get the final touch to get that reset. Teammate on hand this time, though, to immediately turn B back in Ascend's favor. Jimbo doing what he can on the other side of the map just to even up the numbers just a little bit. They've got C, and here comes the Na'Vi push on B. Shady recognizes that immediately. He hits defense mode.
Love this reposition. Great high angle to take, avoids nades, doesn't spot the player waiting for him, though, so he does die. They finally killed him, by the way. That was huge to just kill the man because he was on a hell of a tear. Anything you could do to slow Shady down is a massive W, and Kimbo will take a W for himself. But can they put it together in time here? Collection onto A. They've got B held down, but loses the fight to Shady, who off a spawn. The man is cooking once again. Look how quick the dude's moving here.
Shady, he's got his trainers on. He is moving quick. Pre-firing that door, waiting for Jimbo to maybe reach out. He doesn't do, though, and hits a lovely grenade, does Jimbo, and gets the trade. So, beautiful work out of Jimbo. just to turn the tide a little bit. Kimbo's now got the camouflage and the sniper rifle, and he can go to work as well as he lands that body shot and clean up with the battle rifle. Now tide starting to turn once more. The pendulum swings back over towards Na'Vi. They've got control, but there's been so much damage done. 217 points to 94. It's got to be perfect here from Na'Vi.
Kimbo with a lot of responsibility on his hands here. Can he keep this sniper in play, pick up a couple kills as well? Shots into Legend. There's one on his left-hand side, I believe. That player might be flanking around B. I think Kimbo hears him. It's Snipe Drone. Can he delete him? Repulsor coming in to Foxy with the saving grace. And A and B still held down. Can they get to C? A little bit of momentum on the side of Na'Vi. And they need the momentum. Kimbo, he's got to hit the shots. I think he nicked the body. Jimbo will take the kill. Snipe Drone there to defend C, but Na'Vi's still putting it together. What can Kimbo do?
3 bullets then left in the magazine. What can he do here? Flanking back tower. Gonna lose C, but he's landed the body shot and should get the cleanup, and does, to start transitioning it back towards their favor. The rest of Na'Vi looking to contest over towards A and getting the better of that engagement as well. Triple cap now for Na'Vi.
Na'Vi gonna claw back. They're not done yet. 220 on the board for Ascend, so they can't afford mistakes. Shady Snipe Drone with 2, and Kimbo with a blainer. He'll put that last bullet to work, but Legend will take him down immediately. So what did it do? We'll see. 2 Foxy and Respectful going to push up on the B, take it back. Just 2 points collected for Ascend in this whole situation. But can they get any more here? Contention for B still going out. And it looks like Na'Vi did manage to stop it, so Na'Vi going to just narrowly hold on here.
Jimbo then positioned over towards top middle. Mangler in hand. Uses opts not to use it this time, and Legend's going to punish him for doing just that. We're seeing Kimbo get the cleanup, and this is when you know they're playing very well, Na'Vi. Starting to clean up each other's kills. Communications coming big. Mangler shots coming out of Kimbo. Gets the beat down as well. Still maintaining control. Eating into Ascend's lead all the while. Can they keep control here? Can they really start to apply the pressure? They're doing just that.
Na'Vi putting it together. Kimbo, this is his second camo back-to-back. Just been controlling it for most of the game here, making it very difficult for Ascend. Repulsor on board with Respectful as well, who's going to try to get out of this fight. A and B still held down. They're going to let A go and just focus on the remaining 2 that they have. Respectful, can he stay up here, though? He picked up the heat wave, dropped it out center for that. A little unfortunate. And Legend with advances onto B while this happens. 23 and counting. They're collecting time. Na'Vi need to push up. They got to do it quick here. Can they shut Legend down? They can. Kimbo will push into Foxy with 1, but the snipe. Look who's got the snipe. Shurzy. Look who's got the snipe.
Game in his hands then. Shady. What can he do with it? Gonna look to try and collapse over towards A. Might be the victim of a team nade, but 2 Foxy's the victim of the sniper rifle. Shady gets 2 kills. Huge kills too. A now in control. C could be there shortly hereafter. And it's got 1 more push for Na'Vi. It has to be perfect. They have to go now. They've managed to contest A. Scoring stopped still for the moment. Na'Vi've got control and collapsing on A now. Trying to just get touch tight now with Legends. Desperately trying to stay alive. Isn't able to do so. 205 points to 228. This game is split by hairs.
Shutting down Shady there was massive. Na'Vi, they have a chance. 2 Foxy with the snipe. Shots at the Snipe Drone. Respectful will pick it up, or Kimbo will take it. Either way, that's 2 dead. Na'Vi going to keep the pressure up here. They're starting to close the gap. Collecting C as well. Can they take the trip cap here? All while this happens, though, Jimbo going to rotate to B for the defense. They're getting points here. Where is Ascend? Ascend need to get in a hill. They got to do it quick because Na'Vi, they're holding on.
Na'Vi then have taken the lead, being down by such a massive deficit here. C is starting to transfer control as well. 4 dead for Na'Vi at the worst possible time. They only need 20 seconds. This next push has to be huge from Na'Vi. They've got 1 more play, and they have to play that card right now.
No, Na'Vi, they got to move quick here. Legend just locking down top mid. He wants either A or C. He goes for C. Jimbo, can he take the fight?
Jimbo!
Where is Legend shooting? What happened to Shurzy? What happened to the man's controller there? I don't know
Legend's
what that was, but Jimbo
go dead. Nobody cares. Jimbo's managed to come out on top. Nobody cares. Because Na'Vi are going to close this out. Barring a miracle over towards B, they have managed to get the contest. Snipe Drone's in it. Can he do just enough? No, he can't. That's going to be the reset. And A is going to be in control.
They did it.
They only need 1 more point. We're going to a game 5, baby. Na'Vi take game 4.
What did I just witness, Shurzy? Do we replay that? Like, look, okay, let me just say, I know the Observer has, there's a desync on the Observer, but that was not a desync. I don't know what that was. Legend had camo, and he lost a game-winning fight. That was the fight for the game. That just blew my mind.
He had 2 shots in the Jimbo as well, so he was far and away the favorite to win that current engagement, and somehow Jimbo gives him the wiggles. I don't know if Legend's analog stick fell off. It's the only explanation as to what just happened there.
Look, this is why you don't eat potato chips in the middle of the game, Scherzi, because the thumbs get slippery and they slip off the sticks. You can't have your thumb slipping off the sticks mid-game, but you know what? That gives us a series once again. And I mean, you look at that scoreboard, you look at the slays at a Shady and Legend. It's not to say that Legend didn't put it together because the man had 23, but what happened? All of a sudden, Ascend backs against the wall in a way we haven't seen it in weeks.
You're seeing Legend. You see at the top, they're starting to reset this lobby, perhaps. A little bit of a fumble on their part. Definitely was a fumble. They were down. They were ahead by so much worse then, but Na'Vi clawed their way back into this series. We could have a reverse sweep on our hands here.
I mean, just the fact that we made it to Game 5 has me just feeling some type of way, Scherzi. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling kind of giddy. This is nice to see. Shady gonna do his job in that game to give us a show. I mean, here's the plays coming up on screen, but man, did he perform. Couple beautiful headshots back to back. Not even just the snipes that he hit that I love. There were situations where he couldn't connect the snipe. I think it was like or it was a little bit later, where somebody jumps over his head and he couldn't connect the snipe, so he sprinted to close distance and then hit the early melee for the melee trade instead. So just the prioritization on some of the, I think this is it. Look at sprint melee. It's right in his face because he knows he can win the beatdown trade there if he just has that slight timing advantage. So the way, what is this?
Oh, what's happened?
What happened there? Something happened there, Scherzi.
Well, there will be a steward's inquiry. There will be an inquest when they look over some film. But definitely, Legend had the game in his hands there to close out this series. Open the door just a little bit, and Jimbo kicks it down. Aquarius Slayer now. And with the way this series is shaking out, I want to see Na'Vi do it here.
I'm definitely starting to, the pendulum swing, and I'm starting to root Na'Vi, but I don't think I've ever seen Ascend lose Slayer Aquarius, Scherzi. I think this is one of their best maps in the game. Aquarius, anything, is just their wheelhouse, right? What's that?
Before now, I don't think we've seen Ascend lose much of anything, but all of a sudden,
that's fair.
The rule book's been thrown out the window, and now we're going to Game 5, Shy Away. I'm rooting for the boys on Na'Vi just to throw the spanner in the works here.
Okay, you do that. I'm just telling you, Scherzi, on a map with 2 thrusts and a team full of H5 kids, I don't know. This is their playground. So unless we see more of what we saw from Legend in the very end of that game, which I hope we never see again, I don't know if Na'Vi can pull it together this time. We'll see, though. Na'Vi have given us quite a show. Can't be disappointed at this point. Let's see what else they got in the tank.
What we've seen is big moments by both teams, by individual players stepping up for their sides, but ultimately, Na'Vi have clutched up. They've found that extra gear. They're here to play. 2 Foxy gets the first kill of the game, but Legend's going to come back off the respawn, get himself back involved. There's going to be a burn on the camouflage, and 3 kills to 2 in favor of Na'Vi right now. And momentum well and truly on their side.
Some good communication and awareness out of Na'Vi there to quickly snap and delete the camo player. And my God, Sick, I'm going to take a little more here. We'll take Jimbo to Foxy together in the closet. And Sika, he does not want any of this sauce. Gonna hold back just for now. Looks like Foxy wants a piece, man. Gonna barrel through center, but all 3 make it 4 in a second. About to go down here. Kimbo knows he needs to stay up, so he'll back off and try to play it slow, but they just lost all their numbers there.
Just to put this into perspective, Ascend are unbeaten in EU competition. They have not dropped a single series.
Oh, man.
Since October 2020. Na'Vi are on course to at least raise the question here. Since 2020, Shy Away, in October.
I did not realize it was that much of a streak. So there's a lot more than just Pro Series on the line here, Scherzi, is what you're saying. This is a big deal for Na'Vi if they can take this series. And of course, they still got a ways to go. A lead, 11-5 here on board for Ascend. Sika gonna hold things down in base. Snipe drone Legend with 2 on the feed. They start to pull away. What is this movement? At a respectful, unfortunately not enough to get out of the spree.
Killing spree then locked in for Sika. And in a Game 5 moment, when the pressure is starting to get cranked up just a touch, the heat in the kitchen starting to blaze up, Sika's on hand to make sure he can solidify his team's hopes and dreams of making it to grand finals the first time of asking. Wiggles come through. Jimbo gets the clean up. Ultimately is going to fall. 20, make it 18 kills, excuse me, to 9. A 9 kill advantage to ascend here. Are they going to be a bit like The Undertaker at WrestleMania and they kick out at the final hurdle?
They can still make this comeback. They're going to need to coordinate for it. 9 kill deficit, looking rough. Tufoxy going to dive in. There's the pinch we need, right? Bait and switch. They got to roll together. Roll in pairs. So at the very least, they can take trades here. And unfortunately, Shady going to catch one. Kimbo going to turn him. Kimbo up bottom mid looking for 2 here. Legend can take the kill, though. Kimbo can't quite get it. 21-13 is Na'Vi. They're bleeding. And they got to be careful. They might need to slow it down just a little bit here because the lead starting to look oppressive. And look at what Legend and Shady do just to stay alive. They're so damn difficult.
And what I'm seeing here from Na'Vi is they're definitely trying to play at the same pace, but they're almost being caught at times with their guns down in sprint animations, and that's what's happening here. And Ascended is playing those slide games, and when you're sliding, of course, you can keep on shooting shy away, and they're running and gunning.
Oh, well, there was a nice slide into death, though, right? You got to be careful about the opportunities you pick. Respectful going to clothesline him for it. Respectful, can he live? Got to watch out for those dynamos. Still got a thrust in the back pocket here. 25 on board for Ascend, but 18 for Na'Vi. A chance for sure. Tufoxy with a big pickup. Thrust still out center, but Respectful wants the fight instead. He'll take Shady. Sorry, I almost said Shurzy there. My bad. You're not in the game.
Oh, I was.
And you don't want to be
going mass. No, I don't. I'm going cross-eyed trying to shoot any one of these players in this lobby at this point. But well, all the while, shy away. We've only got a 4 kill. Make it a 5 kill game. It was 3 momentarily.
Oh.
Na'Vi trying to crank up the pressure, but Respectful is the last man alive, and they know exactly where he is. The collapse comes through. Fresh spawner is going to be Kimbo, positioned over towards Blue. He gets that kill as well, just to dampen any sort of push coming through.
No.
The Lookers area, Shady with the thruster.
Turn the sensitivity up because Shady just made a play on you, my God. Sorry, Shurzy, but what a thrust out of Shady to just clothesline the dude, come right by, and Kimbo could not keep up. And it's plays like that that extend the lead now 33-24. Snipe drone with the camo, and uh-oh is all I can say.
Shady breaking ankles. Snipe drone has picked a very good time to go invisible, and Shady's picked up a ninja in the kill feeder. So we're being shown here onto Respectful, and when kills like that start to go against you, your head starts to dip, the confidence gets drained. Jimbo, excuse me, gets cleaned up. This time, Respectful, last man alive, trying to gather and shake off the dust of being ninja'd. 38 kills to 27. Gonna be a monumentous task here for Na'Vi to get themselves back in the game. They need some clean 4 deads.
On top of that, they got to get some sort of map control on board here, right? They're all stuck in the base at the moment. They can't really afford to push up because they don't want to give up trades. Respectful going to try to inch out, but as he does, Snipe Drone grabs 2.
Snipe Drone.
My God. You see how quick he is to change angles and know exactly where to look to take the kill. Kimbo here to turn the favor, though. That's a double for him. 30-40, though. They got a 10 kill deficit to make up. Kimbo going to chase that kill out to center. Can he live? Shay takes one somehow onto Respectful. Kimbo going to do what he can just to get back to top map. Shots into Shady. Finally going to get the man who's just always sprinting. It just doesn't seem like it's enough, though, Shurzy. 43 at this point.
A mountain to climb now for Na'Vi. Have they just run out of steam in our game 5? It's always going to be a tough ask in Aquarius Slayer. The nature of the beast that Ascend there. They're like a hive mind at times. The Borg all seem to share the same movements. They're always on the same page. But Kimbo and Tufoxy pick up 2. They will lose Respectful in the process. And
he died.
Kimbo ultimately trades that one out. 45-36 now. They've only got 5 more. Make that 4 lives left in this game, in this series. Can they make Ascend pay with them? Waiting for Camouflage to spawn up, which it has done. Trying to get his hands on it. Zika, though, is going to get the clean up. 48-37. Na'Vi have run out of steam here. 1 more kill to just solidify themselves in the grand finals. Camouflage to boot. Jimbo desperately trying to put himself in the fridge to stay alive. Unable to do so. Our game 5 goes towards Ascend. They put a stop to any reverse sweep. And they're going to be in grand finals.
It was hard fought from Na'Vi. Shurzy, that was a hell of a series, a hell of a performance from Na'Vi, and something I don't think we could have expected. At this point, if they keep it up, maybe if we do come back to Grands, if they come back through loser side, maybe we can get a show once again. But man, if that does happen, Ascend are going to think twice before they walk into the series, because I don't think they were expecting to get put against the wall, I guess, in the way that they did. Man, was it a show because of it? I'm still kind of reeling from it, Jersey, to be honest. But, of course, Ascend, they put it together in Slayer, and I said it coming in. Ascend, they are so confident on Aquarius, especially in Slayer. You give them a map with 2 thrusts, and you put Shady, you put Snipe Drone on it. I mean, they just put it together.
Taking a look at the damage then. All of Cartel very, very close to the damage. Looking over towards Navi. They're there or thereabouts, but respectful, the only player in the lobby not to break 3k damage, but I'm nitpicking there because it's by very minimal, only 7, so not going to poke holes too much there. They gave us a hell of a series, and they showed for the first time Ascend can be put on the ropes, and they do bleed.
It is nice to see Navi kind of playing Ascend's game, kind of fighting toe-to-toe, going for some of those ego challenges, slide jumping in, get right up in their face. So I think that's what Ascend's been getting away with all tournament long, is just playing so quickly, so aggressively, and they're so confident in their shot that it just tends to work more often than not. Navi doing what they can to just kind of play their game, but it just doesn't quite work out. Look at this play, by the way. Beautiful, man. He slides in, jump thrust immediately, and it's just so difficult to keep up with.
Snipe Drone as well. During all of the scramble, always manages to be a level head when you need it most. Finds the faces, pulls that right trigger and puts people into the black screen. And there's confirmation of exactly how our series did go down. 2-0 oddball on streets. 50-41 Slayer recharge. And we thought it was done and dusted. Navi said no. They bounced back 2-1. Bizarre CTF. It went all the way down to the wire. 250-238 on our Strongholds game. And it closes out 50-37 in our final Slayer on Aquarius. What a series it was. If Definitely. It was Lottie, if it was Dan, whatever one of them ordered the game 5, they need to sign for it because it happened.
Well, you know what? I'm curious to know what. Yeah, welcome back, guys. What do you think? What a series!
I mean, dude, I'm so happy right now. I know I'm not happy for Navi fans, but I'm so happy right now because we posed the question before we got into this, Navi last week, it was really difficult with the Ascend that they faced last time, but this time they're even different. And oh my goodness, boy, did they get up to the challenge. I mean, wow, Navi just performing so well. Gaskin, the one thing that's really kind of on my mind right now, with a question I want to ask you, is, we kind of talked about the pacing challenges that Ascend kind of bring to many rosters, but particularly to Navi in the way that they like to play. And, you kind of mentioned, well, I'd really like to see Respectful really getting in their faces, being aggressive, applying that pressure. Did you see that coming also from 2Foxy as well as Respectful? And how did you kind of feel about the pacing challenge that Navi really put up against Ascend?
Yeah, I think Navi have recognized they need to match the pace of Ascend. They can't afford to play this kind of slow, more methodical playstyle and allow Ascend to dictate how quickly the game is going to go. So because of that, Navi did decide, we're going to take these 1v1s, we're going to take 2v2s, we're not going to get cleaned up as easily because we're going to be, whilst running away from fights, taking new fights to help our teammates and doing as much damage as possible. And it took them to a game 5. I think that it was almost history, right? I mean, Jersey said it, Ascend, they haven't lost a series since October 2020. That's when they formed as a team. I know that the team has changed here or there. There has been changes, like one player dipping in and out, but the core of this squad has stayed the same since October 2020. The fact they still haven't lost a series is mind-blowing, but it's starting to show there are chinks in the armor. Navi are getting a little bit closer to that top 1 gap. They do still inevitably drop down into the elimination bracket, where they will play the lads. By the way, the lads did beat Mocket in that losers bracket semi. I watched that one off stream. They look like they're really firing, considering the lads lost in winners bracket round 1 and now find themselves top 3 again. Very impressive lower bracket run from them.
Yeah, a very, very impressive lower bracket run for sure. And I'm very excited to see how that ends up going forward now that we know Navi have been pushed down. Let's actually take a quick look at the bracket as well. So Navi did play Ascend, and it's the closest I think we've got for such a long time here, all the way to that game 5, but they will be falling down into the lower bracket. And next up, we do have our lower bracket final. This is going to decide our grand final and who will bounce back up to meet Ascend and try and reset that bracket as well. So the lads do have their work out for them, because the way that Navi were playing Ascend, they are fired up. They are aggressive. They definitely want another chance to take down Ascend, because it got close. It got very, very close. And I think ending on a Slayer as well in the game 5 can be swung either way. And both teams at that point, for me anyway, are more than capable of taking that Game 5 series, more than capable, especially in a Slayer. Sherzi, I want to ask you a little bit about 2Foxy, because he has really been standing out to me, especially in that series, as somebody who's been really getting in the faces of Ascend. How did you think he performed?
I think admirably. I think 2Foxy has been this team's in-game leader for the longest time, and it's great to finally see him leading from the front for once. You know, he got that captain's armband, really able to rally the troops, and that bizarre CTF game, it was the 2Foxy show as far as I'm concerned. He was making sure that his team were all singing from the right and the same hymn sheet. It's great to see 2Foxy finally coming to fruition and really showing exactly why to the rest of Europe why he's one of the best in the game.
Indeed, and I've got to ask you, Shyway, that Strongholds game, LIFO, just absolutely exceptional work there from Na'Vi, and great efficiency going around the map and rotating the way that they did there. What did you really pick up on in terms of Na'Vi and the way that they were able to counter everything that Ascend were doing?
Just trying to keep up with their pace, right? They were always kind of rotating as quickly as they could to get to caps to counter the progression that why am I blanking? Cartel would have, Ascend would have. On top of that, like we said, shutting down some of these key players. 2Foxy, you mentioned him a couple times. 2Foxy shut down Shady at the end of the game. Shady had the snipe at the end of the game, and 2Foxy shut him down, pick up snipe, and I think he grabbed a kill with it too. But I think that was one of the most pivotal plays to close out the end of the game, apart from the little Jimbo Legend 1v1, is just keeping Shady off the map, keeping the snipe out of his hands.
Yeah, indeed it was. I think these are very, very small moments that if you win those battles, those swinging momentum battles, then you can really start to make some headway against Ascend. So we know that you can crack the armor, you can get there. I'm very excited to see the result of this next matchup. And with that being said, let's have a bit of a break, fellas, shall we? Everyone at home, go grab a cup of tea, because I know you're watching for Europe as well. So grab a cuppa, grab a rich tea biscuit. We're going to be right back with your elimination finals right after this.
built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans.
To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag 8. An electric kill. Cluster lunge. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the EU Pro Series. We're into week 2 here at the HCS. And before the break, we did see Ascend take down Na'Vi, but it was game 5 and boy was it close. Na'Vi really did put up quite the fight here against Ascend. And honestly, I think it's going to make everybody very excited to see where Na'Vi go from here. They, of course, last week made it to a grand finals, haven't done that online before. And this time round, they're already challenging Ascend to the highest possible challenge that we've seen so far from any team competing against them. So some really, really awesome stuff coming through here from Na'Vi. But Ascend do make it into the grand finals and will be waiting for their opponent to join them very shortly. And this is where we're at, folks. We're at our elimination finals right now, and we're going to find out exactly who will be joining Ascend because we have the lads versus Na'Vi once again. So really excited here. Gaskin, Sherzy, Shyway joining me as usual. Now, this one is going to be pretty difficult for the lads. Now, of course, they have been playing very well. They did take down HMCA, of course, but earlier on actually got bumped down into the elimination bracket in a little bit of an upset fashion. And we have our series layout ahead of us here. And Na'Vi have come off a pretty hot series and have been playing very, very well. Gaskin, right now, Na'Vi, surely they are the favorites in this series. How difficult is this really going to be for the lads?
I think this is going to be very difficult. I think Na'Vi are going to be really confident now going into this series because they've managed to go toe-to-toe with arguably the best team in Europe online. They'll want another stab at it. I mean, it is a significant loss because now there's going to be a best-of-5 advantage for Ascend in that grand final if Na'Vi are to get there. What I will say is looking at the game types, 4 of those game types Na'Vi haven't won during Pro Series, but 4 of those game types they've played against Ascend. So take from the stats what you will there. Ascend are a different gravy when it comes to some of these game types, but maybe that is a chance for the lads because lads have performed well in a lot of these game types. It seems to be some of their strengths just statistically, so perhaps they can take this closer than they did last week. Remember, it was 3-1 to Na'Vi last week when they went up against each other. So the lads were at least able to take a game, which says a lot, I think.
Yeah, it definitely does say a lot. And I think it also says a lot in terms of the strengths coming forward for the lads on that series layout. And based on that, Sherzy, what are your thoughts and feelings about the lads going up against Na'Vi?
Well, I want to tip my hat to the lads. They're showing a level of consistency after back-to-back weeks. They've managed to finish top 3. We're hearing a little dubious circumstances up against Maka. I also want to tip my hat to them who have battled their way through the lower side of things and almost have made an even further step into getting themselves top 3. So great performance out of them, but attention's on the lads performing really, really well. They did have that earlier wobble like we discussed where they got knocked down to the lower side of things, but ever since then they haven't looked back and they've looked pretty dominant in the games that they've played. So looking forward to seeing if they can go one better and get themselves into a grand finals.
Indeed. Actually, what I would love is to see the series layout just one more time. And Shyway, based upon the games and maps and modes that we have coming our way here for Na'Vi, what do the lads have to watch out for here? What do you reckon it'll be? Okay, we need to really kind of tiptoe around this, or show them aggression, or show them pressure here because these are going to be swing factors for Na'Vi. If we can get that series layout, that'd be fantastic.
We haven't seen a lot of these two teams face each other, right? We saw them last week. It was unexpectedly close. The biggest takeaway is lads are exceptional at Slayer. They seem to have an advantage in Slayer. So any of the Slayers, I'd say they should be more comfortable. I think they got a good shot. The objective game, they got to pick it up a bit, and that's where Na'Vi, of course, they've got comfort, they've got experience and a lot of coordination on objective. That said, even in the objective, the lads almost managed to take that Strongholds on Strongholds on live fire. It was a hell of a close game. We do have an oddball on live fire in the middle of this series. So I still think, the lads haven't had a lot of time to work together. They are a recently formed team, but they've had a bit of time maybe to pick things up, pick up the coordination. I think this could kind of unexpectedly be very close. You also got to give some credit to the fact that lads are top 3 once again. I mean, what happened to Quadrant? Mockit also beaten Quadrant. I think the lads taken Mockit as well to get to this spot. So a hell of a journey for them. And I think we might have another show on our hands.
Yeah, I think we could. I think there's definitely potential there. I know that the game is just about ready to go. I'm a little bit worried about 2Foxy and Respectful, and honestly, all of them on Na'Vi because they're fired up. They're looking good. They're getting those slays. They're winning their 1v1s. They're performing very, very well together. But we will find out who will end up in the grand final in just a moment. But gentlemen, I hope you're ready for this cast. I mean, we've only pretty much got 2 casts left, and that's going to be it pretty much for EU week 2. I can't believe it. Pro Series is literally flying by. But Shyway, Dan, I'm going to hand it on over to you boys to cast this one.
Thank you, Lottie. I mean, after that 5-game series we just witnessed, I think I'm ready for anything. Gaskin, what about you?
Yeah, I think you were spoiled, weren't you? I mean, you had the game earlier where you and I, it was the fastest 2-0 we've ever seen. Then you get a game 5. Maybe you deserved the game 5, it has to be said. But what a series it was. I mean, yeah, well, maybe I'd like to see that. Maybe I'd like to see lads get one step further than they did last week. As I mentioned just a minute ago, it was 3-1 last time. Looking at the game types, I mean, statistically, Na'Vi haven't won these game types in Pro Series, and lads have won these game types in Pro Series, but we don't have much stats to go for when it does come to actual Pro Series gameplay. So a lot of the teams have only played these maps once or twice. What I will say with Aquarius Capture the Flag being the starting game type is sometimes it's the perfect game to actually warm up on, because it is the arena-based game type, right? It's going to be symmetrical. It's going to be exactly the same on each side. You get that kind of BR start where you're going to be in a situation where you can just consistently shoot from a distance, or you can take those up close fights. There's going to be a lot of engagement, right? You're not going to be in a... If it's bizarre to warm up sometimes, it's horrible because you can get a little bit lost. You can try and take long-range fights. You get a little bit stuck. You get on the spawn cycle. Whereas Aquarius, I just think it's perfect with the way it flows. It's my favorite game type, so it's going to be the best way to start this series.
It's very fast-paced, very right in your face, right? It's either wide-open engagement or you're close quarters, you're right beside each other, and the thrusts blend to that beautifully. You can get across the map so quickly. So many ramps to slide on as well, so I do expect to see a lot of fast-paced, a lot of close quarters gameplay. Like you said, perfect for warming up, right? Nothing warms you up like a couple close-range fights the moment you spawn up. So we'll see. We got the camo top mid to fight over. We've got the heatwave bottom center, going to be so important. And especially with Aquarius CTF and how fast-paced it is, you get one good opening strat, you collect those weapons, that's a flag out, and then that could be a capture. Then you got to be ready for the overextension, though. Got to be ready for the counter cap, because in this map, more than any, the counter caps are so prevalent, right? You can have just returns left and right. We'll see.
Yeah, all it can take is one player sometimes to be a nuisance, be behind you, get that kill on the flag, and throw that flag back out. And if the rest of the team off spawn can get slays, then that flag can very quickly travel to the other side of the base if you can actually get a direct route. Most teams are going to be running the flag car side or needle side, basically opposite to the pump side, whatever you call it nowadays, because you get more protection when you are running that flag, and you can also curb slide down on those stairs, and it can really project you quite far with the flag.
Let's see what they do. On board with Jimbo. We talked about Na'Vi in the series they just had. Does that give them momentum into this one? Only one way to find out. He'll get the kill on Demorga, but that's Quad and Cristola with 2 kills to pick it up. Quad walks away with the camo because of it. Shots into Kimbo, and hopefully he'll take the fight, or at the very least, back off. We'll see what he can do with the camo.
It is worth mentioning that this was one of Na'Vi's better game types on LAN. When it came to Rally, they performed very well in Aquarius CTF. It is a game type that really suits to their playstyle, because you can play it very structurally, you can play it methodically, and you can change the pace when you want to. You can either slow it down or you can speed it up, and I think Na'Vi really enjoy that, as the early flag does get pulled, but it doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere just this time.
Oh, well, it happens. We got defense on Na'Vi's base. It looks like 2Foxy does take the kill, so an opportunity for Jimbo and team to move up and hopefully win this fight. My God, Quad will get knocked out of that one. Jimbo will pull away. He's got a teammate with him on that right-hand side, so they're going to rotate through. And a little bit of pressure for Na'Vi onto the base of the lads. That's 2 kills on the feed. Make it 3 as well. So clean opening for Jimbo. And look how he immediately takes the flag to the perimeter, because last thing he wants is to get picked off early. Teammate there to escort him as well. It's a perfect opportunity here.
And this is what I was saying about running it car side as well. Running it through that utility. Yep. Sometimes you can go low, you can go towards the stairs, but they're taking the connector route because they had enough slays, they had enough map control that they felt that it was the safest and quickest route that they could go for. Let's just have to bide his time a little bit, wait for his shields, and then I imagine Na'Vi can train this one in. As long as someone is there to pop this one in. If he doesn't get it, it doesn't matter. Jimbo just about staying alive. Sometimes when you are online, you do stay alive that little bit longer. Would he have survived on LAN? I'm not going to speculate. You never know. All that matters is Na'Vi, they're 1-0 up.
I think what matters more is the trades that went down afterwards, right? Na'Vi did a good job of trading out kills and making sure that there was no immediate retaliation here. Instead, it's the opposite, right? Na'Vi's still putting pressure on the lads. Lads trying to break out of base and just get the center. Got the camo sitting up top, but the flag out once again. That was a curb slide toss as well. 2Foxy took it straight out the bottom center. He's got a competitor out front, but he won't last long. That's Cristola now down, and potentially a second flag, assuming he can pick it up and toss it a couple more times. Bit of a rough fumble.
Yeah, that's going to be a fumble that could cost him a flag cap. If he holds that there, gets it a little bit further, I'd argue that could have been 2-0 if... it's in a more grabbable spot, should I say. But Kimbo does have camo, trying to make a play, but get hit by grenades. And that's going to mean he's going to have to back off and maybe leave this flag. He's got one last chance to go for it. Does get spotted out. And this is going to be a return. So Na'Vi arguably could have been 2-0 up there. A little bit of a fumble allows lads back into the game.
Very unfortunate fumble, because look what it's created. On top of the focus that they had to place on that flag out bottom center, losing resources for it has just given the lads an opportunity to pull a counter. They got the flag up top. Flag pulled opposite side, so bit of a standoff opportunity. But I love this play at a quad to just wrap all the way around, come back for the flag, picks up a kill as he does it. Cristola there to collect it. Take it a little farther here. Morga with a kill under Respectful. That flag didn't get very far. Jimbo last line of defense. And what a defense that was. Can he stay up, though? Flag's still going.
This is where you've got to get the flag as far as possible. Jimbo eventually goes down, but he's managed to buy time. He's allowed the rest of the team to push up, grab a flag of their own, and make sure the lads can't put this one in. So it's going to be a flag standoff. Septic having a little 1v1 does have to ensure he calls this one out to the team, because Kimbo's being a real nuisance, and he manages to get his shields back, but thankfully Septic holds his own and holds his ground. But now in a flag standoff situation, it's very difficult to know what to do. Do you get aggressive? Do you kind of turtle up, wait for the other team to push, get a kill, and then push? But it looks like Septic gets the first. The lads have got the player advantage temporarily. They're looking to try and get a re here. But look, there's Foxy. He's pushing.
Morga playing this very safe. Like you said, Foxy coming to push. We'll see if he catches him. Gonna try to hold on in the fridge here. Foxy, I love the timing of that challenge, though. Gets in while he's weak. Easy opportunity to sit on the flag, but he's got to stay up. Teammate there to collect some time to get the return as well, but they both die! They'll slide and pick it up! Cristola just, no, it was Quad who collected the flag, and that was a massive save. That might turn into a cap. Flag out front still, so there's still contention. They got to dive on the return, but I don't think anyone's in position. Na'Vi, wait. Okay, they got it. Despite the attempt at a Na'Vi, lads, they just clutched that up.
2 Na'Vi players there to return it. Foxy just stepping out of that return ever so slightly because the grenades were coming in. Perhaps if he had held his ground, maybe just ate a nade, that re could have come through. Very fine margins really demonstrated here in the early stages of map number 1. The Foxy fumble, or the Foxy fumble, whichever way you want to say it. And also then that situation of just not sitting on the grenade, not getting that return, means the lads are tied up here 1-1, which what could have been a 2-0 for Na'Vi at one point. So this is going to go down to the wire, I feel.
Yeah. Quite a saving grace out of the lads. And we'll see if there's any more of them coming up here. Foxy does spot one. It's Morga above him. Morga with a heat wave, and you can see how quickly you can just get that shot out melee just for the instant trade. Kimbo's turn to do some damage. Unfortunately for him, that's 2 reticles trained on him. They'll take him. Quad will get up the top map. Got a teammate in tow. Jimbo out below him. Can he get there in time? He can. Nice little collapse here, too. Multiple dead on the feed as they dive up into the base, and lads, pressure is on. Respectful dead, too. Flag out the center, and already pressure onto spawns as well. The lads, they have picked up momentum. The ball is a-rolling here, Gaskin.
4 dead for Na'Vi, and the lads just collapsed onto utility. They forced the spawns there as well by pushing the pink side. It's always risky giving that util spawn because it's such a priority area as the car side, but that's going to be 2-1. I thought the flag was going to get tossed out for a second, but just about keeps it on, and the lads take the lead, and Na'Vi, they need to respond.
Stola making me nervous with all the movement he's doing here, missing the clambers and almost tossing the flag off. He's still okay. And I like that slide for aggression onto Jimbo, though. Unfortunately, Jimbo going to play the geometry pretty well there. Got a teammate with him for a nice little 2v1. Foxy going to back up, try to hold onto the camo. He's lost Jimbo. Morga quad, take those. And a back smack out of nowhere. I didn't hear him. And it looks like Foxy didn't either. That's multiple dead as the lads continue to find ways to escape by.
They've got car side again. They've got control of util, so it's going to be the same collapse, but there's a few more players they have to deal with this time. Cristola gets the opener. Cordius gets one as well, and this flag is going to move. If Foxy falls, this could be another cap, because that's 3 dead. You just got to let your shields recharge here. Look for the spawns, and that's all 4 down. Where is the last player, though? Where did Respectful spawn? If he spawned Fridge, this is a cap. This is going to be 3-1.
Coming into this series, I said that the only answer, or what lads need to pick up, is just objective efficiency, but apparently they did that, because things looking beautiful on the side of objective play here. Lads, 3 caps in a row, unanswered by Na'Vi. And Na'Vi going to have to find an answer very soon to stop this momentum here. Septic just going to lock things down from above. That's Morga with a kill to Foxy. Or Kimbo does trade it, but is that enough at this point? As lads seem to continue to just pull away.
2 players down for Na'Vi again. So the lads are doing really well to trade out kills here. When it looks like Na'Vi are gaining a little bit of momentum and they're getting a little bit of map control, the lads are always in a position to at least do enough damage so that the spawners can get those kills and finish off the frags that maybe would have got away typically in other games. I will say that Na'Vi have controlled Carside enough to keep getting the dynamo grenades, but haven't necessarily had the ability to use them to their full effect. They're up every 30 seconds on a dynamo nade, so they can be really used to their advantage. They can be so detrimental to another team if you're consistently sizzling them in the base. But the lads have done far better at collapsing once they've been able to get Na'Vi on spawn. And as you say, their objective efficiency has been top notch.
It's that timing of the slays, right? Getting all 4 dead. Perfect opportunity they create for themselves as a thrust on the floor. He'll come back and collect it. Of course, Cristola going to jump back up. Perfect timing on a Jimbo. Jimbo going to be a hard target. Respectful replaces him, but Cristola doing what he can to take multiple fights. That's a camo down above there. We'll see if somebody drops on it. Jimbo with a flank. Well, I say it, through the closet in a great vantage point. Kimbo picks it up too. Randy Ney going to fly straight up into his face, but he's not worried about it. What a beautiful little turn of events here for Na'Vi as they get up into the base. This is a flag opportunity. You can see the lads are trying to overextend to try to get a counter in play, but Na'Vi, they got some progress here.
They've got it into their util, so that's at least job number 1 done. You've got to be careful for grenades, though, in this position, and Foxy knows that, so he's taking a slightly different route, but the flag is vulnerable there. A couple of players from Na'Vi are down, and here comes the lads squadron. Got to win that engagement. A massive trade. 2 kills, though, for Na'Vi. Is anyone there to get the re for the lads? It looks like Foxy trying to do what he can from a distance.
And it's just not enough. Kimbo gets on, collects the flag. Foxy there to pick it up as well. Shots in his back as he tries to... Oh, he knows somebody's behind him, but he lost his life trying to jump back. Their flag now pulled. Jimbo gets a huge win to keep the flag in play. And can he stay up, though? Nade's just flying into the base left and right. Flag still sits out front. They got to get bodies on it. Jimbo can't afford to leave this spot. Got the heat wave in hand, too. Shots from his right-hand side. Kimbo with a big pickup. And they dive on the return. It looks like they do have timing for it. One last slide to stop it. I don't think it's enough. Na'Vi should be walking away with 2 flags finally.
Was that necessary from Coriolis to go for the desperate touch? Because realistically, if he touches it anyway, he dies. 2 of his teammates are dead. Probably going to get the re. I would have rather see Quad maybe take map positioning there, wait for the rest of the team so that they could at least control things after the cap has happened. But alas, it doesn't matter too much because off the spawn, the lads have been able to get some frags. They're still controlling this car side. Cristola now into the enemy util with the heat wave as well, so he's going to be deadly. He can really make a difference here, just pulling the flag to draw the attention from Na'Vi back to the base, but now he's got to hit some shots.
Oh, what a convenient opportunity for him as he jumps back. And what did I just witness? I guess that was sus, all I can say.
That looks like, usually when that's happening and someone's running a straight line, I'm thinking either A, they've disconnected, or B, they are not concentrating. And there we go, respectful out of the game. So we'll see what happens there. It's going to be a restart, and we'll see what happens in terms of scoreline as the lads do capitalize from that disconnect. And we'll restart this one, as I'm sure the players will be ready to do so. Anyway, 4-2 is what it looks like at the moment. It may be 3-2 when we restart it with just a couple of minutes left. But what I will say, Shyway, is I'm so impressed with how the lads have come into this series. I was thinking that, you know, after what happened last week and considering the lads struggled in winners bracket round 1 today, maybe there's just too many flaws for them to actually overcome Na'Vi. But they are demonstrating that they actually are on the same level, if not better than Na'Vi right now with how they performed in the start of game 1 there.
Just trading blows left and right. On top of that, like you said, they've had better openings that they've created with the timing of their slays and managed to pull it out. Also, that crazy little scenario we had in the beginning where we had, I think it was both Jimbo and Foxy near the flag trying to get the return. Multiple nades come in. They disrupt it last second, pick it up. So little moments like that where they've just kind of been capitalizing and pulling away. And it's just, you know, battle of attrition. They're continuing to hold a lead because of it. We'll see if they can maintain it. I think it was 3-2 was the final tally we were at. Of course, that flag got pulled, but we're not going to count that one. But we'll see. We still got plenty of game left to play. And what a game it's been so far. I want to say I kind of expected things to be close, just based off of what we saw last week. It was very closely contested last week, despite the 3-1.
Well, when you look at the players that are on this lads roster, like it's not like they are in unfamiliar territory. They've been at the heights of European Halo. They've competed in world championships. I mean, Septic has competed alongside some of the best players in the world and some of the most famous players in the world. He teamed alongside Ninja at one point when Ninja came and competed here in Europe. That's always one of his famous kind of teammates that you like to throw in there. But certainly,
it's on the resume.
Yeah, it's there and it's available just to throw out every now and then. Just like Ninja follows me on Twitter. My nephews love that. I don't know why they love it, but they do. It's there and it gets thrown around to my family at Christmas, and that is my personal achievement. Yeah, that's my little party trick. But the lads, they look good, and I think that once the restart happens, and I don't know whether it be a full reset or whether it be just 2 minutes played with 1 cap advantage, I think if they can win this game 1, then they will be so confident, and they are going to be going into the rest of this series saying, we can win. We can go further than top 3. They said last week they felt they could have got top 2. They felt like they could have actually beaten the teams they lost to. So now's your chance to prove it. You've got to get it done here.
If they get this win, they, like you said, so much confidence. They jump into a Slayer, and it just seems like when it comes to Slayer, they've got things together. I don't know. They defeated Na'Vi and Aquarius Slayer last week when we watched them. They're a great Slayer team, so it puts them in a perfect position. And like you said, I'm not surprised they think that they could have got top 2 because they actually kind of choked last week. They were winning Strongholds, I'm pretty sure, definitively until Na'Vi finally found their footing and kind of brought it back. So if anything, they were in position to take it last week. Here's their chance once again. And it seems like the sky's the limit because this is, like we said, a very recently formed team. Every week, they just continue to improve. It's great to see, and they're not new talent, like you said, but it's great to see rising teams in the league at this point.
Especially when you look at how these players performed prior to Rally and the teams that they were on, they were all in slumps. I think the fact that some of these players, Quadios and Cristola weren't in Rally, and I think that was a surprise when I looked at what was available for European talent coming into Halo Infinite, and I was looking at the top 4 teams who qualified into pools and then the other 2 teams getting into Open. I was like, how are we not seeing Cristola and Quadios in these lineups? And unfortunately, with a few kind of maybe poor team choices or team choices that just didn't go their way, they didn't find themselves on these top teams. But now they presented themselves with an opportunity at a really impressive roster that are here to play. This is not going to be a roster that's just going to be there as another team with no logo. They've even made their own logo. That says a lot to me. I know it's just a silly thing, but that's them demonstrating.
I don't know how do you feel about the logo,
the crosshair is probably an O rather than an A, but alas, here we are. And the lads are a team that are going to be here to stay and certainly here to play.
Really thick accent, the lads. Sorry.
The lads.
I'm on the EU broadcast talking about thick accents. What am I doing? I'm in the wrong place.
So we're getting confirmation that it was 3-2 to the lads. The lads need 2 flags to win. Na'Vi needs 3 flags to win. But there's only 2 minutes left to play. So there we go.
Love to hear it. It means we got some game left to go. Let's see. On board with Respectful and, how fitting considering he was the man who lagged out previously. Let's see what he does this time around. For the second lease on life, unfortunately loses it to Quadios and Cristola. Going to tag team their way up through the right-hand side. Shots into Kimbo as well, who will back down. But early pressure out of the lads.
Well, they can play this 2 ways. They can play it defensive. 1 minute 30 just to slay. Keep your flag cap advantage. You win map 1. Or sometimes the best form of defense is actually offense. You get in your opposition's base, you pull that flag, you make them consistently come back, but it's Na'Vi running a flag with 2 players down. Foxy trying to be sneaky here. Just trying to get into a position where his team spawns and he can maybe get some help.
What I'm wondering at this point is if Na'Vi caps the flag in 2 minutes and they're up, it would normally go to no overtime, but the scoreboard does not display that, so
they'll just have to reset it and start with 5 minutes. It'll be a forced manual overtime, I'm sure.
Okay, we'll see. If we get there, of course. Quite a brawl over this flag as it sits down still in play. Foxy brings his back to the base, so they got that one set up. Return does not come through just yet, though. Defense coming out of lads to try to keep that up. Lads do have the flag in base. Flag opposite side for Na'Vi. Still fighting over it. That's 3 dead, though. As they dive into the base here, this might be an easy return. It is, definitely.
Should be. Will be. 30 seconds left, and it's going to be a flag cap going in favor of Na'Vi and another flag pool, may I add. The lads on the ropes, and we could potentially see back-to-back flag caps for Na'Vi if the lads can't stop this run.
They can do this in 20 seconds. They can avoid the overtime. We'll see it. Beautiful slide of Jimbo across the entire map. Try to get the center, keep the pressure up here. We'll take Cristola. Flag still out, but it doesn't look like they have enough time to bring it farther. Sudden death will not trigger because they're in the lead. It's a bit of an interesting situation that we've landed in here. It looks like we're definitely going to overtime.
We are going to go to overtime. As you say, it is an interesting situation because the sudden death doesn't actually trigger, but it's just going to have to be the situation now. We manually reset it, it goes to overtime, and they'll play 5 minutes. It's as simple as that. We don't need to look into it further. It's a shame, but, you know, sometimes that's going to happen when there are disconnects and when there's internet problems and whatnot. It's online. Stuff happens. Anyway, what we can talk about is the fact that Na'Vi have just been able to get that one flag in 2 minutes, right? They could have very easily struggled. We could have seen the lads just hold the fort, defend, play really annoying, and show what they're made of. But Foxy, when his team were 2 down, pulls the flag, walks off slowly, saying, has anyone noticed that I've got this flag? No one had, because the lads were like, hey, let's just pull the flag. Waits for his team to spawn. They have a little scuffle in the middle of the map, and it's Na'Vi who come out on top and sends us into overtime.
And that's kind of the brutal reality of CTF Aquarius. It's just that one round to Slays that's basically a guaranteed capture. There's not a lot you can do to stop it. So this opening strat going to be so massive coming into this overtime. If they can collect the camo, collect that heat wave. We saw Respectful try to do it off the rip, right? Get to the heat wave immediately. Then you run the risk of potentially losing it, dropping it, and then you're down numbers and down weapons as well. So it's a bit of a dicey situation here, but I do think that opening strat is going to set the momentum. It's going to set potentially the flag within the first minute of the game. We might not need the 5 minutes, I think.
Yeah, I mean, 5 minutes sometimes seems like a long amount of time, but it can certainly be not long enough in other situations because, like, some teams play it very differently when it comes to this map. And it does seem like both these teams are willing to pull flags even if a couple of players are down, just to try and get that flag moving, to ask those questions to the opposition team to say, are you going to come back and stop it? Or are you going to run a flag of your own and we'll have a flag standoff and we'll take our chances of actually winning that one? And that certainly seems to be the way that Na'Vi have played it, and they've come out trumped because of it. Going into the overtime, though, I think you're completely right. I think the starting strategy is going to be very important here. Heat wave, camouflage. If it goes in the hands of one team and they get a significant player advantage, that could be enough just to get that early cap. So you really have to make sure you've got a solid starting strategy here.
I think you said it beautifully. You got the thruster out center. Expect somebody to collect it as quickly as possible. We'll see who risks going for that camo early on. Of course, if you can pick up Slays first, a huge advantage. So on board with Jimbo to see what he does. He's immediately going to try to rotate through here, take advanced positioning. Spots Cristola across map. Teammate actually under the map as well. So Na'Vi going very aggressive to start here. Multiple trades on the feed. Cristola's already made it to base. Huge win at Akimbo on top mid. Spins and takes 2 somehow. And that's huge for Kimbo because the flag is already out. And this might be the cap already, Gaskin.
I mean, Kimbo got 2 kills, but Cristola has snuck into the base. He's got the flag. He's got it all the way back. They trade this one in, and they win this map number 1. 3 members go in, and the third does put it in for the lads. They were all there, 1, 2, 3, 4, ready to just slide onto that flag. Cristola steals it right from under the nose of Na'Vi, and map 1 going to the lads. Wow.
Not only did he steal it, it stole my attention too. Like, I honestly thank you for noticing that, because I thought after the double at Akimbo, they had the numbers advantage. They had the flag. Like you said, it was Cristola who actually flanked through, grabbed the flag, just took advantage of that timing to run it, despite the slays that we saw top mid. So what a series of events here. And that's really all it is in Aquarius CTF. That was less than a minute, right? That was, what, 30, 45 seconds. And here we are. The game is closed. And because of it, lads, they move up 1-0 in the series. And this is kind of the frightening reality we had talked about. Now we're jumping into a Slayer. Lads, this is exactly where they want to be. This is the momentum they needed.
Although, I mean, in theory, if they are feeling confident enough that they can win both Slayers, they just needed one objective win, right? And they will win the series. That will be how it plays out, because you've got 2 Slayers, you've won 1 objective, you win 3-2. Sounds simple, probably isn't. What scared me at the end was there is a reality, probably. There's probably somewhere that all 4 members of the lads all slide in and get absolutely railed by BR shots there and don't capture that flag, and then Na'Vi get the re and actually capture it. So I had my heart in my mouth for a second. I was thinking, oh, I please hope this plays off, because otherwise they're going to look very silly indeed. I think the lads will be very relieved that it's worked out, and hats off to Cristola for having, you know, the balls to pull that flag in that scenario, because that could have very easily gone wrong. You could pull that flag, Kimbo kills you, Na'Vi get map control, and who knows what happens after that.
It's kind of difficult to know what to prioritize in those situations when you've got the camo, you got the heat wave, and all these important weapons to collect, but the camo in such a vulnerable position top mid. So do you go for it? Do you spend time trying to, you know, look at it and hold the position, or do you just kind of run through bottom center, sneak your way to the back of the base and get an opportunity for a pull? So many different options you could take advantage of, and I guess just this time, lads picked the right card, right? They made the right decision, and it's given us an opportunity for a game 2 here, Slayer Bazaar, with lads and I guess Na'Vi now in the hot seat.
So what is cool about this series layout is these teams didn't play any of these game types against each other last week. So it's a completely fresh series, even though I love to, look at statistics and look how teams have played. But apart from scrims against one another, they're not necessarily going to know how the other plays except for research that the coaches will do. And I will say that I'm hoping that coaches are doing necessary prep, but I would say that maybe the lads go under the radar a little bit, and perhaps Na'Vi don't do as much research into the lads as the other way around. I would expect the coach of the lads, who is Morga's brother, to be looking into a lot of teams to give them as much of an advantage, working out starting strategies, how can we counter them? And going into Bazaar Slayer, I mean, we know how important it is to have a starting strategy, how important it is to control the middle of the map. So if we do see the lads get those rockets, get that grapple, get the overshield from the start, get a 4 or 5 kill lead, can they then manage to use that momentum just to control the middle of the map and just completely shut out Na'Vi from this game?
Right. I like that you said that about the lads, just the fact that because they're kind of a newer team, I guess, on the come up, kind of pushing into top 4, top 3, other teams up in that top position might sleep on them a little bit. Na'Vi's got bigger fish to fry. How do we beat Ascend? How do we beat Quadrant? Again, they keep beating us, right? So they might not be thinking about lads kind of coming up from under them. Like you said, Bazaar, Slayer, there's so much to control. Can they collect it all and lock down these spawns? We did see Slayer last week. It was Slayer Aquarius. Very different, right? There's a couple different weapons. You got the thrust, but Bazaar it's a party out center, right? You got the Dynamo bottom mid, you got the OS, the rockets, the shotgun, the grapple. There's just so much. And if you have it all at once, you can slow the game down to a crawl. You can just lock down position and let them come to you off of spawn as they try to break out of their BR, out of their cafe. So yeah, just a totally different ball game here. And we'll see if lads have the coordination, have a lock on it. Because I do feel like Na'Vi, I mean, they definitely have plenty of experience with this type of setup. We'll see.
It's going to be important that the anchor player, or a player who is going to be transitioning to anchor if they're forced to, knows how to play that role. Certainly we know that players on Na'Vi can do it. Kimbo to Foxy, they're more than capable of doing so. I mean, Jimbo, Respectful, can do it as well, but traditionally they are more aggressive in their playstyle. For the lads, I'd expect a player like Cristola to be more than capable of playing that anchor role. And what I mean by that is someone who is going to sit in windows, someone who's going to sit in trees, someone who's going to sit in bar and just deal damage and just give info to the rest of the team, provide that assistance that you so desperately need sometimes to get map control, to get the overshield, to get the grapple, whatever you may want. So that for me is going to be where I'm focusing, where I'm looking at who's going to be playing those kind of controlling roles from a distance.
Well, we are on board with Cristola. It looks like he's moving quick to start things off. Beautiful little strat there, by the way. Hits the curb slide, Nate clamber, and then rockets in, and somehow doesn't get the kill.
What?
What? Okay. Oh, hold up. And then a backsmack in at a Septic to, at the very least, turn a trade. But man, what did I witness?
I mean, I think some of these rockets fire marshmallows at times. It has to be said. I know that I was saying to Clutch, can we go back and look at these rockets again? Because sometimes it feels like it's firing something different. In other Halo games, that's a rocket kill every day of the week. It does seem like sometimes if you don't hit them pretty much bang on, then it does just deal enough damage to crack their shields rather than getting the kill. Doesn't matter too much for the lads in the end because at least Septic's got the second rocket here. We'll see whether he can do anything with it.
I don't know about you guys, Kim, but whenever I have rockets, I shoot them cross map and I die from the splash damage somehow. So I don't know. It's like the opposite. Oh, there we go. There's a nice little display. Septic picks up one from below. 6-3 here on the board, and you can't miss the Mangler. Got to have that one in the back pocket. So Septic going to lock onto it for now. Quad and Cristola with 2 on the feed. And a great opening they've created. They now got center map. They can start to get into position as long as they check their corners in advance. A nice pickup onto Kimbo. Looks like the aggression is on. Maybe a little too much aggression.
Yeah, I mean, Septic, I think, a slightly overzealous. Maybe thought he would have a nice flank, but Na'Vi were just there and waiting, and the pre-nades sometimes are going to be so difficult to play against, as Na'Vi knew that there was the potential someone could be there. Their trade does come through from Foxy, 10-9, so a close start from these teams, as in 18 seconds we are going to see some juicy weapons coming up on the field.
Not the juiciest of nades, though, across the map there. Didn't quite reach Quad. Quad gonna lock things down from the pillar. You can see he's under a lot of pressure. Kimbo in a rough spot, though, but still making it work. Picks up one. Getting tagged up from Mangler bottom mid, so Kimbo gonna dive back in, but Cristola with the cheeky challenge. My God! What a double he pulls out. He'll slide in. Should have kept the Mangler in hand. That would have been a one-shot beatdown, but either way, he did the damage.
Most importantly, he did the damage on the player who was trying to pick up the overshield. Na'Vi weren't able to crack that one into their chest. It was lads who then got control of the OV. It was Morga in the end who picked it up. They managed to transition to a 14-12 lead. Overshield is going to be majority of it's depleted. Spots out Jimbo, and Septic's on the flank here. They should be able to collapse and get a free kill. They will, and now it's a 4 versus 3. So if you're the lads here, you take advantage of the player advantage you've got, and you push in for these kills.
And if you're too foxy, you take all the kills somehow by yourself, unless 2 of them fly in your face.
Oh!
That's a triple. I don't know how he just netted that much carnage off of that one position on the map. There's nothing special about that spot on the map there, but he got a triple off of it. I mean, you know, credit to 2 Foxy for being cracked, Gaskin.
Just really good game knowledge from Foxy. Pre-nading has been something that's allowed him to get multiple kills already so far in this game, but he does still find himself behind with Na'Vi. Foxy with 8 kills, but now with it tied up at 18-18, Foxy needs to making sure everyone else on the team's getting kills, as that rocket also doesn't manage to connect and also doesn't provide a kill. And the lads come out on top with 3 kills in a row, make it 4 kills, all 4 down for Na'Vi, a 4-kill advantage. Rockets in the hands of the lads. And Jimbo's going to be asking, oh, what happened to my rocket?
Lads with a 3rd big opening off of this, though. No spawners on this side of the map, but Septic just being extra careful. Last thing he needs is a flank. Teammates out in center still. He can lock things down from Rocket's side. You can see Na'Vi playing it slow off the base. They don't want to get picked off here. 22-18. It's a slight lead, but it could be extended with the Rockets in hand here. A Septic. That one works.
Yeah,
that one's
Septic
from
seems
quite
to work.
a distance.
Like, it seems like no one else is.
Rockets are better. yeah, right. Oh, and so is his BR, apparently, too.
26-19, and the lads are really demonstrating what they're made of here. They are here to make a statement. I was speaking to Morga after the tournament last week, and he said, we should have beaten Ascend. Not only should we have got top 2, we could have won the entire tournament. So there's definitely words to be said about how the lads performed last week, and they're trying to one-up themselves with the performance here.
I do like the fact that the Mangler is a 2-shot post-shield break, so it's so difficult in those situations. If they break the distance, he needs to land a headshot or 2 body shots, and if he doesn't, he's just screwed to the BR. So he dies because of it. Kimbo with the shotgun now, getting blasted from above. I don't know how he got picked off so quickly, but he did. Gonna drop the shotgun because of it. Cristola out center, Morga up in the locker above him. So some good positioning for lads here as they continue to lead. That lead, by the way, extended quite a bit. 10-kill advantage. Nice little weapon drop combo at a Cristola who leaves the Mangler behind. He had no time for it.
The lads really taking full advantage of these Manglers. Yeah. Foxy's going to take that fight every day of the week because he's confident right now. 10 kills. Cristola, though, was also feeling himself a little bit, but 11 kill, 12 kill advantage. This one's starting to run away from Na'Vi. They really need to get all 4 dead of the lads and control the middle of the map, push them back into an opposition, into their base, and then say, look, let's collapse when we get the kills. But they just haven't been able to slow it down enough. The lads have been relentless with their pushes.
Yeah, they have way more presence on the map here. They're pushing together. They're just dominating center. And you can see it on screen. I mean, all 3 of them up in center as they just tag bodies left and right here. Nice little dive out through the treehouse to try to disrupt things from that player on Na'Vi, but it just wasn't enough. Respectful going to try to chip in, but the cross-map shots at a Septic. This man's not missing. He's locking it down from the garbage truck. He's got his teammates already applying pressure to spawns. A slightly whiffed melee will give Jimbo a second lease on life, but that's just not enough at this point. 41, 42 and counting. They need an answer. I think it might be curtains for game 2.
It could be. If Na'Vi don't manage to get, Overshield here, potentially the next Rockets as well, they're going to be out because Rockets and Overshield both pop at the same time at this point of the game. Cristola's down, so is Quadio. So Na'Vi, this is their opportunity. 10 kills down, but they've got all of the goodies. They've got the map control. The lads are naturally going to turtle up a little bit. 34-42. It's an 8-kill game. It's still winnable.
Cristola alone. They got to chase that man down, get rid of him quick. And it ends up being a trade. So big out of him. What did they do with the Rockets? This is the impact opportunity for Kimbo here. He does not want to give himself up, though, too easily. Trying to play it slow. Teammates providing cover fire. And he burns the rocket into BR. A little scary. Don't get either. What is going on with the Na'Vi Rockets today, Gaskin? They ain't working. If anything, he might as well just leave them. Burn him, shoot him in a wall.
They were bad Rockets. I mean, maybe in another Halo game they might have got... Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, the Na'Vi Rockets just haven't got kills today. They have not been able to achieve what they should have. Guaranteed 2 kills in most players' hands, but it hasn't happened there for Kimbo. That is definitely a miss. That was really an opportunity to get back into the game, and the lads now, they're going to capitalize on it.
I think they need to slap the EU skin on the Rockets. Unfortunately, they don't make that yet. I think that was the big issue. Don't got the right skins and don't got to win because of it. That's 50-38 to close game 2. We said, lads, have a shot in this series. Who would have thought that they'd be dominating at this point?
I will say as well, someone tweeted me and they've adjusted the logo for the lads and they've made the cross half a crosshair on the D, which would have definitely made more sense. I mean, but I'll just take a logo at this point. As long as they've got logos, I'm happy, because lads are one game away from being in the grand final. And remember, this is a lads roster who lost in winners bracket round 1 today to Team Twisted. They have turned into a different kind of beast. They want it. They are hungry for this. Yeah. Na'Vi, off the back of, for the first time potentially upsetting Ascend, now find themselves needing a reverse sweep just to stay alive in this competition.
Today, lads might be adjusting their logo, but, who knows? One day they might be poached by a bigger team, so don't need to worry about your logo. Instead, somebody like Fnatic, still looking for players. Obviously, they got a lot of work to do to get there, but very promising performance out of them so far. And it puts Na'Vi in the hot seat. They cannot afford to make mistakes. It's a best of 5, one more game to close this out and give lads their first opportunity at a grand finals. What a story this would be.
I mean, just quickly touching on Fnatic whilst we're there, they've said that they've found their roster. They've just not announced it yet. Okay. But what I will say is that maybe they've missed a trick, because if you look at where the lads currently are, I mean, top 3 Europe, even if that is the position they're in, considering the rosters that are left in North America, would you still be better off getting a team that is kind of top 3, potentially top 2 in Europe, who's going to be going across to the major events, going to be in pool play, potentially beating the kind of rosters that are available of North America at the moment? Anyway, there's a lot of questions to be asked about how late Fnatic were to arrive to the scene, but maybe that's a discussion for another day, because right now we should be focusing on just how well the lads are performing.
Well, all I can think is either Fnatic are coming out with just a team of gods that nobody expected, or they poached Ascend, because that's what I've been saying all the last couple months, is just grab Ascend. They're the best option, is what it seems like at the moment. But we'll find out, of course, whether or not that takes place. In the meantime, we got Oddball Livefire coming up here. Last opportunity for Na'Vi in this tournament to show their stuff. They've had their back against the wall a couple times today, especially with Ascend. If they can fight back with Ascend, I mean, they can fight back with the lads. Didn't expect them to be in this position to begin with.
I'm wondering what the mood's going to be like in the camp of Na'Vi, because when you're 2-0 down and you're on the brink of elimination, you're staring down that barrel, are you going to be a team who is picking each other up, saying, don't worry about it, lads, come on, we can reverse sweep this, we're capable of it, we've beaten these guys before, we're Na'Vi, right? Or is it going to be saying, why are we losing to this team? We shouldn't be losing. They're not as well practiced as us. They haven't been in this team as long. You've got to make sure you've got the right mentality here. So I'm looking at Foxy on the side of Na'Vi as the in-game leader to pick up Na'Vi here and say, let's get back into this series here on Livefire, Rob.
These boys are no strangers to pressure, no strangers to Game 3 at a 2-0 deficit. I guarantee they got the mindset to make a comeback. We'll see if they can do it, though, because the trades to start the game here. Cristola will take one. Ball out center, but he doesn't want it yet. He wants a piece of Jimbo first. Looks like he'll take the heat wave and the ball instead, though. So nice little setup for lads starting to form here.
Overshield's going to be popping, and the heat wave is going to be slapping. Almost manages to get 2. First one with the bank shot. Foxy does just about survive, but who got the overshield? Looks like Na'Vi might have been able to get it.
Oh my god.
A little bit more ball time is accumulated as he absorbs as much shots as humanly possible at that point, but 19 already on the board. I mean, being able to get, 1/5 of the way already at the start of that game, that's always going to be a good start.
Yeah, nice little setup, only temporarily, but something cooking here. We'll see. Na'Vi pick up the ball. They'll bring it back to A. Opportunity to counter. Looks like they're going to rotate it over to C instead. Morgo with a pickup, though. They're down numbers. Got to stay close together here. We'll see. Kimbo still getting ball time all as this takes place. Lads going to be looking for their opportunity to get that challenge in. Looks like Kimbo decides to cut his losses, toss the ball off. He'll do just that. He'll drop as well. And now lads going to try to keep up the pressure for a little counter of their own.
Both teams trying to get that ball towards tower, by the way. Neither even thinking about a ball rotation towards garage. That's when the game gets scrappy. Instead, it's a more structured game when the ball is at tower. You set up, you get your kills, you hold the ball, the other team breaks the setup, you play the ball, rinse and repeat. If it's down towards garage area, it's very difficult to play that ball. There is the play from Cristola. So important he was able to do that.
Man slid into it. I'm not sure if he picked it up or if it was just his body sliding into it that was enough momentum to knock the ball off. Either way, he did his job. Lads with an opportunity to get that ball once again if they win their slays for it. There's 2 dead on the feed currently. Make it 3 as Jimbo cleans up another. That's ball in their hands. And back to C, like you said, rinse and repeat. Go for the tried and true setup. Worst case scenario, they play it if they need to, but all 4 members up. What a beautiful opportunity On top of the OS, I mean, look at this. Opportunities like this, they don't come too often.
They get the slays. Kimbo waits, delays the overshield.
Timing, though.
And now really wants to get it to work, but he just can't find the players. Does get naded from behind. Looks like he's eventually going to run into someone, or is he? Looks like a little lost lamb at the moment. And this overshield has been depleted, and maybe hasn't had the impact that Na'Vi thought it would.
The full team was up with an opportunity to control the map, so they all decide to rotate together where the ball player stays at tower, but they completely missed their timing somehow. It's just got to be bad luck at that point, right? That they would come in there late and then end up getting picked off. Could have been such a big opportunity for them. Instead, stopped short by the lads. We're going to continue to try to work to win pips here. Jimbo spots one, takes a beautiful triple, apparently. What else can he do? He spot the fourth. Morgan going to run away, because at this point, Jimbo just hitting all the shots.
Oh, wow. Great teamwork being demonstrated by Na'Vi. Jimbo did get a little bit excited when went for the over. Doesn't matter.
Oh.
He was able to get the assist, and he was able to help out Kimbo to get some kills, as now Na'Vi looking to try and secure this ball and get set up once more. And now with the sniper rifle in hands, maybe Kimbo can start to pop off.
Kimbo had, what, like the smallest fraction of a second to even realize what was in his reticle before actually cleaning that one up. He'll drop down, scary position to put himself in, but can he connect? Oh, man, 2 repulsors in, just not enough to stop Septic. Septic with a chance with the snipe, 4 shots as well, so maybe he can turn the favor. 2 dead on the feed here. Ball up still. Septic gonna rotate to it. Might be the one to collect it as well, but he's also got snipe, so we'll see how he plays this.
Overshield up in 5, so the lads are very aware of that, but so are Na'Vi. You have to give up sometimes your kind of structure and your setup to prioritize picking up that overshield. But when you've got the sniper rifle, you can watch it, but Septic not able to connect with the shot. That could have made a real difference. Now the lads are going to have to play a little bit more defensive, just rack up the ball time whilst it's there. Maybe Septic can do something from behind here, a little backstab action.
So much responsibility with the combo that he has. And so far he's connecting. Oh, man, if that player was not OS.
Done a job though, hasn't he?
What's that?
He's done a job. I mean, he's depleted the overshield. He's got the kill. That's exactly what you need from a player who's got those kind of weapons. And all the meanwhile, lads were still picking up ball time. They play it. It's down bottom middle once more. And in this whole cycle of pick up ball, set up at tower, refresh, play the ball, it seems like the lads are just coming out on top. They're just eking out that extra little bit of ball time here. And this is, again, I was going to say initiative from the lads saying, let's get that scrappy ball time. We don't have loads of control right now, but we're in a position where we can pick it up.
Lads not getting complacent, right? They win 2 games in a row. They know they're so close to greatness here. This is the time you put the pedal to the metal. You floor it and try to close out this game 3 here. Respectful going to do what he can to stop it, though, sliding back in 4th in the center of this doorway. To pick up the ball, but no real opportunity to rotate it here. And try to work together with his team. About to be a brawl out bottom center. Heat wave in hand could be useful if he can chase Septic down with it. Septic better keep running. Looks like Respectful can't get him for now. Ball still sits out, but lads still finding ways to get their hands on it. Beautiful little snap at a Respectful to delete 1, and there's 3 on the feed. Na'Vi, that's the moment they were waiting for.
Ball, though, played once more. The lads, their objective work has been far better than Na'Vi's, but Na'Vi just need that one setup, you feel, and maybe it can all come from this. They've trapped the whole lads roster into the garage area. They're able to do a little bit of damage. They get that ball away, and now maybe this setup can finally happen for Na'Vi. Foxy has control of the ball. He's trying to give the information. He's not just hiding away. He's also prepared to play it if they need to.
A bit of a loose setup. Gonna rotate it over to B. Gonna do it quickly, though. Gonna need to play the ball immediately and staying alive a little longer than you would have expected there. Gets a couple extra seconds, 65 now, just to keep it very close. Cristola still with the heat wave, though. We'll see if he can put it to work. All spawners up in A. Kimbo got quite the artillery to work with here. Let's see how he plays it.
Back of the head lines up perfectly, doesn't it? Killing spree for Kimbo.
Yep.
When Kimbo starts firing, by the way, he's one of the most terrifying players to go up against. I've faced him in matchmaking. I've watched him for years, and the man just does not miss. So if he starts hitting shots consistently with this sniper rifle, this could be round 1 going in their favor. There's the first body. Second doesn't matter because Jimbo is there with the grenades to clean up.
Yeah, the point is you don't peek that angle, that's for sure. The man was locking it down. Unfortunately for him, the split spawner, Cristola spawning up behind them, was an opportunity for them to take advantage of. Lads have that snipe. Cristola, can he make a play with it? Orga with a pickup on the feet. So they're going to do what they can to neutralize that ball. 89 points out of Na'Vi, though, so they collected some pretty effective amount of time here. What else can they get, though? Not much out of Cristola. Oh, almost gets the kill on the Kimbo somehow, but Kimbo will finally take him out.
98 is going to tick
good,
over to 100, and round one going to Na'Vi, a very scrappy round one, but the lads, it looked like they were having better work with the objective, but as I said, all it took was one solid setup from Na'Vi, and maybe it was Kimbo just popping off a little bit to give them the ability to hold on to the ball a little bit longer, and they will take round number one here. And maybe that could be the start of a reverse sweep here for Na'Vi, which would be the perfect birthday present for Jimbo. It's his birthday today, and I'm being told it's...
Oh!
Well, actually, I've heard it's your birthday as well, Shyway. Is it not? Well, happy birthday, sir.
Yeah,
what a birthday present it is to cast some amazing Halo.
Oh, we've had some wonderful series today. I couldn't ask for a better birthday, Gaskin. And nice to know we got a couple people who share it. I think Phil Spencer shares the birthday too. So we all January 12th babies.
There you go.
Best day to be born.
Phil Spencer, Shyway, and Jimbo. Greatness.
The trifecta.
On the same day. Nice shots coming out from Kimbo again, and ball control in the early stages going in favor of Na'Vi. So maybe they're starting to heat up a little bit, realizing how they want to play this game type. They want to play it the way they like to, rather than trying to play the lads game.
At what point did the lads start to get nervous is what I'm thinking. Because Na'Vi, they start to get momentum. They start to make a comeback in this series. Got one round under their belt. Lads, they're a new team. They've been under pressure, but not too many times in this situation. Once Na'Vi get that whiff, they're going to snap on the bodies here, right? So it's just a worrisome situation. And you can start to see it all coming together for Na'Vi.
I've got to say, a lot of it's coming down to Kimbo, just individually very talented right now. And I do feel like Kimbo is one of those players, though, where he can have amazing games, but he can also have real dud games. Sometimes he'll just try and do a little bit too much individually and finds himself away from the rest of the team. And that can leave the rest of the team pretty vulnerable to being 4v3'd. But when he's hitting shots with a sniper rifle, when he's individually on form, then suddenly Na'Vi, they're extra scary, and they look a lot more comfortable in round two than they did round one.
Lads doing what they can to pick up the pace, though. Nice little answer. Septic with a double. Ball about to spawn. Bottom center. Can they keep the pressure up on the spawners here, though? Respectful. First victim. Can't even get the shield down in time. Septic on top of it. Got the snipe in hand as well. Beautiful flank on the 2Foxy. 2Foxy will drop. Can he get out with the snipe, though? Needs an answer, and nothing will connect. Kimbo going to shut him down once again. Snipe now a hot potato. Jimbo wants hands on it. Can't quite get to it. The nades are there just to keep him away. And it looks like Kimbo couldn't make it to snipe either. He'll take the ball instead, though. And Na'Vi with a little rotation, a saving grace for now. But the pressure's still on for lads.
Kimbo just been able to get behind enemy lines as Respectful gets the ball, has the overshield, so he gets the beatdowns. And Na'Vi are far better at putting time on the board now in this game. They've realized they can't just allow this to be a scrappy one, because otherwise the lads are too closely contested. Instead, get in there, get that ball away from the lads, and then just play their game. Get the slays on the board. Allow the players like Kimbo, like Jimbo to start popping off and really picking up those kills, because then naturally ball time will happen around it.
The longer this game goes on, the more I feel like Na'Vi's just getting comfortable. We'll see. 486 and count. What's going on here? Where's lads in their contention right now? It just seems a little bit too quiet. Help bottom mid. Kimbo with a pickup on the feet. Respectful going to continue to collect time. All members of lads just biding their time in A here. They got to move up. They're all dying as they tried to.
Kimbo tries to push in for his triple, but I have to say that lads have been caught on a spawn cycle at the moment. 2 up, 2 dead, 2 up, 2 dead, and Na'Vi have taken full advantage of that. The lads just haven't been able to wait for that perfect moment for all 4 of them, but maybe this could be the moment. Respectful and Foxy have been taken down, and the ball will be stolen away as Kimbo had positioned himself to maybe do some damage with the sniper. So this is a chance for the lads to get back into this game.
Oh my god. The stare of death at Akimbo as he stands still and holds the angle, knows he can hit it. That's the beauty of Halo that you don't see in other FPS games. It's, well, that too. It's just the shield system, right? The fact that you can stare someone down and know you have enough health to line up a shot. You can't see that in another game. Not like Halo. Let's see what Kimbo can do. The man's just getting more confident as this game goes.
Almost connects with it. Just hits the shoulder. And if he can continuously hit these shots, these body shots even, just does so much damage. And elsewhere, the beatdowns have been able to come through to clean up these kills. And I think we're slowly starting to get towards now Na'Vi getting back into this series with a game of their own as Kimbo manages to catch Morga unawares. 72 points on the board. And this one is slowly but surely going in favor of Na'Vi.
the lads, becoming more and more absent from this game, it seems. 82 and counting, but it just seems so uncontested. Not sure what's going on, if they're just getting completely outslayed off a spawn here. Going to throw the snipe and the ball off map. But at this point, a very comfortable lead on the side of Na'Vi, and the lads need an answer. Because if they go down like this game 3, what precedent does that spell for the series? Quad, I love the attempt. Does lead to a trade, but the ball in the hands of Na'Vi again.
Respectful just leaving it for now. Na'Vi know they don't need to desperate it at this point, but they will pick up whatever they can have. Kristola dropping the weapon to get the kill, but is it going to be a little bit too late? A couple of slays going in favor of the lads, but Na'Vi just holding on to that ball. Respectful is bottom middle. Ticks over to 98. Can they stop him just before it's 100? Yes, they can. Just about.
The lad's going to save this game at 99, but is it winnable at this point? We need to play perfectly. They'll take it back to tower. They do have teammates up. Got one trade in the feed. Quadio's doing what he can center map. The nade's coming into tower. That ball drops out. I don't think it dropped where he intended to drop it. No opportunity to play, and Na'Vi can pick it up for the easy collection and a 2-0 on the rounds here. That's going to bring Na'Vi to 2-1, but I think it did more damage than just 2-1 in this series, guys.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi, now that will give them the confidence going into the rest of the series, the belief that they can still win this. An objective game, which is a difficult one to navigate, is oddball on live fire. Certainly if you don't get those setups, if you can't control those spawns, you certainly leave yourself vulnerable to a potential spawn cycle. If you're on the receiving end of it, it just pushing over and over again into sniper rifles, into heat waves, it just gets mind-numbing at times. It's so tough if you don't play it correctly. Na'Vi, I think in round 1, they weren't playing their game. They allowed the lads to have too much ball control, too much scrappy ball control, by consistently going for that kind of recycle of play ball, go to tower, play ball, blah, blah, blah. Instead, they said, look, let's just move the ball around a little bit. Let's just outslay our opposition, and we'll see what happens. And really, they capitalized on it. And Jimbo, Kimbo, they both were popping off with the slays, and then Foxy and Respectful just filled in around it with ball time and with assists.
I mean, you see it on the scoreboard, that's for sure. 29 into Jimbo, 29 into Kimbo. Just oppressive when you compare the two. It just seemed like they checked out in the second round of that game. And I mean, really, they could have just been pressured off a spawn, must have been it. But like you said, live fire oddball can be kind of a difficult one. They still got 2 chances to close it out here. But the moment Na'Vi get that momentum is the moment that things really start to pick up for the team here. So we'll see. It's a nice little collection of plays in that series, though. Man, Jimbo kicking things off very strong. But I think Kimbo kind of stealing the show in this one.
That was one of the no-scopes as well. I think you're right. I think the sniper rifle in his hands really was stealing the show. And I think the saving grace for the lads, despite a fairly one-sided game when you look at that one as a whole, is there's still a Slayer to come in Game 5. I know that is going to be one game away yet, but, you know, they've been very much the better team when it comes to Slayers when we look at these two competing and when we look at what's happened historically as well for the lads and how they've risen through the ranks in European Halo. Slayers have definitely been their favorite game. But Stronghold Streets is where we move over to next. And again, I do remember a pummeling from Ascend onto Na'Vi on this game type, but Ascend have always been traditionally very good at Strongholds. They're just so quick at rotating around the map. So maybe Na'Vi will have learned from that here, and perhaps they can try and do what Ascend did to them in a previous game.
It's going to have to be the play. Na'Vi should definitely feel more comfortable coming into this one, that's for sure, up against the lads. And I mean, if anyone is going to give you good experience, it's going to be Ascend coming into Stronghold Streets. We've got a lot to take advantage of on this map once again. Of course, Rockets out center. Do you fight for it immediately off a spawn? Do you get slays first? Got the thrust in the driveway. Very interesting map though, right? Generally speaking, the top of the map, much more powerful positioning-wise, and the bottom of it, you can't do a lot from the driveway, especially fighting up the driveway can be so damn difficult just to push up the B. So we'll see what they can do to kind of flip the map, take advantage of A and B throughout this game here. But, you know, so far, it's been good for lads in this series until Na'Vi have just kind of broken through. We'll see.
Well, Na'Vi are just starting to perform individually now, and once you can perform individually and you start to work that into teamwork as well, the chemistry starts to come through a little bit more. It just naturally unfolds. With regards to an advantage to spawn side, I think the higher seed gets to choose which team they are. So you get to choose where you spawn here. That's going to be Na'Vi. So if I'm Na'Vi, I am taking that higher side. I am going to spawn to the area where you can kind of nade down towards the red ramp or the C ramp, whatever you want to call it. and then just prioritize taking control of those stairs, taking control maybe of the one player in cafe as well to stop those picking up the shotgun or the bulldog. So I think that you choose that and you try and get the early advantage, control B, force them back into station, force them back into C, but then you have the decision to make, do you want to be like Ascend and consistently push for that trip cap? Get the slays of the team when they're in C, pick up C, force them to spawn A, pinch them at A, take A back off them, take A, then force them back to C, pinch it, and again, it's just constant cycle of continuously rotating, and we'll see how both these teams play it.
I feel like they should play it aggressively because they're going up against Ascend next, and they can't afford to kind of slow play their way through these games if they're going to go up against a team that's not going to slow play at all in the following series. So it's kind of, preparing themselves for what's to come. Ideally, they got a lot of confidence with this. And if anything, you want to be able to trade blows with a team like the lads. Very confident in Slayer. Last thing you'd want is for them to make it to the Slayer in this situation. So we'll see at this point. But yeah, that does seem to be like the strat, like you said. Gaskin, just a matter of time till we get into it. The game is almost ready. Of course, we got one player left to connect, and then as soon as that happens, we can see it unfold, of course.
Yeah, and I'm excited for it because I think this is a really important moment for the lads, but also for Na'Vi, because if Na'Vi allow the early stages of this to go towards the lads, confidence straight away flips back towards the lads' momentum. They're going to be saying, okay, well, forget Oddball, maybe we're just not very good at that map, but we can actually do the job here on Streets. Let's not allow it to go to the Slayer. Even if we're confident in Slayers, we don't want it to be a situation where we get reverse swept, because as soon as we go back to a game 5, you've thrown away a 2-0 lead, suddenly that seed is planted in your head of, oh god, we might get reverse swept, of, oh no, it's going to happen again, we're going to choke, we're not going to get to the grand final, we did this last week, we should have got a little bit further, we want another stab at Ascend because we feel like we can beat Ascend, we feel like our playstyle works against Ascend, because that's what a lot of Halo Infinite is. It's about playstyles and how teams match up against each other. The realization that I've had is that the reason why we're seeing so many teams finishing in these sporadic positions throughout EU results is because it matters about who you're facing, where you're seeded, because some teams just match up better against others, but then will lose against another team who might have beaten the team that beat you. I know that sounds complicated, but if you think about it, it does work. Because all these playstyles are very different at the moment. No one has found the perfect way to play Halo just yet.
We'll see if lads can take advantage of that. Well, the opportunity is still there for them. Jimbo going to fly in off the rip, though. A couple trades going to come through, and Septic going to take advantage to start rockets up, and Respectful not going to waste time to get to him. Looks like he just narrowly skates by with it, too. Look, opening time on board for lads, but with Respectful and these rockets, that could change very quickly. Got his teammates with him top map. They still managed to hold positioning at the very least. The cavalry's here. It's about to be a brawl here in the red room. Sinks them both in. Can't get a second kill, so maybe not the best case scenario, but it's enough to get the B.
I mean, I wasn't expecting greatness when it's Na'Vi with rockets. It hasn't historically gone very well today, but at least Respectful does get a kill. So he fires 2 just to be sure, because some of them have gone a little bit skew with. And now Na'Vi regain control. But as they do that, lads are trying to take A. And if lads can take A, they get the higher side of the map, and they can all push towards B, but they don't manage to secure A. So Na'Vi doing really well to reset that one temporarily. The lads are still contesting it, while Septic's having a little battle down towards C, and they'll push up with teammates towards B now.
AC holding the side of lads. Septic with a rotation to B. A great opportunity to draw their attention while he's here. Couple trades on the feed. Shotgun out of Morga. Quadios. Morga with a double, too, on the feed. So really starting to put that shotgun to work here. That gives him A, B, and C. Trip cap on board. Spawner's going to be up on C side here. Limited options for Na'Vi as they try to get back into C immediately. But the entirety of lads, they're so aware of this. They can snap right on him and take him out immediately. So here's the pressure, right? We talked about it coming into the series. Do you kind of hold your ground, or do you just suffocate him off a spawn?
Well, they've suffocated them indeed, and Quad is going to now try and take C back. It's a 1 versus 1. Respectful versus Quadios. AR in hand. Should be able to finish the kill. So now they will give up B, but they'll still be scoring because they're going to be taking C. And now the collapse will come through. Na'Vi looking a little bit lost at the moment, just trying to get their footing into the game. But off spawn, they're just trying to do anything to escape the shots of the lads. Finally, Respectful picks up a kill, but kills have gone elsewhere that the lads have taken A once more, or kept A, should I say. They reset it. So now they can prioritize B whilst Na'Vi are trying to take C. It's just like clockwork.
Lads with just an advantage that they're holding on to here. And the time is very quickly turning in their favor, too. 87 points off of it. Kimbo and team will try to get to A immediately, but there's a line of defense. The Rockets just seem to work for Lads every time. Beautiful display. Double for him. Opportunity for a little more. Snaps for the triple. And that's enough damage to keep Na'Vi at bay here. They do have A and C despite it, though. Jimbo going to try to get advances onto B. Teammate with him. Still collect that. Picks up Morga along the way. And all of a sudden, Na'Vi turned the tables. Unless Cristola can put a stop to it. Looks like he can.
That was a really good spawn there for Na'Vi. Jimbo just being able to stay alive after the triple on the other side for Cristola, but Kimbo then spawned in PD, and because of that, they were able to quickly take B after the A capture, just to get some points on the board, just to stop the bleeding ever so slightly. And on the Lads, after taking A, can look to try and collapse on B here. So this is going to be a real huge battle on B side. And it's Na'Vi who lose the first player, but Respect will answer back at the very least.
Wow, Jimbo. Dangerous game to play. The man's one shot. He goes up into red room, gets tagged along the way. Taken out. Respectful with an excellent defensive kill. He's got a teammate to collect B. Picks up the shotgun and a line of defense he can work with here. BC hold. Opportunity to come back, but immediate presence in C out of Lads. And Respectful, instead of rotating, he's going to play defense here and just wait for somebody to come to him. And that might work out for him. Morga going to dip back and forth into this fight. Not a lot he can do. And look at Respectful. He caught an opportunity here. And he's going to chase it down.
Whoa.
Can he get it, though? Jesus. Septic being, quite the bunny rabbit. I don't know what to say there.
Just hopping around as best as he can to stay
Hopping
alive.
around.
Na'Vi have also secured the rockets and now will secure the trip cap temporarily, but B is being taken. But here comes the collapse from Na'Vi, doing exactly what the Lads had done to them previously. They should be able to get the reset onto B. Okay, it was captured, but it doesn't matter. They can overturn it. They know that the Lads are going to be towards A. And whilst they're constantly stuck on this spawn cycle, Na'Vi are going to continue this pressure. They're going to continue this momentum, and the Lads need to stop this bleeding quickly.
Na'Vi just finding their footing mid-game. Kimbo going to pick one up on the Septic. Spawners up in PD. They'll spread out. You got Morga just waiting in the wings here. And 2Foxy so ready for it. A spree for him. He'll pick up a double on top of it. Na'Vi, they're cooking at this point. Immediately come back and take their score. And Septic off a spawn will manage to turn one, but Lads fighting for the back foot all of a sudden. And they look so confident just 2 minutes ago.
It is really interesting to see that different maps favor certain players. Respectful really shining on a map full of close quarters engagements where you can kind of duck behind walls, you can hide just through short alleyways to get in and out of fights. Whereas Kimbo not maybe is performing as well as he did on Live Fire, a map that of course has the sniper rifle, but Foxy, another player who's really enjoying himself on this close quarter map.
2Foxy just hit a crouch jump from tires straight up to the planter there, which is very, very difficult to connect, but he made it look so easy. And kept his weapon ready. So nice little connection that he created. And all that comes together to apply pressure. Of course, as I say it, the Lads with a temporary trip cap, so they've turned the favor back. Quad, Morga, Cristola going to pick up 3 on the feed, and the timing is perfect too. Rocket's about to spawn. Bit of a split spawn in PD. Got a couple players in a spawn in the alley as well, so they got to be quick to collapse here and figure it out. You got Quad just kind of waiting with the angle. Na'Vi in position for the Rockets. Big trade. You can see Quad does not want to give up his vantage point, but where did the Rockets go? The hands of 2Foxy.
Oh, Na'Vi Rockets going to strike again. Yes, they are. Septic able to get the trade. Well, it wasn't even a trade in the end. Gets the kill, gets 1 rocket, and I think that's been the story of Na'Vi in this series, is not getting those rocket kills. Arguably, even though it was a good time for the Rockets to come up for the Lads, it was a worse time to come up for Na'Vi because they had to prioritize them, and all the meanwhile, it was a trip cap. The Lads have scored so much points during that time. A double kill for Septic, and the Lads are getting closer and closer to this grand final. Na'Vi need to switch up. They need to turn things up. Otherwise, Lads are going to turn them down.
No, Gaskin, I'm convinced that 2Foxy has cursed the team with the Rockets after he killed himself in that first Streets game that we watched when he jumped and shot the... Oh, yep, trip cap, sure. But, and maybe a game, honestly, off of it, too. Here I am focused on the Rockets. What's more important, Cristola Septic going to take... Well, they got the trip cap on hand, and there's nothing Na'Vi can do to get in. Lads can pull away with the series off this. And so quickly, they take advantage. Here I am thinking about 2Foxy cursing the team with the Rockets. Instead, you know, what really happened was, holy Jesus.
Yeah, another
Lads
trip cap.
pull away.
I mean, we've just seen the Lads make grand finals. They knock out Na'Vi. Na'Vi, after having their first online grand finals last week, are not able to replicate that. The lads just seem to get better and better, dropping from winners bracket round one today and having the lower bracket of Dreams, game after game. They keep improving. They got to the grand finals. They get a matchup against Ascend. That is, I mean, no one expected that. No one would have thought that the lads would have come back from what happened earlier on today in the winners bracket round one against Team Twisted, and now they're guaranteed top 2 in the grand final. Whew.
I'm not sure if I'm...
Are you okay? I mean, are you blown away by what's happened right now? Because I mean, I am. This is going to be a difficult one, I think, for Na'Vi to swallow, because we've just seen a very impressive performance from the lads, and I'm hoping that we're going to be in a spot now where, you know, the lads can build from this, and maybe they can build into a grand final. I mean, how do you think they're going to do against Ascend here, Shaway? Because that's going to be their matchup. That's their reward, is playing against arguably the best team in Europe.
I mean, do I get a second to breathe?
No, you're not allowed to breathe, ever.
I'm still just kind of taking it all in, what just took place here, because it happened so quickly. Lads, of course, starting out hot in this game, looking good. They had the trip cap on lock. They were collapsing on their spawn in C2, not letting them breathe. And then all of a sudden, Na'Vi brought it back. They took the lead, and I thought everything was cozy. And then here you go. Lads find a way to dominate in the last moments of the game. All of a sudden, like you said, lads, their first time in grand finals, but their second time teaming together in Pro Series, right? This has got to be unprecedented as far as just a team coming together in Pro Series and making these types of strides. I mean, apart from, I guess, Cartel, now Ascend.
Well, we were talking about the honeymoon period of the lads being week 1, but maybe it's extending here into week 2, and that honeymoon has suddenly become a 2-week holiday where they are on top of the world right now. I cannot even imagine what these players are feeling. That is a grand finals, that is a matchup against Ascend, that is taking down the only partnered team in Europe in Na'Vi. That is going to feel bloody amazing for the lads. A 3-1 win.
Yeah.
Na'Vi crash out at top 3. Top 3 is still good in Europe, right? That shows how competitive Europe is right now, especially how close they came to Ascend, by the way. They took Ascend to a game 5, but now what can the lads do against Ascend? Because it's their chance. I spoke to them after last week when they faced Ascend in the winners bracket. They lost 2-1, and they said to me, we should have beaten Ascend. Our playstyle works against this team, so I want to see what happens in this grand final. Lottie, Scherzi, we've witnessed more history again in European Halo, and this time it's going to be the lads getting their first grand final.
Honestly, I'm a little bit embarrassed. I kind of got ahead of myself talking about, what was going to potentially happen in this series, and I kind of was like, well, Na'Vi coming off, the Ascend series and how hot they looked, and I said, how difficult is this going to be for the lads? And I almost pushed them to the side a little bit, and I'm guilty of that. And to be honest, I'm going to be, never really doing that again, coming back into Pro Series next week, because you just don't know what is going to happen and who's going to turn up. And honestly, I think you just have to respect whoever you are playing in this series, and the lads have definitely taught me that. Scherzi, where was that fire we saw from Na'Vi versus Ascend? Where did that go?
Where do we begin? Is it a situation that perhaps Na'Vi had blown all their steam in that best of 5, and the capitulation maybe started game 1 when it wasn't going so well for them? Is that something that we can maybe talk about? Did they just run out of gas at the final hurdle? Perhaps maybe they underestimated this lads team, like you say you did, and maybe many people in the chat also did. We didn't anticipate they were going to win the game 3-1, and looked very, very good at times doing it. Na'Vi, off the back of that Ascend series, Shyway and I were screaming for them to make a series of it. They done just that, and all of a sudden, the lads rolled them over like it was nothing. So maybe what Morgan is saying too, Dan, we can't count them out now. Go one better, claim an extra scalp, and win the whole damn thing.
That's a hell of a road to climb,
the way
by
you
the
talk.
I love the way you talk, little Irish man.
I love the words that you say.
I love that. That made me laugh. Take another scalp.
Well, he said the right things, though.
He did. He did say the right things.
To be said.
Yeah. I just quickly want to, talk about that series overall. Gaskin casting that. What did you see the lads do against Na'Vi that really kind of suck it to them? Because Na'Vi really, really struggled throughout that entire series to really grab a hold of the lads and kind of swing it into their way. And I just felt like it was always the defense rather than the offense trying to climb back from things. So what did you notice about Na'Vi there that really kind of was lacking?
I think that Na'Vi were forced to play a game that they weren't comfortable with, very similar to what Ascend do by upping the pace a little bit, and Na'Vi can't play that kind of slower, structured game. The lads maybe recognizing that, maybe it was a game plan, or maybe it just is something that fell into place. They were forcing Na'Vi out of their comfort zone. In every single map, they were making Na'Vi play it in a way that they probably don't usually enjoy playing it, whether that's bringing the ball to a different side that wouldn't necessarily be where Na'Vi would take it, whether it's taking strongholds in a way that forces Na'Vi to spawn in a zone that they're not usually spawning in, used to playing out of. All these different things that just probably had Na'Vi kind of saying, where are we? What's happening? What do we do off spawn? Where do we go? And they're looking towards Foxy to try and have these answers, but potentially these are situations that Na'Vi haven't been in as often as maybe other teams have, or maybe they've not presented themselves in the games that they've played in Scrim. So Foxy having to think quickly on his feet to try and push them into a certain area or into a certain stronghold, and lads just seem to have their number. Really impressed with what they did.
Yeah, so impressed with the lads. I'm very excited to see how they're gonna come out against Ascend here as well in a moment. And just before we kind of move on from Na'Vi after them being knocked out, Shyway, I just quickly want to ask you one more little thing about them. Looking at the mistakes that they've been making, because really for me, that series is about mistakes and the way that Na'Vi were playing and performing against the lads and how they didn't adjust. But is there a fundamental problem with the way that they utilize or, really kind of use some of the aids that are on the map? For example, power weapons, power-ups, the rockets. It's not just in this series that we've seen them kind of fumble the rockets. It was with Ascend as well previously. So is there something on their end that they really need to clean up there?
I mean, yeah, definitely the rockets, for sure, would be one thing I'd look at. Because, we've been distracted by all the different scenarios where they could have made plays and didn't even get trades, in situations where you'd expect them to get trades. So there's that. But other than that, obviously, they're very talented, very experienced players. It just seems like they're starting to realize that the pace of play is picked up, and they need to pick up the pace as well. They need to start to keep up. At lads at this point, they're pushing into top 2. But what this has made me realize is just how volatile EU Halo is currently, right? You look at the score. We're going to look at the bracket, I guess, in a second. But man, Quadrant, I think, 4th, 5th place today? Mocket beat them. Lads beat Mocket. Lads beat Na'Vi. All of a sudden, we're all over the place. Ascend's the only team left to be dethroned at this point.
Yeah, indeed, and no, you're totally right. It's kind of nuts, but it is super fun. So I hope you guys are home enjoying this. Definitely. And have a look right now at the bracket. This is the upper bracket. As you can see, Ascend, same story, different day. This always seems to be the trend with this roster, and it's about who can actually push them off that pedestal. They are waiting in the grand finals with the lads right now. The lads had a bit of a different journey, quite a bit of a turmoil journey, to be perfectly honest. Actually, they were in the lower bracket quite a while ago. As you can see, it's actually pushed off the screen. We can't actually see where they were pushed down, but they did manage to 2-0 their way into the semi-finals against Mocket Esports, where they 2-1, going onward with the best of 5 move there with Na'Vi. 3-1, they get rebounded back up to the top, where they're in our grand final. So quite an incredible journey really from the lads, and one that they should definitely be proud of. But a different grand finals today, which is super exciting in the Pro Series. Gentlemen, we have one final game to play, one final series to sing it all, and we'll decide who'll be taking Pro Week number 2 here for Europe. Will it be Ascend? Will it be the lads? It's a best of 5 potential bracket reset, and we're going to head to a quick break right now, but when we come back, we'll have all those answers for you.
built this facility off the grid to train the next generation of Spartans.
To be a Spartan, you must become the impossible.
Greetings, Spartan. It would be my pleasure to serve at your side.
Flag taken. An electric kill. Cluster lunge. On your feet, Spartan. Ninja.
Zone captured.
The HCS is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello, wonderful Halo fans, and welcome back to the EU Pro Series. We're here for the Halo Championship Series, and we're bringing you the action every single week as we do work our way through the Pro Series and actually trying to figure out who is going to be taking week number 2. Now, before the break, we actually did see the lads knock down Na'Vi, not just down into the lower bracket, out of the competition. They will not be making a grand finals this week. So the lads will be up against Ascend, and my goodness, have they put on one hell of a performance. It has been absolutely incredible, and honestly just been an absolute pleasure to watch them work their way through this one. Na'Vi just couldn't really find their footing against the lads. They were honestly on their tail the entire way and have been making some seriously good progress through this tournament as well. So amazing stuff overall. And gentlemen, it's so good to have you joining us yet again. We need to talk about this because this grand final, obviously we haven't seen this before, and online, you know, Ascend notoriously incredible at taking the win always. So this is going to be quite the feat for the lads here. This is going to be quite the competition. Gaskin, how are you feeling about it? Because before, when we were setting up the series with Na'Vi, I was way too quick out of the gate to say that the lads were going to really struggle, and it was almost like, can they take a map? How many maps can they take? And boy, was I completely wrong. So, you know, in terms of the play style here and the aggression that we've seen from the lads, does this fit quite nicely against Ascend for this series?
It does. I think that what I was mentioning during the cast was that we have play styles that do match up well against other teams and kind of fall against other teams. And certainly I was worried that the lads would just fall to Na'Vi again and wouldn't get a stab at Ascend, because from what they've told me, they think their playstyle matches up quite well against this French roster plus Snipe Drone. Ascend, they have dropped games against the lads previously, and even when the lads were the boys and it was just the previous roster where Septic was featuring on that one alongside the likes of Snipepool, etc., even they were able to take games off of Ascend. And that says a lot for me, that I think there's something about these players and the play style that comes with the IGL from kind of Morga and Septic bringing in what they have to offer, that maybe they just have the rub of the green and might be able to take Ascend down in a couple of maps. And if they can take a couple of maps, why can't they take 3? And if they can take 3, why can't they take another best of 5 and suddenly win the whole tournament? I think it's possible. even though it's unlikely, and even though that everything is against them, whether it be statistics, whether it be historical performances, whether it be the fact that Ascend haven't lost a series since October 2020, everything's against the lads, but I still think they have a chance.
Yeah, I definitely do think they have a chance for sure. And just to let everybody know, I'm having a bit of a weird situation with my internet, so might be in and out. I'm struggling a little bit, but I'm going to try and hold it together. I'm literally holding all the wires together as we speak. So just bear with me if you do lose me. I'm here watching, don't worry. But we do have quite the series at hand, and considering how the lads have been playing, I am very interested to see how they match up with this Ascend roster. Now, Ascend have been waiting. They're a little bit cold, I'm sure. The lads coming off some seriously confident boosting series against Na'Vi shows he's at a bit of a dangerous territory for Ascend to be in right now against a very hot and confident team like the lads.
Well, I think if you look at it on the grounds of, okay, Na'Vi just took us to a game 5 and we almost lost that series. And all of a sudden, the lads have beaten Na'Vi quite handily. So all of a sudden, we're in a very precarious position here where if we don't take these guys serious enough, we're in big, big trouble of losing the first series, like Dan says, since October. I'd like to also take a moment to appreciate how strong and good the European Halo looks, like healthy it is for the first time in such a very long time. We have, for the first start of Halo Infinite, we had 2 French teams with a stranglehold on the continent and didn't seem to be letting go. But all of a sudden, Quadrant have dropped down to 5th, 6th, and all these teams have emerged and started to improve. So I'm really, really impressed by the likes of Mocket, the lads, HMCA. They're all coming together and really pushing each other forward.
Yeah, indeed they are. And I got to say, the bar for European Halo is just being set very, very high right now. I'm very excited to see how, honestly, EU grows, because I've said growth so much over the past couple of weeks, but it's because of what we are seeing before us. European Halo has been just going from strength to strength, and it is really exciting because the season has literally just begun. We have an entire roadmap to get through, and the fact that we are pushing regions so hard here as well this season is just super, super exciting. We've also seen some epic stuff as well from other regions like ANZ and Mexico. So yeah, just going to be absolutely amazing. It's just a global celebration of Halo Infinite and skill here. But talking about skill, Ascend, pretty skillful, aren't they? They're not bad, not too shabby, kind of average at best, I would say. But obviously a team that has been at the top of their game online so far since the game has come out. And they're going to be hard to take down. Let's be perfectly honest. They're going to be very, very hard. Shyway, just being totally honest here, how do you see this going down in terms of that series layout that we saw? How do you really see this going in terms of the journey for both of these teams?
We've seen a lot of unexpected surprises today, that's for sure. This has been a hell of a day, a hell of a tournament. It's exciting for us. I feel like this time there won't be surprises. Maybe I'm speaking too soon, but I just think Ascend are a little too comfy. Not facing Na'Vi in this situation, I feel like they should be even more comfortable coming into this. I just think it's their game to win. The only benefit for lads in this situation is I just think, lads don't really have anything to lose in this series. They've gotten farther than maybe than they might have expected. But at this point, all they stand to gain is experience, right? Grand Finals reps. They get to play at a pace of play that they probably never experienced before. I just think it's nothing but W's. Even if they don't take this series, it's a beautiful position to be in. They should take as much as they can from this opportunity. That said, maybe it will be a closely contested series, but Ascend, they've dominated too many times for me to assume otherwise.
I think that's an actually beautiful point about the situation that the lads are in. I hope they really give them a game. I really do. I want to see a cracking series. Come on, bracket reset. Come on, why not? That would be absolutely amazing. That made me super, super happy. But I got to say, an absolutely incredible effort so far. Just don't count them out, because I've done that before. I'm not doing it again. So I think this is going to be an absolutely amazing series. With that being said, I'm going to go reset my internet so I can watch this in 4K. Okay? So lads, please take this cast away, because I want to get into this grand final.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Dan, we've got ourselves a grand finals. It's not Quadrant, it's not Na'Vi, it's going to be the lads. Aquarius CTF is going to be our game 1. What way is it going to shake out?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to adjust your headphones. They are called the lads, and they are in a grand final. We're not just calling them the lads because they're our mates. That's literally their team name. They've even got a logo now. They were a little bit, of a team back when they were the boys. They were just there for a quick trip to America, right? They were just playing a little bit of Halo as friends, but then they've made the adjustment. Septic and Morga, they switched over. They picked up Podios and Cristola, and they have formed into quite the mammoth roster. Top 3 last week, now doing one better, getting into the grand final here. And Richie, I do think there's something about this series. I think that lads are going to be going into this confident. I think any other team, you go up against Ascend and you're like, oh, okay, we got this far, but now we're playing Ascend. It's the final boss. They're probably going to give us the heebie-jeebies and they're going to take us down. I reckon that the lads think they can win this. Like, genuinely, I think they believe that they can be number one here. And that says a lot, and I think that's going to be very important for them and their confidence.
We've watched the boys mature into the lads, and they're certainly going to be hoping, Dan, that they can be the kryptonite and the first team. We've seen Na'Vi crack the shields of Ascend, but can they avoid the strong side? Can they finally get that one killer blow? We need the lads. This could be a real, question mark, banana skin for Ascend. They have another team now that can match their pace, and not only that, but they can also set those traps.
And what a way to start it off as well in terms of the series. Aquarius capture the flag. When we look historically at how Ascend have performed on this map, they've struggled against Quadrant several times, and it's gone to overtime. It's been really close. And then we look at how the lads just performed against Na'Vi. Again, it did go to overtime, but they were able to overturn them. They looked really good with their objective work, great at running the flags when they needed to, great at collapsing on the base when they had a player advantage. If they can play that same way here against Ascend, maybe this could be the dream start for them. Go 1-0 up in the series, start to ask those questions and get Ascend scratching their heads saying, like, okay, is this actually going to be a tougher series than we expected? Because Ascend haven't really had much of a challenge throughout this entire kind of open series and the kickoff qualifier. Then here in the Pro Series, the closest was Na'Vi in that previous one. But even though it was a 3-2, it doesn't matter. They still were able to win that series. They're still going to be shaking it off saying, well, it was just a bad day in the office, perhaps, but we don't have to worry about Na'Vi anymore because the lads beat them in lower bracket.
And let's talk about maybe the perspective of Ascend. Something the French are famous for, is being a little bit arrogant at times, knowing how good they are. Will they look at this as maybe we're just going to swat these guys away and like flies, and we'll do a clean 3-0 swipe? And what a stamp of authority that would be on Europe.
Richie means French Halo players rather than just France in general.
I mean all of France.
Oh, you mean all of France? Okay.
I'm taking a pop at the whole nation. The whole nation's getting shot at. Yeah.
He's not one of us. He's Irish. I'm just gonna point that out. He's not one of us. You can have him. You can take him away. Do whatever you want. I think that French Halo has dominated online European Halo for quite a long time, and there are going to be some players here on this lads roster who want to say, well, you know what? Screw them. Like, why can't we be number one? What gives them the right to hold like so much lord and leadership over the rest of us and just say that they can practice against who they want when they want? They don't even stream when they're playing these tournaments. Do they even care enough? I think they do, but I think that maybe the lads just want this a little bit more, and if that shows in their gameplay, if they if they desperate that flag a little bit harder, if they go for that extra bit of ball time where maybe you see the other side just where you go, oh, well, we don't need to get the ball time, we'll get it later, we'll get the perfect setup. Perhaps the lads can really surprise us and surprise everyone in this situation and maybe get a couple of games on the board.
It's an interesting point you raise. Ascend have been on top of this hill, this mountain, for a very long time, and there's been a lot of hungry teams trying to climb up after them and take them down. Is it a case where they might be a little bit complacent here, and the lads, fancying their own chances against them here, that they get the first game here? Aquarius CTF, with how good Ascend historically have been on this game, so that could be a real trendsetter for the start of the series.
Well, I mean, it was a question I asked Snipe Drone at the end of last week, wasn't it? Where I said, like, are you going to get complacent because you just keep winning? Are you going to keep scrimming? Are you going to keep playing? It seems like Ascend, they're always in matchmaking. They're scrimming when they can as well. Like, they're doing what they can to stay at the very top. And we'll see whether they can do that here in the Grand Finals.
Here we go then. Game 1 of Grand Finals time. Aquarius CTF, Ascend up against the lads. Camouflage in the hands of Septic.
The game that no one would have predicted that would happen in the Grand Finals. But the lads, they just seem to have that confidence about them. They had that self-belief, but maybe that belief gets shot away a little bit as a couple of questionable BR shots mean that all four were dead for the lads temporarily, and Ascend are already in the base. They're already pressuring. They're pulling that flag.
Flag out then. Just about to tip over the halfway point as he takes this the long way around the Dynamo nades, getting tagged up in the back by Morgan. The Dutchman trying to put a stop to this flag, and with the help of Chris Stolet, they've done just that. Legend backing off and retreating, gets a kill though on the way out. Little exit frag. Snipe Drone's going to get an extra kill just to keep this flag alive. Momentarily I thought this flag would die, but in fact they've gotten well over the halfway point. Septic the last man to do any sort of damage on it, and now all of a sudden Snipe Drone's got the touch on the flag. And they've got 4 men alive with 2 of the lads in the respawn screen. Flags being sent all the way home. 1-0, just like that. Ascend take the lead.
A great effort from the lads to try and return that flag, though. They really threw everything at it, but it was just the kind of relentless pressure from Snipe Drone over towards the Dynamo side, where he was reluctant to go down. He threw everything back at the lads and said, look, this is not going to be an easy return for you whatsoever. And he's still alive. Eventually gets shut down, but the lads find themselves 3 members in the death screen, and now Ascend are looking to try and dominate once more. Again, they have the player advantage, and they're pushing into the base. They're so quick with how they play this game.
Lottie asked the question, are Ascend going to be a little bit cold and maybe momentum on the side of the lads? Well, they're showing no signs of frost here. Getting another flag touch pulled out. Going to be sent home. Nothing's going to come of it at this point, but camouflage now, Dan. 10 minutes on the clock. It could be big for one of these teams.
The lads are just prioritizing staying alive and getting this flag return. They've done job number 1, and now it's about getting map positioning. Quadios will be rewarded, you'd think, with the camo. Just have to be careful with where he pushes. Seeker might be able to spot him. Seeker did spot him. But can Quadios stay alive? Just about for now. It's really difficult in these situations, Shirley, when you have the camouflage and you know people are looking for you, and you do get seen. It's not like you're completely invisible. The camouflage is viewable from certain angles and areas. Everyone's looking in 4K, 1080p nowadays, and eventually Quadios gets shut down because of it.
It looks as though the lads on Ascend had their eyes squinted and waited for that shimmer to go across their eyes, and that's exactly what they did. Quadios tried to scamper away from his last known position, but didn't get far enough. Perhaps just a little bit too predictable this time around. Ascend now descending on the base. Cristola scampering away to try and play his life. We're going to see Septic dive in here, only to meet the battle rifle shots of Snipe Drone. Last man alive, Quadios, and he's on the enemy side of the base. He's going to pull a flag, but they have no problem slaying him on the way home.
Yeah, he pulls a flag, but that just gives him the information that they needed, that they're going to have a free run here. And he has died, and here's the movement from Snipe Drone. There's that curb slide. That just allows you to move with that flag so quickly and efficiently. And one thing I've always been impressed with Ascend is how efficient they are with their flag runs. They seem to have it down to a T. 2-0 now to Ascend, and this is bad news for the lads. Because I was thinking if the lads, keep it 0-0 or they get the first flag, maybe they can worry Ascend a bit. But 2-0 is such a comfortable cushion for Ascend that they can start to slay out. They can start to really feel themselves here and make sure they are warmed up.
It was all about trying to keep this game a stalemate for as long as possible to just plant the seed of doubt in the minds of Ascend. They've been unable to do that, though. Camouflage about to pop up again. 2 of them have gone the way of lads, but unfortunately, they haven't been able to do anything with it. This flag is going to be stopped for a moment, but Snipe Drone and Legend have both gotten killed. Cristola, the last man alive. We're only moments away from making this a 3-0 lead, but Cristola bursts in towards Engine, and he's trying to clear house desperately as he can. Heatwave picked up, but it's not going to be able to fire a single shot in anger. Shady's moving this flag. He's got teammates on hand to relay it if he needs it. And there it is, punch home. 2 players dive in. 3-0 Ascend. They're playing so good.
Take your pick. Both players there ready. Just again showing the teamwork from Ascend, and also every player prepared to do the dirty work to make sure that flag goes in. Not showing any signs of weakness here against the lads. You wouldn't have thought that the Ascend roster here had a difficult time in the winners bracket finals against Na'Vi, because they look like a different side now. Maybe they just needed that wake-up call that Na'Vi provided them to say, hey, look, we can't underestimate anyone. Let's make sure we make this a quick 5-0 to show why we're the #1 team in Europe.
Flag out the move this time for the lads. Double kill for Septic. He's going to do his confidence the world of good. Fortunately for Ascend, though, he's going to be cut down in his tracks, but 2 members dead now. Quadios is still touching the flag, relaying it home towards top carbine, but Cristola puts some shots down, comes out on top this time around, does the Irishman, but unfortunately Quadios is going to fumble that flag and lose his life, but they've gotten it back towards Closet. This could do them the world of good if they can punch this one in.
Is there anyone to train it in? Doesn't matter. Septic will make this at least a game, so the lads not rolling over and showing their bellies just yet. They have got some fight in them. And if they can now take this momentum and continue with this aggression, maybe they can get a couple more flags and make a real game of it. Because I have to say that the lads were kind of throwing themselves at Ascend individually, one by one. They were trying to get rees, they were trying to take 1v1 fights, and you can't do that against an Ascend roster that is just so individually talented. The lads need to do exactly what they did against Na'Vi. Try and take Ascend out of their comfort zone. Make sure you're pushing as a team. Match this aggression, but make sure you're matching it as a team rather than individuals.
But something they are matching for the moment, than the very least, is slays. They're not being heavily outslayed here whatsoever. It's just Ascend are being so much more efficient with those flag grabs.
The lads making it difficult though. Quadios and Cristola have done very well to kind of save those flags. It's the last ditch attempts that individuals are making, but then there's no one else to kind of pick up the pieces. It's all well and good being the last player and getting that kill, but the other team's going to be spawning far closer to that flag. I will say though, the lads have done very well to at least move this flag out of the base to make it more difficult for Ascend here. They're not going to be able to get the cap. We're going to have a flag standoff.
Flag standoff, but 1v1 engagements, 2 of them going in the way of Ascend. Camouflage player's going to soar into the base though, and I love that play from Seeker, recognizing he didn't need to get the kill necessarily in the ways of a gunfight, but just needed to stop that push coming through. Gets a kill onto the camouflage player. Septic and Gristola, the last 2 left alive, trying to play defense, but here comes the Ascend push. Flag should get sent home, and we should see 4-1 the score.
I think actually both flags got read, so it didn't matter. Even though the Ascend committed so heavily to get the return, the camo play and the trade was enough for that return to come through. The lads then on spawn, got across, got the read themselves, but look how quick Ascend are to move once more to get this flag going. 2 kills going in favor of Ascend. This one should be a cap. I don't think there's going to be anyone from the lads to stop it. So now it's going to be 4-1, and the lads are starting to show signs of maybe just tiring out a little bit.
They have played quite a lot of Halo today. A monumental run through the loser bracket. Losing the very first series of the day. Caught cold a little bit by Team Twisted. But we're seeing the gulf in class here, certainly in the flag game types and the flag runs. Wow. Been so efficient by the way of Ascend. Look how quick they're able to juggle these flags all the way home. Punched it in. Game 1 of our grand finals goes toward Ascend, and it's business as usual.
I think Shyway's salivating in the background as well. YouTube videos are starting to be created because the movement we're witnessing from Ascend is sublime. Every single flag run was pretty much flawless, and the way they kind of maneuver their way around the map with the objective is definitely something that people need to be looking at and assessing and saying, okay, well, how do we do this as well as them? They're hitting all those slides correctly. They're finding the quickest routes with the flag, even in those environments where the other team is spawned in certain areas, so they're having to change those routes. They still find the speed with their movement and their slides. But you said they weren't getting outslayed. I mean, at the time you said it, I think you were right. I think they weren't too far off, but then the further we got into that game, it just seemed like Ascend got more and more comfortable. And it's not like they were trying to play just to heavily outslay their opposition either. They weren't trying to assert any dominance there. They wanted to get these flags in. They were pulling flag after flag to finish this game, get it on the board, try and finish this series so they can get to bed again as European champions.
Now, as we dissect and perform somewhat of an autopsy after game 1, Dan, the lads just playing very reactionary Halo, it would seem at times, and perhaps that's because of the pressure they were put on them by Ascend, but was there enough signs there that maybe the Slayer could go a little bit differently for them here?
I don't think that necessarily we can take from an Aquarius CTF and then put that into a Slayer game, but I will say that you're completely right in that they were reacting to everything that Ascend did, and there were times where that reaction was enough to stop a flag or to get a counter cap, but they were never kind of taking the initiative to be the aggressors, or they were never given the opportunity to be the aggressors because of the speed and the individual fights that Ascend were winning. I will say that if the lads can react to Ascend's pushes and successfully trade out in a Slayer game type and take the lead, then maybe they can get Ascend on the back foot, they can take the lead, and they can make Ascend comfortable. However, I think if, especially on live fire where those spawns can be very much controlled, if the lads go behind here and Ascend get a 4 to 5 kill lead and start to get lads on that spawn cycle, then I'd start to be a little bit concerned, because I think that the lads can very easily fall behind and maybe not have what it takes to get out of that spawn cycle, purely for the fact that they haven't had as much practice as other teams. They've only been a team since, last week? So it's not going to be an easy one, but maybe if they take the lead, that might just give them the momentum that they need.
And one thing we did see in that Aquarius CTF game to show maybe signs, a sliver of hope for the lads, is that they were able to get their hands on the camouflage on more than one occasion. That, of course, it didn't necessarily go their way at times. You know, we've seen Quadio trying to make a play, Septic also, but you got to power up here on live fire, and that could be huge and dictate the way the game's going to go.
Well, they've got a coach in the Discord. I don't think you can say the same for Ascend. I'm fairly certain that they haven't got a coach in the Discord at the moment. So you've got that extra voice, that extra player that can focus on when these things are going to be coming up. And just to give you that little bit of help, I know that it's on your screen and it's visible, but sometimes just an advance warning or forcing someone to say, look, you are right there, just grab the camo or set up for the camo. Sometimes you need that extra voice in your head. And I do feel like the lads have that with Morga 2 being available and on offer as their coach. So I'm really excited for what this lads roster has to offer in the future. I don't want to see them crumble and just get slapped around 3-0 here. I'm really hoping that they can, you know, show me that fight that they've told me they have, show me that desire, and also demonstrate that they have that play style that they suggest can beat this Ascend roster. And it has to start here in this Slayer game type.
Certainly has to start here to give themselves any real chance. You know, objectively, you look towards the next game type, going to be Streets on Strongholds. Historically, the French are really good on Strongholds. So if you really want to stand any chance to win this series, you want to at least take this Slayer game right here and right now. Of course, if they don't take it, the chance there it's going to be a 3-0. Now, looking at things, Dan, we've seen the lads play live fire quite a lot in different game types. We've seen Oddball, we've seen Strongholds. Is there anything that you've seen in those game types? Of course, it doesn't always translate straight into the Slayer, but there's something maybe that caught your eye that could maybe give you some sort of chance here that you think that they could take the win here.
I mean, individually, the shots are on for the lads. It's not like they are missing loads. I mean, I know there was a few whiffs here or there, but I think that's more down to the movement from Ascend. They're a tricky bunch to take on in a 1v1 engagement. They almost always have a thruster available to them. They're very good at trading out. So for the side of the lads, I think that as long as they know they can keep a distance from this Ascend roster, and live fire, I mean, it does offer some ranged fights. This is where you want to just make sure you're peppering them, your team shots on, and you're not allowing Ascend to get up close and personal, because Ascend, they do move as a 3. And if you can find Snipe Drone, who is very often the solo player who is just anchoring at times, if you can consistently kill him, get the player advantage, and then take the rest of the Frenchies in a 4 versus 3, you definitely have a chance to win a Slayer game type. And maybe that weapon on your screen there, the sniper rifle, could be the difference maker. We saw Septic pop off with it a little bit earlier when we were here on live fire, and we'll see whether we can do more of the same in game number 2.
And here is game number 2. The keys to success from Dan. Isolate Snipe Drone and kill the Frenchies. It's as quick and easy as that. And there we go. 2 kills. Gonna drop for the lads. They're gonna go down, or head up here actually, excuse me, by a kill, but it's not for too long as it's now 3-3. Opening engagements have been even, but Shady's got the sniper rifle here, Dan.
In situations like that, where Kristola gets caught out on his own, you can't allow yourself to be taking 1v2s at any point. Because if you take a 1v1, and you think you're taking a 1v1, against Ascend, you're never taking a 1v1. Unless it's versus Snipe Drone, always assume there is another player in the vicinity who's going to clean you up or get some shots on you. Instead, you've got to outdo Ascend at what they do at their best. Wolfpack together, move as a 2, move as a 3, and just try and outshoot them. Prioritize who you're going to be actually shooting at. Communicate. Let's shoot Seeker, for example. You've got the gamer tags above heads now. You can prioritize who you're targeting. So I want to see that from the lads. I want to see teamwork. I want to see them baiting and switching and just beating Ascend at their own game.
The lads then need to box clever here. Hit them more than they hit you. Get yourself out of trouble. Legend gets a kill onto Kristola though, and Quadios is also going to fall. Both Qs set to the respawn screen along with Septic, who's been eliminated. Morgan, the last man alive for a moment, but Legend takes Kristola. He's only after spawning right back up, but straight back into shots as he gets his wig peeled. And it's a killing spree for Legend. 16 kills to 6 at 10 kill advantage. The lads need to slow it down, Dan.
So confident with his sniper rifle in the position that he's taking as well, and he's going to be able to get the body shot. Gets out the no-scope, thought it was going to be a double, but he's just assisting Snipe Drone here. Snipe Drone and his bodyguard, a Frenchman, just seems to be the perfect way to play Halo. 20-6. This is an onslaught right now. I would be terrified if I'm the lads, and I'd be terrified if I'm Morgan. 0-6 right now. He's going to be looking at those numbers saying, I haven't got a kill yet, lads. I need to get back on the board. And I don't know if that's going to happen very soon with the way that this Legend roster, this Ascend roster are playing, especially Legend, who eventually gets shut down, and it is Morga. He can relax. He's got his kill.
Taking off Goose Watch then. Morga's gotten his kill. Septic also adds another one to the repertoire. Septic gets a double kill, but is taken down by Snipe Drone, and 25 kills to 10 now. What was a 10 kill advantage very quickly has become 15, and we would have seen the power up getting picked up somewhere along the way, perhaps a burn, but you're looking towards that kill feed. You're seeing 2 kills for Ascend, only 1 for lads, and if it keeps going that way, it'll be a 2-0 lead for Ascend.
What I will say is that I was speaking about teams kind of practicing their worst game types. If we historically look at the games that Ascend have lost throughout online competition, it's usually Slayers. But then you look at how they performed today, they absolutely demolished Quadrant in Slayer. They are absolutely wiping the floor with the lads right now as well. It seems like maybe they've really worked on their Slayer efficiency, ensuring that they don't drop these maps and allow the other team to get into a series. 32-14. I mean, I don't want to call a game over, and we've seen lads come back from, you know, a 10-kill deficit, but this is close to a 20-kill deficit.
Way back when Snipe Jones spoke about how their team weaknesses was Slayers. It wasn't necessarily anything that the French players were doing. He felt as though he was the problem. He was a little bit disjointed, a little bit off the pace from the rest of his team. Taking a look at the stats here, he's fixed that problem, Dan. 10 kills and only 4 deaths with 3 assists as Shady finds another face. The lads are just turtling up, putting their head between their legs here, Dan, just trying to survive.
Yeah, you just, at the moment, you are curled in a ball and you're being repeatedly kicked over and over by the Ascend roster, and you're just hoping that it's going to stop, that the 50 mark is going to be hit soon, because there's no way you're getting back into this. What? This is just, what, a 23-kill game now? Make it 24? Shady's playing like he's playing matchmaking. Get yourselves into game 3. Forget about this one. This one's over. I'm calling it now. Usually I'd say, you know, a comeback could happen. Maybe there's going to be a miracle here for the lads. The Ascender roster are on fire right now, and they're going to close out this game too comfortably.
Now, I'm going to use this license for medicine right here and right now and pronounce time of death in this Slayer at 10:57. It's been that dominant. 44 kills to 22 now, showing no signs of slowing down either. Only needing 4 more kills to solidify game number 2 in Ascend's favor. Now retention's down very quickly as this game dwindles down, needing only 3 towards Street Strongholds, and that's not a game type I want to play against Ascend.
Yeah, I was saying that, you know, the statistics, the history, it's all against the lads here, but I think, you know, they've got that chance. There is that possibility that they could maybe win a couple of maps here, and that belief and that confidence is starting to fade away after these first 2 maps, and we're witnessing Ascend at their very best. The spectacular does come through. It is one of the most one-sided live fire Slayer games you will see here in European Halo, and Ascend look like they are trying to make a statement. Maybe the lads have just got to this point where they've got as far as they think they can get, and even they individually don't think they can beat this Ascend roster. I hope that isn't the case. You've always got to assume you can win, but they certainly look like a team who didn't have any confidence going into that game number 2.
It's an interesting point you raise, because that was something Snipe Drone talked about last week when playing against some of the NA teams in rallies, that when you mentally think you're going to lose the game, then you've already lost the series. If you've lost it in your head before you've even touched the analog sticks, Dan, you're in big trouble, and you'd hope that's not what's been happening. It's not what's transpired here for the lads. But what a statement of intent this is from Ascend. We talked about pre-game, you know, we think they have a chance, and Ascend are laughing at us, think, oh, say what now? You think these guys have a chance? Let me show you exactly why we're the best in Europe.
It's tough times in a grand final when you're 2-0 down and you've been obliterated, is, I guess, a way we'll put it, but I think it's even more extreme than that. And then you go into Street Strongholds as the next. But as we look back at some of the replays, let's just talk about what Ascend actually did in that game. And they were just relentless with that pressure. They were rotating as a unit. They were pushing this together as well. Every single time the lads were on a spawn cycle, the push came through. Like 2 down right now, Ascend, they push in. They notice that one player spawns up at green. They don't allow the entire team to spawn at green. Instead, they push on that one spawner. They kill him and they say, where's the next? Or where's the next 3? Because at least they know if they kill that one spawner, they've got the player advantage going into the next fight. And even though there were, you know, moments of greatness from lads, there were a couple of individual kills that were quite good, it just wasn't enough to get you back into a Slayer live fire game that was so heavily controlled by Ascend. And now we go into Stronghold Streets, which I would argue is one of Ascend's best game types. I mean, we know that Strongholds is amazing for them, but Street Strongholds is even more so because it is so fast-paced.
Players like Formal, we spoke about at the top of the show, Dan, when he speaks, you generally have to listen because he knows what he's talking about, and he spoke about how good this Ascend roster is on Strongholds and what a game it is you have to throw it to close out grand finals. You get yourself a Strongholds, your bread and butter, here you go again. It's easy peasy for them, surely.
Now, like, I've been in this position where, like, as a player, I've overachieved or in a tournament or overachieved what people would expect, where you've got that upset, you've beaten a team that's a higher seed than you, and you then get into a scenario where you're playing a team that you maybe weren't expecting to play. and you're playing a team that definitely should beat you. When you go 2-0 down and you're getting hammered like this, it's very easy for your mind to go, oh, it's all right, we got top 2. Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter what happens at this point. You need to either take that and say, look, we've got nothing to lose. Let's throw everything at them here and at least give them a game. We cannot afford to just roll over, show our belly, and give them a 3-0 here.
Game 3 then of your grand finals. Ascend on match point like they have been so often before. They've never and have never lost an online tournament in Europe since October 2020. And they don't look like doing things that way today. They've already got 2 maps on the board, needing just 1 more. 2 strongholds, though, in favor of the lads. They're looking good at early doors here.
And lads have got to match the speed of Ascend. We know Ascend like to play strongholds fast. They will go from A to C to B, and they rotate as a team, consistently pushing you off spawn, always looking to try and take that advantage of any sort of situation where they have that extra player. But the lads can do exactly the same back to them. And if they manage to get Ascend on that spawn cycle, if they're the ones who have got control of the 2 strongholds and they're consistently scoring, they can really put a big chunk of points on the board and do some damage to this Ascend roster. But we know that Ascend always have that capability of getting back into a game. In previous Strongholds games, we've seen them go 170 points unanswered. That's the capability they have.
They have been in situations before against the ropes, particularly in Strongholds, where they've been down by 170 points to maybe 110, particularly against Quadrant and the likes Navi. They always seem to come back. They battle back. They find that extra gear. They find that extra speed. Shady gets a kill, but Morgan answers back there. It's going to be 3 dead momentarily. Sika, the last man left alive. So, although the lads are down on Strongholds for the moment, they're starting to transfer C in their favor. No contest coming through just yet. Morgan giving up A to prioritize staying alive here and being a factor on the map. C's going to transfer over towards Ascend, but the lads are also going to take back A. Trip cap in effect for the moment. Snipe drone and boys spawning towards PD. Morgan respects that, tries to back down, ultimately loses his life. Rockets, though, in the hands of Quadios. They're all out, but the damage is done. Grisola last man alive, but 3 members up for Ascend. He has it all to do.
Again, we can go back to my point of, you know, certain maps just benefiting players in a different way. Morga, who was struggling a little bit in the previous, I mean, the whole team was, I guess, but he certainly was highlighted not having many kills, whereas now he is the leading slayer on his team. He just seems to be more at home here on streets, but as I was saying that, all 3 strongholds were turned in favor of Ascend. That's one thing Ascend do really well, Jersey, is that when they are trip capped against them, they usually overturn it and get a trip cap of their own. They don't usually just get 1 and then push in and get the second. They seem to like flood themselves and spread themselves around the map, take 1v1s and 2v2s and somehow trip cap, but the lads have done exactly the same back to them here.
Morgan then performing a little better on the streets. Perhaps agrees him a little bit more, like Dan said. The problem is Ascend, born and raised on these streets, molded by them. Down by a couple of strongholds for the moment. They're looking to change that here. Arcade going in their favor. Septic gets in, puts his body on the line, does enough damage there. The reset hasn't come through yet, but Cristola has gotten a kill. Reset will eventually come to pass. Seek and Legend trying to push up red. Unfortunate for them, it's going to lead to nothing but murder. Cristola puts some shots down, gets that kill onto Legend as well. Killing spree for him. He means business now all of a sudden.
Well, maybe some of these lads players are kind of gentlemen in the sheets, but freaks in the streets from what I'm seeing at the moment. This seems to be a far more comfortable map for them. And Ascend, even though I said it's one of their best game types, I talk about this crux, and maybe, you know, there are certain teams that match up well against others and play styles. It seems like lads have found something here. And if they can take this momentum, if they can continue this run, win this map, what would that say to the Ascend roster? Ascend roster who know they're good at Strongholds.
Second set of rockets then. In control of the Dutchman. Morgan fires it towards B. That's going to be enough to get the reset. He's got 1 rocket left. Pops that player down to no shield. Challenges it again. The confidence flowing through his veins. But Legend says no. But 4 dead now. Triple cap still in effect for the lads. Scoring all the while.
I mean, how have the lads just gone from being absolutely embarrassed on Live Fire Slayer to then playing like this and matching Ascend and actually making Ascend look fairly average on this game type? I've heard some of the US pros say that this game type is just a Slayer, and it's just a Slayer where you pick up objective on the way, and you've just got to make sure you're winning your fights, you're running as a team. Well, right now, Lads are proving that if that is actually how this is played, they seem to have found the right method, the right rhythm, and that is outslaying Ascend, putting some serious time on the board, and continuously backstabbing, pushing the extra stronghold, going for that trip cap as Cristola gets another one.
I love that as well from Cristola, recognizing 3 members, getting C and rotating over towards red, and he gets himself a lovely little backstab there. C, though, still in contest. Septic and Legend gonna trade lives. Shady in the respawn screen. We've seen Seeka trying to get this A stronghold. He's gonna get assault rifled in the back, though, and Morgan making sure he sends the Frenchman packing. Couple of shots into Shady, gonna back him down back towards C. Player dies in red. Cristola gets himself 2 kills. That's gonna help their cause no end. I love this from Morgan. Turns his attentions back towards back tower, realizing the spawns could come towards Cafe, but no, they're in C, and a couple of slays go in their favor.
I mean, we speak about comebacks, right, for Ascend, and can they get all those points that the 170 unmatched point comeback they had against Quadrant? They're potentially going to need something similar here against the lads who have found themselves with such a huge lead, but they have to make this count. They have to capitalize from the situation they find themselves in now, because if they allow Ascend back into the game, we know full well if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile, they are going to get back into it. So lads got to keep that pressure up, keep that confidence, keep challenging this Ascend roster. Say, you know what, we're not scared of you, we will take these fights, we've got nothing to lose, we want to make a series of this.
No, the meanwhile, the lads did get their hands on the 3rd set of rockets in succession, although possession did transfer over towards Snipe Drone. He was able to put it to good use. The lads are starting to score again now. They've got C and B, and also getting a couple of kills over here towards A. We could see a potential triple cap very quickly here as we're seeing Ascend spawning up back down towards Station, and the fight, no doubt, is going to rumble on. But 200 point threshold now, the lads have just passed through, with C finally getting put under control of Ascend. Morgan's set up out here towards C, and they're putting the pinch on now. The collapse is coming through. This is exactly what you want to see. Keep them under pressure, don't let them out, give them nothing for free.
Now, I'm not a biased caster, but I'm very happy with what's happening right now, because it means we potentially got a series here. I think viewers should be happy as well, but no one is going to be happier than the lads with how they are currently performing. 214 on the clock, and they are still scoring. Their constant rotations, it's messy, right? There's not much structure to it. It's just very simple of, we push this together, we kill, we push again, we kill. It's almost caveman-like, but it's working, because that's how Ascend play this game type, and the lads are matching them every single stride, and they are so close to winning this game and taking us to a game 4.
Slowly then, tipped over 225 points. Very good, very nice, as Snipe Drone is in the respawn screen.
Very good, very nice.
There it is.
Good, very nice. Is that what you meant?
Very good.
Is that what you meant?
That's exactly what I meant, and I'm glad that you've done that for me. Done that perfectly, but C is transferring over towards Ascend. Cristola, the only man in the respawn screen for the lads, so they've got a full complement of players here. That's going to be game 3 going towards the lads. All of a sudden, Dan, we've got exactly what you ordered. A series on our hands.
I was counting them out. I was saying that, you know, like, it's so easily mentally to just accept that this series is over for the lads, but they had to take that and allow it to fuel them in this game 3, and it really did. I think they just got a kick up the bum and they said, what are we doing? Like, we're scared against this Ascend roster. Why should we be? We've already overachieved when you look at what actually we did in this tournament. Why don't we go at one step further? Let's be confident in our individual fights. Let's challenge where they don't expect us to challenge. Let's be the team that they don't think that we are. And, you know, maybe it was a poor performance from the Ascend roster. I mean, Shady and Legend, how many times have you ever seen them drop negative scores like that? Both of them, negative 13, really struggling to keep up with the pace of what the lads did. But now the lads, they need to push on from this. They need to take this and fuel it even more so that they can, you know, go to a game 5 and who knows, maybe do the unthinkable and take us to a bracket reset.
And then something we spoke about for months and months and months, and what's almost years now, and is years, is that the keys to success to take down what was then the Cartel roster, now the Ascend roster, is to try and shut down the likes of Legend and Shady nice and early. That's exactly what we've seen there. Both players shut down completely to a 7-20 games, and like you said, that doesn't happen very often at all.
It really doesn't. And I think that how do the the likes of Legend and Shady respond to that, right? Young players who not very often are in these scenarios where they do drop statistics like that. I think Lottie brought it up earlier, saying that Ascend are so used to winning. What happens when they are losing? What happens when they are behind? How do they answer back? And, well, we're going to have to see in Oddball Live Fire. Is this going to be now a case of where the lads have kind of prodded the beast a little bit too much and Ascend come out swinging here and demonstrate what they're made of and just embarrass the lads in a game again like they did in the Slayer Live Fire? Because if that's anything to go by, I'm a little bit worried for the lads. But certainly, they look like a different roster, did the lads. You would not, like, that is night and day. 250 to 51 on Stronghold Streets, but then 50 to 27 on Slayer Live Fire. If that doesn't tell you that certain teams have better game types and they're more practiced on certain games, then I don't know what does.
And it's almost indicative that I'm getting excited because Ascend are dropping maps. This is the third map they've dropped in the tournament, Dan. It's the first time they've ever dropped that many maps in a tournament ever. So it's a ringing indictment to how good that team is that when they lose one map, and sometimes it's a Slayer, we get really excited. It's like, oh, maybe they are bleeding, maybe their shields are cracked, but the lads still have a big job on their hand here to get this next game under the belt.
Yeah, I mean, if we go to North America, we're suddenly the biggest Ascend fans in the world because we want to see them doing well, right? And it's not like that we don't want Ascend to win, because I definitely want to see the success. I want to see this Ascend roster get better and better, but maybe to get better, they need to see other European Halo talent start to match them and give them proper games. So that does make me happy that the European Halo scene is competitive. When we look across other regions like ANZ and LATAM, it's been dominated by one team over and over and over again. And I don't want EU to fall into that same trap where it's just like, North America's looking across saying, oh, well, it's Ascend, but there's no one else. We'll see what Ascend do when they come over. And the lads, by taking games off them, by Na'Vi taking games off them, that starts to raise a few eyebrows and people saying, okay, well, maybe there is a little bit more competition in this roster. When Valencia comes around, or even prior to that, when Kansas City comes around and a lot of these EU rosters are in North America, suddenly when you're facing Quadrant, you're facing Mocket, you're facing Na'Vi, you're facing the lads, and you're saying, well, actually, I don't want to be playing these guys in pool play. I don't want to be playing them because I've seen what they can do against Ascend, who are arguably the best team in Europe when it comes to online competition. European Halo is in a really healthy spot. I know it's very easy for me to say that as a European commentator and I want European Halo to do well, but we weren't in this spot in Halo 5. We weren't in this spot in Halo 4. I don't think we've ever been in a spot like this where we have competition who can go over to North America and actually get into championship bracket consistently. But I think we're in that spot now, and it's a really good place.
The old expression almost rings true here, Dan, right? Iron strengthens iron, and that's what we're seeing here. Ascend beating these teams handily for so long, so easily, but all of a sudden these teams are starting to pick up on some of those tricks and some of those bad habits that Ascend have, and maybe the playbook's a little bit more exposed now than it has been ever before, with them dropping maps to different teams and so on and so forth. So now that they have started to draw a little bit of blood from these teams, perhaps we won't see as many players, turtle up and hide away from this team when the pressure comes, and they'll stand to the fore and try to take these teams on, this Ascend roster, head to head.
Well, I do think that's why Ascend have found so much success, right? It's because their confidence, they just fly at everyone, and the other teams look at them and say, they're flying at us, what do we do? Do I shoot my gun? Challenge them. Show them no respect. Pretend you're playing on LAN, because I know it's difficult online sometimes, and you just assume that you're going to be outshot because of connection or whatever. Forget that. Trust in your ability, trust that you can actually outshoot them, and trust in your teammates, because as long as you're getting help, and your teammates are shooting with you, then forget about connection. It doesn't matter. You can just get those shots done and you can demonstrate your teamwork, and you can at least put it into practice, because at the end of the day, it's all practice for LAN. That's where the main competition is. North America is so far ahead of Europe right now. We saw that at Rally. I mean, I know that Europe are doing well, like top 12, top 8, but when you look at the very top of North America and the top of Europe, there is a significant gap. And the only way that closes is with healthy competition where scrims can happen and teams can improve in Europe. And I think that is going to happen now here, because of what we've seen from this tournament and how the lads are starting to push, the rest of the top 4. And that goes even deeper down to top 12, down to top 24. Teams are starting to get better. They're starting to try and push themselves into the Pro Series. And that's why I love this Pro Series. Week after week, we're seeing different teams progress from Open. And we're seeing our first Open team actually make Pro Series next week in Fantastic. So congratulations to them. But as for this series, we have to find a winner, right? And I think that Ascend know they want to get this done. They don't want to be going into the late hours of the night. It's already, 11:15 here. So over in France, it's 12:15. So we're already into the next day for them. They want to make sure that they finish it. They don't want to be going into a reset, because then suddenly different things start to come into the equation as to fatigue and whatnot. So for the lads, get the job done here and take it to a game 5, but for Ascend, they have to finish it. If this goes to a game 5, the lads are going to be full of confidence.
The issue I have here and now is that live fire oddball was a game type that the lads played against Navi only a few brief moments ago, and unfortunately for them, they found themselves on the receiving end of a 2-0 hammering, 200 score to 100. So it was significant enough, it was consistent enough that they have their work cut out for them here. This isn't Navi, this is a step above. Cream has risen to the top. You're in the big leagues playing against Ascend in grand finals, and you've got to get the job done here and now.
Seeker with the heat wave is going to absolutely shred through, get the double kill, but Septic is there to clean up the pieces like a janitor, sweeping on through with his broom, and he's juggling those weapons to try and bring them to someone else, but unfortunately, he ran straight into the entire Ascend roster who had spawned towards Garage. Maybe he was hoping that his team would be spawning over on that side, and now Snipe Drone going to do exactly the same thing. He's going to be playing with the heat wave, and he's going to make it work.
How nice of the lads then. Maybe the Amazon delivery driver wasn't around as Snipe Drone finds the body of Morgan. Both those weapons gifted to Ascend, and the last thing you want to do is gift the goodies over to Ascend. They'll make you pay, and Snipe Drone's doing just that here and now.
Here comes the juggles again. Everyone just doing their best clown impression to see if they can get those power weapons away from the other team. And now Ascend, as you quite rightly give us a little bit of a theme tune from the circus, instead have managed to set up quite healthily over here. They managed to get the ball to back tower, but it's going to be a question of whether the lads have got what it takes to break that setup.
Septic then, last man alive. As you can see, Shady desperately trying to find him, and he's located him, but Septic finds the skull of the Frenchman and blows him out of live fire. The kiss of death. Will that be enough then to catapult his team? Starting to score a little bit here with a poor man set up over towards tower, but unfortunately 2 slaves go against them with Morgan, Cristola, and now Septic meeting his fate. The death screen, Quadios last man alive. 16 seconds now, and climbing for Ascend.
Well, shots coming from across the map to try and at least do some damage to Legend, but notice how he keeps peeking to give as much information as possible to his team, and camouflage is up as well, but neither team will really want to give up this current state to go for the camo. It's not as influential as you think it would be in these environments. It's more influential in a situation where the team is heavily set up and you've not been able to break it, but in that current scenario where actually trades were going back and forth between the two teams, it was just a case of whoever won the trade would then pick up the camo. It is Morga, but he gets shut down.
Something we're seeing through the POV of Legend as well. A few little jitters, and I'm wondering if perhaps his network connection isn't doing too well right now, and perhaps that is why Ascend have opted to tell him to hold onto the ball, because that is the most effective he could possibly be. Big beatdowns come down, but the Frenchman gets the better of the Dutchman, and this time Legend taking down Morga. And almost just tipping over the 50-point threshold now are Ascend. Looking comfortable while doing it too. Have lost 2 members in the process though. We will see a play ball very shortly, you would think, but the lads' push isn't coming very quick here, Dan.
Yeah, it needs to be a little bit faster. Septic does eventually at least get some damage. We'll take down Legend, but all the meanwhile, the ball was still...
Facing elimination. Round 2. Ball taken. 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 Eagle team halfway to victory. Ball taken. Ball taken. Ball taken. Ball taken. Ball taken. Ball carrier killed. Ball taken. Ball taken. Ball taken. Ball carrier killed. Ball taken.
Lost a series since October 2020, which we've been mentioning quite a few times in this broadcast. So the lads have to try and do something a little bit different to try and upset that.
Quadios, the last man alive here. They haven't got too much time left here. Tournament life on the line. 25 seconds is all that separates them between going home and perhaps some glory. Ascend closing ever so closer now towards that finish line. Crawling, 90 seconds. The lads' push just isn't coming quick enough here, Dan. They've been able to swell and stop the push. Quadios has managed to get back tower. He's leaked through, but he's been able to milk his life a little bit longer. Sika gets the job done. Game 4 goes the way of Ascend. They're your grand champions once more.
They do it time and time again. And I thought maybe, you know, it might have been different today with Na'Vi getting a couple of maps and the lads showing a little bit of, a lot of promise on Street Strongholds. But unfortunately, it is just the same old story. Ascend do topple European Halo. Apologies if there were any audio issues during that game, but at least you were able to witness the gameplay, which was just an Ascend route once more. Livefire seems to be the map for them, Jersey. I know we were talking in Rally about Optic and how they'd never lost Livefire. Well, maybe Livefire is comfortable here for this Ascend roster as well. It's just the way they rotate as a team and how uncomfortable they make other teams on the map by constantly pushing those spawns, keeping them on that spawn cycle.
Yeah, we also spoke about how, on the flip side of things, as good as Ascend look on Livefire, it's almost a complete flip of fortunes for the lads. They've lost this game type on this map in some way, shape or form. Team twisted to Na'Vi and now indeed Ascend. So plenty of work for them to do during the week to bounce back here and figure out exactly why these pieces aren't lining up and what the problem is and where the issues do lie. But they definitely show that they can compete and they can hang with the likes of Ascend. Making top 2, make no mistake about it, is a monumental achievement for this roster.
And what this does, all these kind of different placements from teams, is it changes the seeding going into next week, which changes the potential kind of winners bracket semis and whatnot. Like, if it gets to the winners bracket semis where the highest seed wins, Ascend would play Mocket in the winners bracket semis rather than Quadrant. Lads would play against Na'Vi. And you've got then teams like HMCA, HMCA and Quadrant who are going to be in that 5th and 6th spot now, competing with the likes of the lads and with Na'Vi, which is just crazy. Like, this is the thing, all those matchups, they are changed around. It's not going to be the same repetitive games over and over in these Pro Series weeks because the seeds keep changing, because people keep turning up and changing their position and changing where they finish. But it's Ascend who still are on top. That's the only thing that stayed the same throughout all of these tournaments, Jersey, is Ascend win European Halo when it comes to online. They may have got outplaced in Rally by Na'Vi, but Ascend still winning that war, even though they lost the battle.
There is confirmation then. 5-1 Aquarius CTF, 50-27 Livefire Slayer. Strongholds Streets, the lads came out fit and firing 250-51. Then Oddball, like we just seen, 2-0 in favor of Ascend. And the one constant that's been is that Ascend keep on winning. Live, and what we've seen, and there's ripple effects all down throughout the Pro Series. But Lottie, shy away, what a series we had. The lads just come unstuck at the end of the final hurdle.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, it's hard because, you know, you get to that stronghold and it was weird because the way that the lads just dominated that game, I was like, hold on a second. I think we could be in for a series here. And I was totally in agreement with Gaskin, but I don't know what happened. I mean, it was quite dominant for the rest of the series and right in the beginning, the first 2 maps for Ascend, but that something went wrong there in that Strongholds, especially the fact that it is potentially meant to be one of their strongest game types. I gotta know, Shyway, what did you make of that overall and how Ascend played?
I mean, the Stronghold definitely the interesting one for sure, because everything else, it was just kind of domination from Ascend. They kind of just blew through them. Gaskin, you brought up a good point with Strongholds, saying that it's basically like a Slayer map with some objective along the way type thing. And I was trying to think of why that is. Of course, you got the layout, the asymmetrical layout of it, where one side is higher than the other. So very impressive if you have that control. But I think it's also just the fact that it's so much easier to impact spawns in that map than I think others. Like, take Livefire, so much of your sightline is blocked on that map. It's a lot larger too. Whereas with Streets, on top of just the way that it's laid out, you've got these tight corridors that I feel like you can impact from like any section of the map, right? The 3 lanes, there's so many ways to get into the 3 lanes and to pre-nade spawns and to just kind of cycle and be on top of spawns. So I think it's just very snowbally, and it just seems like this team is very comfortable when they get going on that map. They can keep the momentum going. So really, it shows some potential. I guess they just got to get the reps in on everywhere else and try to, you know, kind of recreate that process everywhere else, because clearly Ascend very comfy. If anything, kind of unfortunate for the team, because lads, they're good on Strongholds, but Livefire Oddball had to be their worst map in their series with Na'Vi as well, right? They got completely blown out in that series. It was like they weren't even there.
Yeah, No, absolutely. And honestly, it was a bit of a weird one because two of the maps kind of like flip-flop for me in terms of of the way that it was played. So, for example, like Livewire Slayer, you know, I felt like Ascend had serious pressure while rotating together. It just looked really good. And, you know, they weren't letting the lads get their bearing at all when spawning in, and they consistently were off balance as a team because of that. And I felt like it was the other way around. When we got to that street Strongholds, I felt like the lads were doing the exact same to them, just constantly rotating, slaying out, not letting them get together again as a team, and really kind of pushing that from the spawn. And for me, that was the best teamwork I've ever seen from them all together. Gaskin, did you think you saw some kind of glimpse of brilliance there from the lads that they need to continue forward?
Certainly on Stronghold Streets, they looked unmatched. Like, to beat a roster like Ascend on what is usually one of their most comfortable game types, which is Strongholds, in that fashion, screams volumes for me. Saying that, you know, if they get well practiced on other game types, maybe this just wasn't the series layout for them. Unfortunately, that's not always going to be the case. Like, sometimes you do get series layouts which don't favor you. They had Livewire twice. Livewire just doesn't seem to be where they actually find success. If it had been Streets twice, if it had been a little bit more Aquarius, for example, Aquarius Slayer, where they had actually beaten Ascend previously. There's all these ifs and buts, but I think that just says that the depth of Ascend when it comes to their knowledge and their practice is a little bit better than the lads. But that's to be expected. The Ascend have been a roster. Ascend have been a roster for a long time, and a longer time than the lads, as I'm slowly starting to lose my words. But in reality, all that matters is Ascend are the best team in Europe online right now. They consistently show us why they are so impressive. But I'm so happy that the lads have been able to take a few teams down here, get to that top 2 spot, and push the rest of Europe to say, you know, we need to start matching this Ascend roster. We can't just allow them to be number 1 over and over again.
Yeah, I was thinking, I feel like, sorry to interject, but the lads kind of needed this beatdown. This is good, to be honest, because they need to know what it's like to play at this level, to play at this speed. So I'd say, you know, even though it was kind of rough for them, take that in stride, take notes, move on, get stronger because of it. So
yeah, and I also think taking that map in the middle as well so convincingly, I think also was a huge learning curve for them as well, because not only did they, lose the series, but they found a groove where they're like, actually, okay, this is doable. Like, we can still also capitalize on things that Ascend can't do and that we can. So I think there was so many different, I think, variables there for them to take away from that, which was absolutely amazing. My question right now with Ascend, though, is like, how do you measure yourself at this point? And boys, feel free to jump in on this, but Shurzy, how do you measure where you are at if you're Ascend? Because you've had one LAN. You can look at this bracket here and just, I mean, it's just ridiculous. What they've been able to accomplish so far in line has been so formidable, and it's so hard to take them down. So how do you measure yourselves? How do you get better at this point? Apart from NA, just in terms of EU and where we're at online?
Well, I think it's crazy, right? Because the headline, if someone was to write up an article, would be Ascend wins again. And on paper, that's exactly what has happened. But this is the first time we've really seen them struggle and against the ropes, and numerous teams done it to them today. We've seen the lads do it to them in game 3 of that grand finals. We've also seen Navi take them all the way to a grand final. So they're showing signs that they're not quite the complete and polished product that we thought they were, and there's holes in their game. So maybe some of these teams can begin to exploit that.
Yeah, definitely. I think that is a definite thing to take away from today for sure as well. But a huge congratulations to Ascend. Unbelievable yet again. I'm not surprised, but I'm also excited. I'm excited at the prospect of other teams really starting to make headway here in that skill gap and start to really bump heads with Ascend, which makes me really excited. And I think it should make them excited too, because I think they need the challenge. They need the competition at this point. I think it's really, really important for Europe and how they're going to do against North America. So absolutely amazing stuff. Congratulations once again. But gentlemen, that is going to do it, because next time we're going to be back yet again, 19th of January next week. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I hope you guys at home have had a bunch of fun watching some of the best Halo players in the world duking out on your screen. The best in Europe are here, and we'll be back next week. Happy birthday, Shyway. We love you so much. We hope you have an epic rest of your night celebrating. Everyone in the chat, please wish this man happy birthday. And we will see you guys again for the EU Pro Series here at the Halo Championship Series.